Konoha Training Ground 7. In Training Ground 7, where 3 training posts were there in the mid of the field where 4 people present near them. One of them is a man who is around mid-20s to 30, and other were kids around late 12 to 13, 2 boys and 1 girl. Man was standing before the 3 kids. 2 kids were sitting on the ground and holding their lunch and were trying to feed lunch to the 3rd kid who was tied to the training post. He was a tall man with spiky silver hair. He had a lone visible dark eye as his other eye was covered by his headband. He was wearing the standard Konoha shinobi uniform, which consisted of a green flask jacket over a dark blue shirt with long sleeves, fingerless gloves, and dark pants. And he used a face mask that covered the lower half of his face, starting at the nose. The kid who was sitting on the ground has black eyes and spiky black hair. His hair is hung over his face as bangs which cover his face. He wears a navy blue, short-sleeved shirt with a high collar, white shorts and white warmers in his both arms. He wears blue headband on his head. Other kid was girl who was sitting on the ground. She has fair skin, green eyes and pink hair which reaching on her back. She wear red cheapao dress with short sleeves that has zipper and white circular designs. She also wears tight dark green bike shorts, sandals and the headband. Next kid who was tied to the training post. He was short for his age kids. He is blonde, spiky hair and blue eyes, while 3 whisker markings on his cheeks. He wore an orange and blue jacket with a white collar, a white swirl with a tassel on the left side and red Uzumaki crest on the back. He also wore orange pants with a shuriken holster on his right knees, blue sandals, and headband on his head. Man who is looking at them angry with his one eye which put them 3 kids on the edge. Before 3 kids said or do anything, man who looked at them with one eye smile. "Well, you pass," he said to kids who was confused before pink hair girl said before. "What do you mean we pass, Kakashi-sensei?" she asked to the man who is identified as Kakashi. When Kakashi hear girl question, he smile again behind the mask before he looked at them. "Well, you hear me what I say. You passed the test," Kakashi said again, to which girl smile happily and black hair boy, who is sit on other side on the ground, smile with smug looked on the face. While one who is tied to the training post was smile with his foxy grin before he said, "We did it, we passed the test. We're the ninja now. Just you wait everyone, I'll become the Hokage in no time," blonde hair boys said with happily. Before he continue anything, duck hair boy said it. Like you could become Hokage, loser," said boy in arrogantly to the blonde who got angry and looked at him with anger. "What did you just said, team?" blonde said to the duck hair boy who is looking at him with anger. Before blonde could said anything, he got punch on his skull from the pink hair girl who is looking at him anger. "Shut up, Naruto baka. You can't become Hokage. You're weak, stupid and baka. Sasuke-kun is lot stronger than you ever will be, and I'm sure he'll become Hokage in future. Not someone like you, baka." Pink hair girl screamed in anger to boy named Naruto before she looked at the other boys named Sasuke with star in his eyes and then daydreaming about him. Before Naruto can said anything, their sensei clear his mouth, which got their attention. "Well, you passed the test, but before we take our leave, I have to say something to you. Remember this, those who break the rule are trash, but those who abandon their comrade are worse than trash," he said to kids who looking at him eyes widened before all of them nod their heads slowly. Kakashi then move around to leave the training ground but stop and look at them again. "Before we all go, Naruto, I have something I want to say something," he said, which got attention, blonde attention. Naruto about to ask about what is it, suddenly his sensei move his right hand to his head, or more specifically to his headband. Before he understand what he is doing, he rip his headband from his head harshly. He along with other looked at the sensei with widen their eyes. Blonde don't said anything for few seconds before he said, "Sensei." He trying to say something but got punch on his face very hard form. The Kakashi do this, he blood is coming out from the mouth. "Don't say sensei to me or even say my name. You're no student of mine, do you know why? Well, here it's you got lowest grade in the academy that I ever see. You're dead last among the dead last who became ninja. Hell, you're dead last in the element nation, you know. You didn't graduate like others to become the ninja, but you able to graduate because Sandaime Hokage thought you able to become ninja, but to me you are not a ninja. Do you want to know why? Well, I'm gonna tell you for that. When I put you and others to the bell test, you yell and scream when you're gonna battle about how you are going to beat me and take the bell so that you can impress the Sakura-chan. You rush in battle without even thinking or even put a plan. All you've used in a fight is Kagebunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, and throw at me in hope to overpower me. You got no talent, brain, act like an idiot, and you're not a prodigy like Sasuke. Due to this, I don't let you stay on the team because if you stay in the team then you are going to troublemaker for the team in future and hindrance to the other to become strong. And I know very well if I spend my whole life to teach you, I even doubt you can able to learn anything from me. It would be waste of time. Kakashi said to Naruto, who listened to him with still eyes widen with even blink. After few seconds his eyes returned to normal and lower his head. Due to this his whole eyes got cover. When Sakura and Sasuke hear this they didn't do anything to stop him. They just stay there and listen to all this while give smug look to the Naruto. Kakashi haven't finished yet so he continued. As it point I take you headband. You're no longer a ninja of the Konoha and there is more, you're not going back to academy. From this point on I'm going to drop you from the shinobi program and your chakra is going to be sealed, so that you can't use those clones to harm the village and live like a civilian are living in the village. And your dream to become Hokage, I heavy doubt that, even if I give you a chance you won't be promoted to the Chunin. I think Sasuke-kun is the one who able to become the fine Hokage unlike you. Sasuke-kun was from the one of the founding clan of the village, unlike you worthless clanless loser. Finished Kakashi move around and leave the training ground with even spare a glance at him. Naruto was just stand there without even moving a muscle. He was brought out of his thought when he hear someone move to him but he's still keeping his head low to look who is it but he have an idea who is it. It was Sasuke who stand in front of him with smiling arrogantly at Naruto. Now you get it loser, you are nobody. Nobody wanna train you, even somebody wanna train you, even after that you're still a loser. No matter how much you try you still no match for me, and you know why well, like Kakashi sensei said, I'm from the Nobel Uchiha clan who built this village which make me a prince in other word. Do you hear me loser, I'm the prince of the village unlike you excuse of a human. You who live by himself and hate by everyone in the village. I beat your parents are also hate you when you are born, that's why they leave you. They thought if they leave you then they can live a happy life or they killed themselves because you were disgrace to them. Regarding your dream to become the Hokage of this village, don't worry about it. I think I become Hokage after I achieve my ambition. I like the sound, Sasuke said before he spilt on him and leave the training ground. Sakura saw this that Sasuke is moving away from Naruto, so she moved to the said him when she was in front of him. She then hit him in the head as hard as she could like her mother told her to do to him. You know, I never like you. I always hate you when we were small kids. I mean looked at you. You're not a smart person like Sasuke-kun, not powerful like him, and you are not even cool like him even if you want to try. You are nothing in compare to Sasuke-kun, so tell me Baka why in the hell I should go date with some clanless orphan who don't even know the meaning when to give up. Even you're the last person in the world who is available for the date, I still not go out with you. If that happen it will be cold day in hell I got out date with you. Hell I bet there is no girls or women in the village who want to go out with you. So all I said to you this don't come in between me and Sasuke-kun, if you try then I'll kill you slowly and painfully. Do you get that Baka, she said with before she hit him on the stomach then on the face then lastly on his head. After that she leave the place to find the Sasuke and ask him if he want to go out date with her. She left the training ground with even looking bad at him. After all of them left the training ground leave Naruto alone who still stand there without even moving. He didn't even lift his head. After few minutes his hand twitch few time before his hand starting to shack and after few second his whole body follow as well. After that some chakra is also leaking out form the body due to which he was free from his binding. Before he starting lose his control of over the chakra, he quickly create a barrier surrounding the training ground so that no one can feel his chakra which he was about to unleash. After that he unleash his chakra and create the thousands army of the clone who surround him and looked at him anger then. Original then lift his head before he opened his eyes and looked at the clone. Usual blue eyes now turn in red with black slits. His whisker mark on the face were become more visible. His teeth is also grows and become more sharper and his nails also grow. His whole body is surrounded by the red chakra with two tails coming out on his back. He then looked at the clones and with might of roar he charged to them while clones also rushed to him. Few hours later. Training Ground 7 which was one of the top training ground in the Konoha which produced top of the shinobi in Konoha who became legend on their time. The same training ground which was one of the beautiful place in Konoha was now in ruin. All trees which was surrounded the training ground are either cut down or burning right now. Even grass on the training ground is completely gone and replaced to the charcoal and ash while on the ground there were multiple massive cracks were present. Trees that surrounding the training ground either burn or cut down. In some case, some of them cut into the tiny pieces. In the middle of training ground, Naruto was on his knees and padding heavily. His orange jacket, which he was wearing, was gone, and his fishnet shirt was cut from many places where blood is coming out of it due to injuries, which was healing rapidly. His pant was not in good condition either. It is same as his shirt. On his face he have some deep cut on his cheeks, and left eyes is currently close because of the horizontal scare, same as Kakashi Sharingan eyes, but it also healing. After few minutes he control his breath, and all his injuries were also was healed. He then opened his eyes, which was not red but his usual blue eyes. He then sit on the ground and thinking about what his formal sensei and his formal teammates said to him. When he was hear them, they said about him he don't even lose his cool, but when they were abuse him about his parents, he was mad. He was so much mad at them that he was going to beat the shit out of them, but he decided against it. When they left the training ground, he then let out his anger so that he create the barrier so no one could feel his power, or more specifically QB power, which is mixing by his, and create thousands of clone, which was stronger than those clone which he used against the Mizuki. He's still keeping barrier on, and also apply one of the high-level genjutsu on the area, which keeping away people as well as any kind of the animals or summoning animals. Even if Hokage used his crystal ball to look for Naruto, which only show that Naruto is still on the training ground and Tai from the training post. There was cloud of smoke was appear near the Naruto. From the cloud, beautiful woman coming out who was about 18 years old. She was 5 feet 8 inches tall. She has long blood red hair with tint of orange which is coming down her wrist. Her heart-shaped face with red eyes with slit pupils. She wore black kimono with red obi. The kimono hung loosely off her frame, leaving her shoulder bare and exposing ample amounts of cup breasts. The interior of the kimono shows the color of blood. She also had 2 fox-like ears in her head and 9 blood red tails swished behind her. She quickly looked at Naruto and hugged Naruto gently while pushing his face into her large breasts with her right hand while running her left hand on his back to calm down. She then channeled her chakra into his body, which also heals any internal injuries which will still take some time to heal it. They just sit there for some time, not even saying anything, they just sit there and enjoy each other contact. Women then decide to break the silence. Naruto-kun, calm down. Don't listen to those fools. They were mindless bakas, hairless monkeys who think they are better than other, like they were some kind of Kami favorite sons or something like that Uchiha scum and his pink-haired bitch. And that Hatake who talk about the never abandoning the comrade are worse than the trash. But when it come for you, he won't even think before he abandon you, before he even teach you about something. Not only that, take away right to be ninja of this pathetic village. It even worse that even civilians are become more aggressive since you receive the headband and try to hurt you as much as they can. Just thinking about it make me anger so much that I can even destroy this village completely. Woman said to Naruto, but stop when Naruto removed his head from his breasts and looked at her with small sad smile. No, Kasumi-chan, don't do that. You know that there are still few people who still care about me, like Hinata-chan, who helped me by providing those notes when teachers in the academy kicked me out of class, and you know it. Tuchi-san and Ayam-chan, who feed me ramen with half price while even put vegetable in them so that I can grow up properly when others are not even feeding them. Nico-chan, Anko-chan and Kurinai-chan are also helping me out when mob is attacking me. Even some of the clan also helping me behind the Sandaime Hokage and those shinobi or civilian council. There are many more who don't think me as you and still see me as human, but they are unable to do anything because of the council. So please don't do anything rash which it make even more difficult for not only us but others as well. Plead Naruto to the Kasumi, who look at her for the moment. After that she nodded her head. Very well, Naruto-kun, she said before she asked, are you all right?
I'm all right.
Just angry at Kakashi team and that pink hair bitch about the think they said about my parents and other think. Just listening about them make me very angry, said Naruto, who then stand on the ground and give his hand to Kasumi so that she can stand up as well. When Kasumi see this, she gives smile to him before she take his hand and stand up. Thanks, Naruto-kun. She thanks him with her angelic voice, which Naruto happy and blush because Kasumi thanking him in sexy pose which make any men in the world pass out. And no problem, Kasumi-chan, said Naruto, who is blushing from the sight of Kasumi's sexy pose. So, what are you going to do now? You are not a shinobi of the village anymore, Naruto-kun. Kasumi asked to Naruto, who was currently thinking about what he should do right now. Well, if you asked me, I even don't have idea what should I do about it. I mean, I know that in less than a year Kakashi will kick me out of the ninja program, probably after the Chunin exam, but to him do this right after passing the Genin test, it will set back a lot of plans. He answered to her question who nod her head at this. She also know that Kakashi may try something but she also not accept him to do this right after the team is formed. Well, technically I say, I didn't even accept him to do that. For what I accept from him is to spend more time to teach Uchiha and that bitch while leaving you to fending yourself or try to stunt your growth by teaching you a wrong technique. Even when you were on the missions, you did some good job, then he will give all your credit to his Uchiha while try to blame you on many think like not listen to the senior officers, fighting with your teammates and many others think. And like you said about the Chunin exam which was going to happen in Konoha in next 6 months and nominate your team, and when you were on the final with Uchiha, he will ditch you to train his precious Uchiha. When the Chunin exam is finished and his precious Uchiha was promoted to Chunin, he will disband the team and then he will kick you out from the shinobi program. But to do this, I don't even know what he thinking. She said with sign, then she flood her both arms around her breasts which make them bigger. When Naruto saw that his face turned red. Naruto-kun, I think he is still mad at you for what you did 3 years ago. When Naruto remember about the certain incident which has happened 3 years ago which make him laugh whenever he remember about that. Naruto still remember when he was a kid Kakashi was assigned by the Sandaime Hokage to look him, but whenever mob was trying to beat him he did next to nothing to stop them. All he do was just sit there and listen his scream while mob is beat the shit out of him. He only stopped them when they were going for the killing blow. After beating by so many time and crafty security is providing by one of his guards, he got mad and decided to teach him some lesson. The lesson which make Kakashi enemy of all the women and the girls in the Konoha, or to extend Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire. After that incident he quit the guard duty of Naruto and don't even show his face to the public for next 6 months. When he come back he resigned from the ANBU and become Jonin to train the next generations, or more specifically to train Uchiha. I think it is not about that incident which happened nearly 3 years ago, Naruto said. It's something else, and if what I think is right then it's council, or more specifically shinobi and civilian council was the one order him to do it. You know how he listened those 2 council member when it comes to me, or more specific to us. He said to her who also thought about this, then she nod her head. You are right when you put it that way. Those 2 sides of council I never understand what they really want. First they takes every control of the academy, form the Hokage after Yondaime was dead, and then change every schedule by lowering the standards, and now you become ninja by passing the academy 3 basic jutsu which required low academy level chakra and control, and because of this they making Konoha forces very weak. They are completely depend of the clans who train their clan members some of their advanced moves which was high genin level when they pass out the academy. If in future all those clan leave the village, then this village becomes same as the minor villages. This village losing its strength all because of those Sandaime, shinobi and civilian council. It's only matter of time before other villages saw what the Konoha is become today now. Kasumi finished her explanation which is completely agree by Naruto. Not only that those civilian council see me as you. They think that I'm QB and thinking that by killing me they killed you, but they forget about something, that if they killed me then you're free from the seal and crush this village because they won't have Yondaime Hokage to stop you, and you can only seal inside the Uzumaki clan member due to their chakra reserve and their own bloodline. While Shinobi Council think that if they get rid of my emotion then they will turn me into mindless killing machine, by doing that they can control me and to extend you, but they forget about the working of the seal, that my emotion is the one who keeping you inside my body, and if I don't have my emotions then you can come out anytime and destroy this village whenever you want. Naruto state that which Kasumi, she is the QB in human form, also agree to her because she know how Uzumaki's sealing work when it come to the bijou which is powered by their own emotions. If the emotions of the person is strong then seal which contain the bijou is also strong, but if their emotion is weak then seal is weak and push person into the madness before the bijou break the seal without even difficulty. Whatever the civilian and shinobi council think about us is not matter right now. All the matter is that what we do so that we can re-enter the shinobi program to become shinobi so that you can become stronger like my previous hosts. She said, then smirk appear on her face before she continued. And don't forget that I want strong mate who is strong as me Naruto-kun. She finished in her teasing manner to Naruto, who was blushing form the embarrassment when he hear it. I know why you are talking about, and I promise that I become very stronger than you, so that no one can harm you or the other of my precious people, so that no one can harm them. He said stutter a bit before he recover and give her foxy grin, then looked at her who was now blushing form the way he said and smile. And beside we can't do anything other than wait for them to show up. All we can do now is just go to Hokage office and find out what is the reason one I Cyclopes kick me out of the ninja program. When he finished, Kasumi is able to control her blush and nod her head. "Do you have any idea when they are coming back?" she asked. "Well, I don't have any idea when they are coming back. But for last ladder they will soon come here. Maybe end of the week or 2 max it take for them, and when they come we may have to use plan B on the matter." Naruto replied to her. "Okay, let's go. The meeting is about to begin in 1 hour, but after fixing this training ground. After that we can leave this ground as soon as we can." She finished and then used fire affinity to burn all those training ground completely. After that Naruto went though some hand seal then finish it while clamping hand together. "Mokutan, Jukai Koten, deep forest creation," he said, and trees starting to emerge from the all over the training ground with grass also growing on the training ground. After it over, Kasumi nod her head to Naruto before she gone in cloud of smoke. After that he then take out the scroll from the shuriken pouch on his back and open it. When he open it he then channel his chakra on the seal which bring his same pair of orange jumpsuit which he wearing it. After changing in new clothes, he then burned his previous clothes with fire jutsu, then he brought down the barrier around the training ground. Before he left he made one clone and tell him to go home while he go to the Hokage office. 1 hour in the Hokage's office. Currently in the Hokage office where various Jonin instructor was present there and now waiting for the Hokage to show up so that they can give report about which team is pass or fail their test or not. Through no one notice other than single pair of eyes that there was someone also present there, but they let it go because she know who it was. Every Jonin was talking among themselves regarding their own business. Soon Sandame Hokage come in the room and sit on his chair and looked at them. He saw nearly all the Jonin sensei are present her as well other Jonin except the certain Cyclopes which he was not surprised and know very well that he will come on later. He then clear his throat before he speak. "So everyone her except the Kakashi. Well, he will come later. So let's begin which team pass or which team failed." He asked the Jonin sensei, to which every Jonin come one by one in front of him and begin to tell him. "Team 1, fail. Team 2, fail. Team 3, fail. Team 4, fail. Team 5, fail. Team 6, fail." Then the woman who is around 19 was come forward. She was very beautiful woman. She has long black untamed hair reaching her upper back, and very unique eyes that are red in color, with an additional ring around them. She wears makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyes shadow. She had all the curve in the right place with luscious D-cup breasts, slim waist and toned legs. She wore a red mesh armor blouse with only right sleeve visible. Overall, this is very broad material which resembles bandages with a pattern on it similar to these of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages, and she wears the Konoha handband on her head and regular shinobi sandals. "Team 8, pass," said by the woman in cold voice. "Can you explain about how they got past your test, Yuhi-san?" Hokage asked, to which she nodded his head before telling him.
Hi Hokage-sama.
"When I meet my team I learn lot of thing like Kiba-san is a hothead who don't even listen to the others and ordering around others. He is quite the ignorant guy. If I compare his ignorant to anyone I think he match up with Uchiha-san form his class. Shino-san is calm and cool who is always think logically before he do anything, and last is Hinata-chan who may have some issue for confidence other than that she is good rather than other of his teammates." She paused for a second then continued. "The test I give them about is to track the target and grab the intel, then rush back to the checkpoint, and they have to do it without even getting caught because if any of them was captured then they failed the test and sent back to the academy. I also tell them that the target is among the 5 location and they have 6 hours which I think gave them the lot of time. When the exam was start thing didn't go well for him the start. Kiba-san want to rush target and finish the test as quick as possible. He didn't even think about the traps were set up around the target. Shino-san on other hand want to make a plan regarding how to reach the target without even activate any kind of trap in there and backup plan if primary plan is failed. When Kiba-san hear this he was anger at Shino-san and tell him to shut up, follow him like without even question because he is real alpha in the village. With that he left for the fake location while Shino-san just stood there for a moment then leave to find the target, leaving Hinata-chan alone. When both of them left she then stood there and look at both of them for few seconds while try to come up what she do. After some time she then used her Byakugan to check them. After that she then go to where the main target was. But before she reached there she stop and hide in trees and wait for the other member. It take nearly 3 hours to reach her location. She stopped for the moment so that everyone absorb what she told. After they regroup. Again, both Kiba and Shino are arguing about their plans, but Hinata-chan is able to stop their pointless argument and shifting their focus on test, and soon they pass the test. Kurenai told them. But when the test was over, Kiba-san ignorantly say that he can pass the test without even need help, how alpha male he is? And many more thing before I stop him. For what I saw, this team may work as a tracker team, but this team need lot work, especially Kiba-san, to get his head out for whole alpha thing. She finish her report regarding her team. Well, that's good, Yuhi-san. If thing is well, then they will make an excellent tracking team. Sandame said happily, to which rest of the Jonin also agree with him. Kurenai didn't say anything but small frown on her face, which didn't go unnoticed by the Hokage. When he saw Kurenai face, he didn't understand why she making this kind of face, so he asked. Do you want to say something, Yuhi-san? He asked to her. Kurenai at first when he asked the question, but when she looked, the Hokage won't leave her until she tell him. She signed before said, Hokage-sama. The thing is that I don't want this team. Hokage and other Jonin was taken back by her sudden replied. They won't understand at the first because she was the one who asked the tracking team, and Hokage give her the very same type team which is good for tracking. Hell, he even give her favorite student she wanted to train when she was graduate. So what caused her to say she didn't want this team after they passed their genin test? He need to find this about. He quickly recover before anyone in the room and ask. Yuhi-san, what cause you that you don't want this team? Is it tracking team you want to train? Or are they able to pass your test but won't stand your expertise like you thought? He questioned her so that he can understand what got here into. No sir, they did well and also stand up to my expectation, but the thing is, she tale of before finishing it. Thing is what, Yuhi-san? He asked/demand. But the thing is that the team 8, which consists of Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata, is not the team I want. The team I want is Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto. She replied his question, which surprised them. When she replied it, she got all the Jonin which was present in the room. Are you kidding? Look. Hokage himself was also look surprised as well, but before he asked the question, so one beat him. Why do you want that D-boy in your team instead of Kiba? Kiba is formed the Inuzuka clan and he even have his partner. They even able to track the enemy, easily form the tracks, and with him on the team with Aburame and Hyuga, you got very perfect tracking team. I don't see how that boy was good for the tracking team. Question came behind the Kurenai, and look at the Jonin who asked the question. He was tall man who was around same age as Kakashi, with brown eyes, olive skin, short black hair and a bread. He was wearing the standard Jonin outfit with sash that had the kanji for fire marked on it around the waist, a pair of black bangles and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. When he finished it, all the Jonin was also agree with him because the Inuzuka clan was known for tracking and the brute strength, but they were really good at the brute strength than the tracker. They are better at the tracking because they have their ninken. Due to this, it was ideal choice to choose them as a tracking team. Asuma-kun was right, Yuhi-san, so please tell me, why do you want Naruto-kun in your team in place of Kiba-kun? He asked her again with serious expression on his face and said that tell me the reason before I lose my patience. Look he gave her. Not fearing the look Hokage give her, she turned on her Ice Queen mode, which she has put since she graduate from the academy because she never gone out date with any man and take her shinobi duty as very seriously to become very strong. She looked at Hokage for a moment before she turned to look at the Jonin who now name as Asuma with narrowed at him for a moment before she turned around and again look at Hokage. Why I want Naruto-san is for 3 reasons. First, Naruto-san can use Kagebunshin no Jutsu, which is B rank Kenjutsu, forbidden jutsu, which required the Jonin level chakra reserve. If the user don't have required, then user will die from the chakra exhaustion, but Naruto-san case he can use this jutsu because of massive chakra reserve due to his problem, and these clones also send the information we know to the user after they released or destroyed. Another reason is that if he was on the team and we were behind the enemy line and want to immediate extraction, then Naruto-san used his clones to confuse the enemy. Also with him on the team, we can also have 2 type of team in one is tracking assault team, while Kiba-san put in team 7 was named as pure heavy assault team. The last reason is, he can even help Hinata-chan for her lack of confidence because she like Naruto-san not the level of other fangirls in academy, and with him on the team Hinata-chan become very strong than Kunoichi in future. That's all I want to say. She tell her reason behind the team which she wanted. When other jonin listen her reason that can't help but agree with her because Kagebunshin no Jutsu was used for the scooting and the way Naruto used it, he create hundreds of clones without even pass out form the chakra exhaustion, and with him on the team they have tracking as well the heavy assault team, while Kiba with Team 7 will give them a pure heavy assault team. With this they have excellent team. But there is one problem in the plan is that no one like Naruto, and they also don't want Naruto to get stronger. Hokage also agree with Kurenai when she put up these point, but the thing is these teams was formed by the shinobi, few clan head and himself after discuss with each other for hours. They agree that Naruto was put in Kakashi team and he will teach him next to nothing so that Naruto won't get stronger for them and easily control him. Sandame signed before he look at the Jonin Kunoichi before he speak. Yui-san, I also agree when you put it that way, he said and got small smile from the Genjutsu mistress. But the thing is I can't give the team that you want. And smile is gone now. The thing is me and elders formed the shinobi council discuss about this for hours before these teams formed, and let me tell you something, we also agree with these teams they will become very strong if not stronger than any other team since Konoha is from. So Kurenai, your request for the Naruto-kun in exchange of Kiba-kun in your team is denied, even it may help the girl on your team, and I'm sure if you give Kiba-kun a chance then he will bring out her shell, and make her stronger like you wanted. He finished. Kurenai form her part didn't react or show anything form outside like very calm person, but inside she was anger at Hokage as well as elders. Why is he pressuring me to keep that mutt in my team, and why he say that mutt can help with Hinata-chan problem? There is something going which I don't even know. Whatever is it has something to do with both Naruto-kun and Hinata-chan. All I can do is to wait and find out what that monkey, Sandame, is planning? She thought in his mind before she nodded her head to him. When Sandame finished he saw that Kurenai back to her previous position while Jonin named Asuma stand in front of his table where Kurenai just standing few seconds ago. Team 10 pass, he said in happy tone. Can you tell me Asuma-kun how they do? Old Hokage asked to Jonin. Yes dad. Well, when I meet the team I saw they are completely opposite with each other. Ino-san was acting like a bossy and she is a fangirl. Shikamaru-san is a lazy person just like his father, and if he is anything like his father then he is very smart for his age but lack in motivation. Chuji-san is a powerhouse in a group, but he is kind kid and eat lots just like his clan. He said before continue. The test is to all of them have to hit me at least one and they pass. When test start Ino-san attack me which is followed by the Chuji-san while Shikamaru-san was lay on the ground and looking at the sky. When I ask he why he not attacking me he said that there is no way he nor his teammate hit him even if they work together as a team because you are a Jonin while we are the Genin. Only way we can hit you if you let us hit you, and we know very well that you won't let us hit you no matter what we try. It's so troublesome to do so I just lay there and enjoy seeing the grass while you test them. After that he went back to see Cloud watching. He paused and see that Hokage along everyone just sweat drop on the back of their head. Some of them just shake their head about Nara respond while some of them just say lazy Nara and some of them chuckle about the whole thing. Hokage himself sweat drop and chuckle about the laziness which ID running down all the Nara males. He himself see all the time how Shikaku was always lazy when he was on the council meeting, heck sometime he was there for the sleep. So Ino-san decide to take action against him. She go to him and said something in his ear. When she finish and leave him all I saw Shikamaru-san panic like he has seen ghost or something. After that he quickly regroup with the team and form the plan. After forming the plan they quickly resume their attack, and after some time Shikamaru-san is able to catch me and they pass the test. He tell them. Good. Now we have second generation Ino Shikacho. Asuma-kun train them well. He order his son who knowed his head. Hokage saw that Kakashi hasn't come here, so he was about give order to one of his ANBU to bring him the meeting room, but suddenly Kakashi himself arrive in the office. He just stood there with his orange book in his hand, but what they caught their attention was that he have one Konoha headband in his other hand. They all know that it was rare that any Jonin arrive in front of Hokage because whenever it happen it means that someone must be thrown out of the ninja program. Before anyone even say anything Kakashi speak. Team 7 pass. Kakashi said, who's still reading his book. All of the Jonin look at him widen to their eyes. Kakashi, the laziest Jonin in the Konoha, passed the team after failing so many team in the past. All of them talk about themselves after minutes or two, all of them silent by the Hokage. Kakashi-kun, can you tell us how they pass your test? And also tell us whose headband is this that was on your hand? He asked to him, but what he really want to know whose headband was in his hand. He just hoped that he didn't do anything stupid, because if he did, then all the plans which he make long ago it will be ruin. He just hope all things was right. Of course, Hokage-sama. My team, or should I say Sasuke-sama and Sakura-san, pass his test with flying color. While Uzumaki didn't even do anything to even help his teammates. Even when Sasuke-sama tell him that in order to pass this test is to work together, but he just spat on his face and tell him to shut up and he won't need his help in order to pass his test. After that, Uzumaki come to me but was knocked out with low level Genjutsu, which was even more pathetic from his academy level. After I knock him out, Sasuke-sama with Sakura-san attack me. Sasuke-sama, who used his clan-style taijutsu and fire jutsu, with Sakura-san, who provides support with her Genjutsu. They were work so good together, so I having hard time to holding back when I was about to get serious time run out. So I tie Uzumaki kid to the training post and give my food to his other teammates and also tell them don't share lunch with him. After I left, Sasuke-sama and Sakura-san want to share their lunch with him, but again, Uzumaki kid just spat on his face and tell him that he don't want any pity from them. They try to reason with him, but no matter what he won't listen, so I have to come out and pass the Sasuke-sama and Sakura-san while I fail Naruto and take his headband along with throw out form the ninja program. He unfit to become ninja of the village because of his behavior. He tell lie who's still reading his book. When he finish all jonin except the Kurenai was anger at Naruto due to lie which is tell by the Kakashi is that the Naruto disrespecting the Sasuke when he asking for the demon help to fight the Kakashi, and again when Sasuke was sharing his lunch with him but he disrespecting him again. But all of them glad when they hear what Kakashi did to Demon Brat. Still they won't satisfied with the punishment which is given by the Kakashi. They want more. So they all shout about what they did Demon when they see him for what the Uzumaki kid do to Sasuke. This go around for few minutes before old Hokage start leaking his killer intent which shut all of them. When everyone calmed down, he released his killer intent and look at them dangerously before he turned his gaze at Kakashi. He didn't say anything but to look at Kakashi with narrowed eyes. He didn't even said anything for the few minutes before he signed. Are you sure, Kakashi-kun, that you knock out Naruto-kun with E-rank Genjutsu? Because from the academy report he may have problem detecting D-rank jutsu due to his reserve. It hard to believe that he was knocked out by the E-rank jutsu which we used against first-year academy level student. Not only that, your report regarding his behavior towards the Sasuke-kun. Are you sure Naruto-kun disrespecting Sasuke-kun in any way that you describe? He asked Kakashi while glaring at him, but Kakashi stood there calm while inside he was sweating like crazy because old Hokage know very well why he failed Naruto. He just hope old man by his fake reason, because there is no way in hell he was going to train Naruto anything. Hell, he even allow him to let him be ninja of this village.
Hai Hokage-sama.
Kakashi said. Well, if that the case, then we have to find the replacement form his place. Hokage said to him who nodded his head. And sir, there is more I want to say regarding Uzumaki punishment. Kakashi said. Hokage looked at him with raising eyebrow before he speak. What do you want to talk about regarding Naruto-kun punishment? He asked curiously. Hokage-sama, for the punishment of Uzumaki, is not only he was throw out form the ninja program, but I also want you to apply chakra blocking seal on him so that he can't access his chakra, and as well mind blocking seal because he know the B-rank Kenjutsu. So that he can't use to pran dash. He was about to said more, but Hokage raised his hand to stop him. Whatever punishment is that you want to give Naruto-kun was discussed in the tomorrow council meeting. Now I want everyone leave the room except you, Kakashi-kun. I just want to talk to you about something in private. He told everyone in the room who slowly leave them. Kurenai glare Kakashi dangerously for few seconds before she left the room. Even Anbu also left the room when Hokage signaled them. After room is empty and making sure that no one is in the room, old Kage decide to spec first. Okay, Kakashi, why the hell you decide to throw Demon Brat out of your team? Not only that, you even throw him out of the ninja program as well, you want me to apply chakra seal so that Demon can't use his chakra. Hokage, who now showing his true color and as well angry at Kakashi. Hokage-sama, I know you are angry at me for what I did and also what I suggesting it, but he stopped speaking and not sure how he said it. But what, Kakashi? You asked me all those years ago that you want to teach Sasuke-kun, so I agree with you on one condition. Demon will be placed on your team in order to make demon weapon for the village, which we want since the village is formed by stunting his growth by providing next nothing training. If I'm right, you agree with it. But now you just do one thing which me nor others was agree the thing you just did. You don't even slid idea what you did, Kakashi. Old Kage asked to his jonin, who look at him with puzzle before speak. I know that I agree with you years ago that demon will be put in my care so that I can use him as a cannon folder so that Sasuke-sama will be get strong, but the thing is when he used B-rank Kenjutsu I was mad because he learned that jutsu which Sasuke-sama unable to learn right now and not even able to use it like demon using it. This make my blood boil and showing of in front of Sasuke-sama that he was better than him and if he stay in my team for long then, he may become stronger somehow which I don't want it. That's why I throw demon out of ninja program. He tell Hokage who looking at him like he was crazy, but before Hokage say anything Kakashi continue. Not only that civilian council are also order me to throw Naruto out of ninja program if he somehow able to get past the graduation exam which highly impossible or other means. They paid me for this so in other word I doing my job Hokage-sama. He finish his explain about the reason why he kick out Naruto. When Hokage hear that the civilian council was the one who order Kakashi to do. He give question look to the Kakashi before he asked, "What do you mean civilian council order you to do it?" Well, Hokage-sama civilian council won't like the way demon pranked to them, so they got mad and decide they will do hurt him where it hurt him the most. So they decide to hurt the demon dream to become the Hokage. He tell why civilian council get involved. So now I understand why they went silent regarding the demon study in the academy in the council meeting. They planned this all long ago about this. Hokage said to himself while using one hand to run on his head. He signed before speak. How much they paid you? 20 million, he tell. Okay, I want half of the money on my account within a week. He order him who knowed his head. You can leave now. Now I have thing about how to make demon proper weapon of the village. Old Kage said. Kakashi quickly leave the room without even saying anything. After Kakashi left the room old Kage again signed before he take out the book form the drawer and start writing about the event about that happen. After finishing writing he then read before he closed the book and put it where I take out from. Then he left the room without even looking back to the home. When Hokage leave the room Naruto decide to come out from the hiding place and look at the room for a bit. He then moved to the Hokage table before he stopped in front of the table. He didn't do anything just stand there and look at the table. So that's why Cyclopes throw me out of the ninja program because civilian council order him to do it as well as they pay him. Well it's matter not all we have to do is use the plan B. I just hope they arrive soon before things get out of control. He say to himself before he leave the room form the secret door which is used by the ANBU and go to his house. Konoha main gate. It was evening where sun was going down where people of the village was coming back from outside so they can go to their home while ninjas who were guarding the village who checking everyone who was entering or leaving the village, others ninjas patrolling around the walls surrounding the village so no spy can get inside the village. Not far away from the village main gate 3 people who wear the white cloak which cover their entire body from head to toe which didn't show anything. They were moving in a civilian pace toward the gate. One of them was tall while other 2 was short. The tall one stopped moving just when they reached the village gate followed by the others and look at the village for some moment before tall person said. It's been long time since I been here. Chapter 1, Meeting with the Family. Last time on Naruto the heir of the Rakuto Sannin. Konoha main gate. It was evening where sun was going down where people of the village was coming back from outside so they can go to their home while ninjas who were guarding the village who checking everyone who was entering or leaving the village, others ninjas patrolling around the wall surrounding the village so no spy can get inside the village. Not far away from the village main gate 3 people who wear the white cloak which cover their entire body from head to toe which didn't show anything. They were moving in a civilian pace towards the gate. One of them was tall while other 2 was short. The tall one stopped moving just when they reach village gate followed by the others and look at the village for some moment before tall person said. It's been long time since I been here. With the unknown group. It's been long time since I been here, said tall figure to himself who was looking at the village gate. The figure saw that village is just same as the last time when he left the village but he also know something might have changed because last time when he officially leave the village it nearly 1/4 of the village was burning. Other 2 who was behind the tall figure who listened his sudden said to himself was looking at him confused but they quickly understand what he was referring. Both of them don't know much about it but they know enough that tall figure have some history with the village. So they don't said anything, they just stand behind him and leave him in his thought. Soon tall figure was come out his thought and saw that some group of masked ninjas and BU come in front of the pair of village guards sitting on the checkpost and talk among themselves for few minutes and left the duo after taking report from them. Figure also saw that the duo was nearly by themselves, but other ninjas was also near the location, but they were still far away from them to even listen to him and them. So the figure moved towards the duo in the checkpost to enter the village, which is followed by others. Pair of village guards was having normal day. They just sit on the seat and checking everyone who enter or leaving the village like every day. Few minutes ago, group of ANBU was checking on them to make sure everything was right. After making sure everything was alright, they left quickly them with their report. After they left, they sit their seat. One of them quickly bring out the cards to pass their time because guarding the village gate is a very boring duty. They were about to start their game but stop when they saw 3 o'clock figure heading towards them. So one of duo stand up from his seat while other take out the register while keeping his hand above on the secret button which will alert the ANBU unit near the gate just in case. They just ready themselves for their usual activity, not even aware that lot of thing is going to change in the village. Welcome to the Konoha. Please remove your hoods, shows your IDs, tell your name and state your business in here, asked first guard to the 3 o'clock figure when they reached to them. Instead of removing their hoods from their heads, they just stand there do nothing. First guard saw this and think they didn't hear him, so he was about to ask them again but stop when the tall hood figure move his hand in his clock. Both guards saw this and they got tense to think the tall hood figure reaching to the hidden weapon to kill them. Both of them about to alter the whole village when hood figure moving one of his hand towards them but stop when he presents some IDs. Both of the guards saw this and relax a bit while taking a breath. They didn't think that they holding their breath. First guard take IDs from the hood figure and hand it over to his partner who take it. First thing he noticed when he saw the IDs is all 3 of them is actually a females. Tall one is the mother while other 2 were her daughter who standing behind her. Other think he noticed that tall hood figure have an IDs of Konoha Kunoichi, while her daughter have the IDs of civilian of the Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire. But the third thing second guard really notice is the name of the Kunoichi, which he don't recall it and now in confused when he saw this. He guarding this gate nearly for the last 10 years and those years he now every single Kunoichi in the village but never saw her on that time. Still something telling him that he saw her few time in the village and not to mention her name which he hear it somewhere but can't remember it, and no matter how hard he try to remember her name it doesn't even ring any bell. He think this whole situation as a mystery and one think he like is solving the mystery, and right now Kunoichi is front of him is a some kind of mysterious woman who was in front of him who claim is a Kunoichi of the village. So in order to solve the mystery he have to look for the old record. He got up and looked at them for few seconds before he said, "Please wait here a moment. I just need to check something. It's only take few minutes." He tell them and got node from them. Seconds guard moved back at the stand and where they store the old register of entering and leaving the village. He then take out few-year-old entry and try to find her name but found nothing, so he moved to other and got same result. After searching for few minutes he still didn't found it. He was about to give up but saw one of the book is still left, so he sighed himself before he pick up and start searching her name once again. After searching her name he find her name there and saw she left the village week after the Kyubi attack with her 2 daughters nearly a week old. Now this thing confirm it that she was one of the Kunoichi of the village, but still there is a think regarding her name he needs to found out. He then flipped the book and saw old bingo book which was attached to the book. It was one of the hobby of his senior who was posted here before him until he die in mission outside the village with his squads. His hobby was to attach bingo book with the register in order to remember the every powerful ninja of the villages on that time. Second guard now search her name and found her name there, and when he start reading it his face starting to lose his color, and in the end of the reading his face now turn into a pale and scare for what he read inside the book. He then reread the whole thing 2 times more to conform it what he reading. In the end everything he read about her in the old bingo book is conform his suspicious, and now he crushing his stupidly for not remember her name. He then slowly turning his head to look at the 3 females and his partner. He saw his partner who was looking at him anger and curious. First guard was anger at second guard because he take his sweet time to conform their IDs, and first was curious about what he read that make his face color turn into pale and sweating heavily when second guard looking at the 3 of them or more specific tall hood figure. Second guard on other hand was busy debating in his mind reading how to deal with her who back after so many years. He now starting to pray God for help him in this situation. He know that one wrong move or said anything by him and his partner will end their life with the flick of her wrist. He quickly recover himself and start moving towards them. He quickly move out from the stand and come in front of them. He quickly look his partner and tell him to come out and follow his lead, and also send him a no matter what keep your damn mouth shut, or say anything wrong and we are good as dead look. First guard saw his friends send his various look, and he know very well he only send that look when there was important person was in front of them, and due to his partner look his head was saved multiple time. 6 years ago when the fire daimyo advisor came in the village by hiding his identity for inspections, he didn't recognize him and said many things bad to him when his partner was not there at that time. But when his partner came he quickly recognized the advisor and tell him who really was. The advisor was so mad that he was about to give order to kill him, but due to his friend's quick thinking, he tell the advisor with few lies why he do that. When advisor hear this he forgive him but not give him wearing that he don't do that again. But right now he was confused at why his partner was sending him that look right now, but he so as he said and follow him. Second guard saw his friends come out from stand, so he quickly shift his focus at the three-hood figure. When his partner was right behind him, he gulped before bow in front of three-hood figures. Please forgive me for not recognize why you when I saw why your IDs. Second guard stuttered because he currently scared of the tall hood figure woman who was standing in front of him. When first guards hear his partner stutter, which caught him by surprise. He working with him for nearly 6 years, and all those years he never stutter. The only time he stutter when daimyo advisor was come in village suddenly, and on that time he was disguised himself as a common civilian so he can inspections the village. When he saw him bow in front of those three, it make him more curious regarding those three hoods figure and really want to know who they are, and he was going to find out about them who they are, but right now all he can do is keep his mouth shut. Hood figure on other hand doesn't show any concern when the second guard bow in front of her and her daughters. All she do was slight nod her heads. Second's guard then raise his head, but he's still nervous. He then saw tall figure didn't want to say anything to him, so he speak again. Anyway, welcome be back to the Konoha. It been 12 years since you and your daughters left the village. Second guard welcoming them. After that he hand over their IDs, which woman took it from him and put in her clock. After putting IDs she look at them before she speak. Can you tell me something before I enter the village with my daughters? She asked them with neutral voice. Both of the guards look at each other for seconds before they look back at her. Before the second guard ask her, first guard beat him. What do you want to know? He asked to them rudely and got glare from his partner, but he paid no attention to it and focused on the woman. When is next council meeting? She asked them with same tone. Why do you want to know? First guard again asked her rudely and now got even more glare from his partner. His partner quickly come behind him and cover his mouth with his hands while laughing at them nervously. Sorry about my friend rude behavior, second guard said to them. He then turned his head towards his partner. Will you shut up your mouth for a few minutes? If you don't shut you damn mouth, then you are going to get us killed. I know you want to know about them, but I can't right now. I'll fill you in after they left. He whispered to him in his ear and look at his friend who nod his head. After that second guards look at them again. Anyway, the next council meeting was going to happen in the tomorrow at 9 a.m. He replied her question and free his friend. He saw hood woman slightly nod her heads. After that she entered the village followed by her daughter. They were just few feet away from the duo when the guards saw trio stop and look at them. They then saw that woman is signal them to come to her. Both of the guards got confused at this and look at each other with puzzle face, asking question each other what is this about, but both of them shrugged their shoulder and moved towards her. When near her, second guard asked it if something is matter, but she beat him. Before I go, I want you to do something for me, she said in a motionless voice, which put both of the guards at edge and now wondering what she really want for them. So in order to find out, second guard decide ask her. What is it you want to ask? Asked second guard politely. I want you do not to report the Sandaime Hokage about me and my daughter's return to the village. I'll notify them tomorrow at the council meeting, and before you said if you don't tell the Hokage regarding me in the village will got you two in trouble. Well, you don't have to worry about it. I take care of it by myself. She tell to both village gate guards who was looking at her with unsure expression, which didn't go unnoticed by the woman, so in order to make her point to them, she decide to add few more point which make them agree with her without even question. Before you decide anything among yourselves what to do regarding this situation, I had few more word which I like to add. She said. Now both of them look at her then among themselves before they look at her again. If I found out Sandaime, the council or anyone else know about me and my daughters in the village. She paused for a second and starting releasing killer intent on both of them. Both of them terrified and saw that they were going to die 1,000 times. They are the only one who feel her killer intent, while her daughter and other people who were away from them didn't even feel her killer intent. Before they can think anything else, they saw a woman was looking at them dangerously, even they can't able to see her face due to her cloak. "I'll kill you," she said in dangerous tone by adding more killer intent which scare shit out of them, and now they shaken like a leaf. The killer intent they feel from the woman is at least the Kage level killer intent. Do this, they were on their knees and starting to try to breathe, but her killer intent make things difficult from them. They then saw a woman take one step towards them before she said, "Do I make myself clear?" she asked them dangerously. Both of the guards wanna said something, but no matter what, no sound is coming out of them, so they did only thing is nod their heads rapidly. Woman saw this, she stopped releasing her killer intent on them. When the killer intent stopped, both of them starting to take breath rapidly. Woman saw this but didn't mind them. She then turned around and make her way toward village followed by her daughters. On her way she said to them, "Remember that what I just say." She warned them again without even looking at them. She need to move fast because they were expecting to meet someone before they meet with other person who she didn't see him for last 6 years. Soon they were vanished among the civilian. Back on the check post, both of the guards were still trying to catch their breaths. They saw 3 hoods figure disappear among the people. It take few minutes for them to stand up, but their legs is still shaking. Second guard then start moving back to the stand so that he can sit on his seat and so he can relax himself and catch his breath properly. Second guard hear something and turn his gaze and look at his partner for few seconds before he spoke. "What?" second guard asked. He didn't hear what his partner said, but he have some idea what he said. First guard was still in shock, but he recover enough so that he can able to speak. "What was that?" he asked to his partner, who look at him confused. "What the hell was that? How can someone release that level of killer intent? I thought only Hokage-sama can able to release that kind of killer intent. Not to mention it didn't feel like killer intent at all, it was completely different. It felt like someone put 1,000 pounds of weight on my shoulders and it was crashing my whole body from within," he said. After then he looked at his friend before he continue. "And you on other hand act like that she was some kind of daimyo or something like that after you check her IDs from the old records. Who is she and why you said why the hell we even listened to her for not telling Hokage-sama and the council about her that she is currently in the village right now with her 2 daughters. Not only that, she even threat to kill us if we tell the Hokage-sama and the council about her," he asked/demand to his partner, who's starting to rub his head when he was starting to feel headache and think about how he answer his questions. He then sighed and before he answering his question, "If you want to know, all you had to do is go back there and open the page I leave bookmark on the page," he tell his friend, who glare at him few moment which his partner ignore it. After that he move at the back stand where old record book was placed. He saw a lot of book was on the table and most of the book was put other side of the table together, so he concluded that those book don't have record. He then saw one book in the middle of table. He then grabbed the book and starting to examine it. He didn't need to find it because when he opened the book it showed the same page which his partner placed the bookmark. When it opened it he read the name of woman and frowned because he can't remember the name at first, but after thinking about some minutes he remember it. His face also lost its color and mumbling about something for a few seconds. "And no way," he said to himself before he looked at his partner, who now looking at him. Please tell me it not her," he asked him and hoping that it was not her. Second guard sighed before he nodded his head. "It was her," he answering his question. First guard mouth open and close for some time before his mouth completely shut. He then silent for few minutes before first break the silent. "We have tell them," he whisper. Second guard hear it and look at his friend confused. "Tell them what and who?" he asked, but he have pretty much idea what he was talking about, but he still want to hear the question from his mouth. "We have to tell the Hokage-sama and the council about this," first stated. "We have to tell them that she returned to the village now and her daughters with her." Second guard hear this and jump from the seat and look his partner. "Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear what she said before she leave? She said if we told Hokage-sama and the council about her and her daughter in the village, she will come for us and killed us. Not only that, we know how powerful she really is and there is no way in hell we can survive if we fight her. Hell, we won't even stand against her for 2 seconds. He state. "I know what you say is true, but I don't think she was that strong. I mean, it was 12 years now she became weak by taking care of her daughters all these years, and I'm sure that Hokage-sama can easily defeat her if she did something wrong," he said to his partner, but saw his partner who give him "are you crazy" look. You should have listened yourself before you decide something. Like you said, it been 12 years before she leave the village with her daughters, and all those years she taking care of them, she maybe become getting weak, but so did the Hokage-sama. He tell his partner before he continued. You know that it was true. He may be strongest shinobi in the village right now, but he was also getting old. He may be strong but not strong as he was during the Third Ninja War. It only matter of time before he can no longer able to carry the duty of Hokage and will be retire again. I know it. You know it. We all know it. But like you, many don't agree with it. He paused again before continue. One more thing, if Hokage-sama and that woman fight each other, I don't think Hokage-sama can defeat her. Let alone he can't hold her much longer before he was overpowered by her. She was lot stronger than Hokage-sama, and her killer intent was proof of that. He stated. After listening, the second guard word first guard was not agree at first, but when he thought about it he saw what his partner want to say. Since the QB attack, Sandame never trained hard in his life. He always in his office doing either paperwork, assign missions to the team, or meeting with the council, and because of this he can't even spend his time with his family, and now he was getting weak. During this time he saw Sandame only anger at one time few years ago. On that time, he feel his killer intent, which was lot, but it was nothing when it compared to this woman. Not only that, but he was getting old, and he may continue the Hokage duty maybe next 3 or 4 years for now if nothing bad has happened. While on other hand, this woman who was away from the village with her daughters for 12 years, and during that time she taking care of her daughters and train them as well, keeping them safe from the other villages. During those times she may not train like she did all those years ago, and due to this she may become weak, but still she was strong, who can take out full battalion without even problem. One more thing which he couldn't help it but think that she may be holding back, and thought about how strong she may be. Just thought about it made him uncomfortable and hope that he imagining it. There is no way she can't be that strong. If he only know, he wouldn't even thinking about this. After some time, first guard understand what his partner want to said, but one thing is still bothering him, so he asked. So what we do now? Second guard thought about it for few seconds. He sighed before answering his question. All we can do now is keeping our mouth shut in this matter and hope nothing is wrong happen. He tell his friend. But if we do that, then he want to say something but was interrupted by his partner. Let me finish up first. Second guard said. We can't tell the village about her and her daughters here in the village right now, and like she said, she are going to tell the Hokage-sama by herself in the village. If my guess is right, then she was going to tell them at tomorrow council meeting, because all the clan head, civilian member, and shinobi council member as well Hokage-sama will be present in there. He stated. After that both of the guards silent and returned to do their duty, but they couldn't help it but think about that what would happen at tomorrow council meeting. They just hope meeting that is going happen tomorrow will be finished without any incident. 1 hour later at the shopping district. It's been hour since they entered the village, and now they were in shopping district. For past hour they were looking for the shop where they were going to meet someone who were going to tell what going on here in the village while they gone, but they unable to find it due to the lot of civilian were at the street. They can easily find out if they jump on the rooftop, but they decide not, because if they do then other shinobi will starting to suspicious on them, which they don't want it right now. Other thing is that this shop is new and was near the clan district, but where it is they don't have any idea, so they just looking around it and hope to find it soon. After searching few more minutes, they finally able to find the shop and enter it. When they enter it they saw every seat in the shop is filled with civilian as well the shinobi, but they find that one of the seat was empty on the back, so they quickly move it and sit there. After few minutes one of the waitress was come to them. She quickly put 3 glass of water in the table as well as 3 menus so they can order something to eat. After that she leave them so that she can attain other customer. All 3 of them look at the menu for few minutes to see what they were going to eat. They then saw same waitress came to them. She bow first before looking at them and speak. Welcome. How can I help you? She asked while putting smile on her face. Woman look at her before she speak. I want 3 plate of dango stick with 3 tea if you please. She told her order and saw waitress take out pen and pad, form the uniform and start writing it. Anything else, ma'am? She asked to make sure if they want anything else. After writing their order she looked at the woman who wear the clock while her face was hide in the hoods as well as other 2. That's all. Woman said to her with small shake her head. After that waitress nod her head before she leave them. After she left all 3 of them start look around to make sure no one spying on them. They saw every single civilian was taking among themselves while shinobi who was in the store was paid small glance at them for few moments before turning back. 3 of them disappointed at the way shinobi of Konoha due to the fact that anyone can come in the village while war clock which covering their head with the hood so they can't see their face. If some spy or any other suicide squad was able to enter the village they may able to the information of the village or that they either hit the village important parts like the civilian, clan, shinobi district, ANBU headquarter or the Hokage tower or any other place they able to destroy these place then lot of people ending up dead which may weaker the village. The least they do was keeping eyes on them but instead here they are getting drunk, flirting with women in the shop or other things. But on other hand they glad that they are doing this because if they even paid at least moment of attention then they will suspicious on them with the way they clothes do this they keeping their identity hidden at a moment. But they keeping their senses at alter. Soon they sense someone enter the shop but who she hide in the shadow. Shadow figure was moving towards where the 3 o'clock figure sitting. Shadow figure then come behind the tall woman who back was against the wall while her daughters was sitting in front of her. Her daughters tense a bit when they saw shadow figure was behind their mother and they were about to attack her if their mother haven't signaled them to stop. Both of her daughters saw this and stop and slightly nod their heads but they still keeping eyes on them as well anyone who may be hide in the shadow like her. Woman sensed the shadow figure before she enter the shop. She even identify the person by sensing his or more specifically her chakra. She know very well who she is and let her come behind her. When she saw her daughters was tense a bit and was about to attack the shadow figure she stopped them which her daughter comply. She then look around at shop and frown because no one is able to sense the shadow figure enter the shop. She then slightly turn her head toward the shadow figure before she speak. You need to work more in your stealth. Before you try to sneak on me. She whispers to the shadow figure who didn't say anything think at first but after few seconds she speak. After all those years still can't sneak at you, sensei. She whispers to hood figure who happened to her sensei. You're 100 years too early to sneak behind me. She teased a bit. But I'm impressed that you able to sneak on the shop without even alerting those ninjas which was here in the shop and those ANBUs who was patrolling the village right now. She said in proud voice. And for what I can see that your skills is improve and you also become very strong since the last time. Shadow figure slightly nod her head. Thank you sensei. She whispers. Long time no see Yugi-chan. How are you? She asked shadow figure who was now identified as the Yugi who was student when she was still in the village. I'm fine sensei and it's good to have you back sensei. You didn't have any idea how much we miss you and before you ask about how are others doing then don't worry. Everyone is fine and they are also become very strong than any shinobi of the village but it was hard to keep our level hidden from everyone in the village as well as old monkey who keep an eyes on us time to time. She tell her sensei who understand what she said. Old Monkey Hokage was a man who don't like to see that anyone was stronger than him, and if he found out about them then he will do anything to keep them under control. Before they speak more they saw a waitress come back with their order who put them on the table before she speak. Here your order ma'am. If you need anything just call me I'll be there in a seconds. She said with smile on her face before she ran to other customers. They then stay silent for few seconds while eating some dangos with tea. Shadow woman couldn't help but chuckle a little when she remember something before she speak. It's good think that I decide to meet you here because if SHE was here at a moment and she have to stand in here while looking at the sensei who was eating dango while drinking a tea. If you ask me it will be torture for her and before you finish it she will come out from the hiding and blow your cover in front of the village. She said with chuckle and her sensei could help but chuckle as well when she understand who she was talking about. Then it was good thing that you come because if SHE was here then I might eat these dangos in that manner that may got her anger at me before she launch herself to me and do anything to eat those dangos. I still remember that time when I tie her to one of the training posts and eat her favorite dangos in front of her. When she saw this she was try everything to free herself before I finish it but no matter what she can't get out. After I finish her precious dangos I free her and next thing happened was she launched towards me and wanna beat me for eating her precious dango. No matter what she try she's still unable to beat me. She remark and remember the purple hair girl with brown eyes who she used to teasing her by eating her dango in front of her while tied her with one of the training posts. She do that when girl wasn't even listing her and try to prank on her. So in order to make her listen as well as teach her some discipline she do that time to time. She sighed before think. I missed good old day, she thought. Now I want to know how she was doing. I mean all those lesson which I give was to make her act like a good girl, not like some crazy psycho girl. If I find out she was not a good woman but to turn into some crazy, psycho and bloodthirsty woman, then no one can save her this time. I mean no one. She thought more before she had. And who knows, maybe this time I even enjoy even more than before when I punish her this time. At the dango shop, purple hair woman was eating the dango happily after finish her work at the interrogation and torture. Suddenly she stopped eating and sneezed. After that, sudden chill ran into her spine. Why do I feel like someone is going to kick my ass pretty badly? She thought herself before her eyes fell on her dango. And why do I feel like whoever after kicking my ass she was going to interrogate me by eating my precious dango in front of me? More thoughts starting popping on her mind. She then thought about who could be the person who could do that. After thought few minutes she remember it and her anime tears coming out from her eyes. When Yugi hear this, she was trying herself not to laugh, but in her mind she was rolling on ground while still laughing. She then start imagine how her sensei was going to torture her purple hair friend and again start laughing in his mind while keep rolling on the ground. She then starting to feel sorry for her friends and pray that her sensei was not going hard on her. After few minutes she was able to control herself and saw her sensei and her two daughters was still eating their dango. She was brought out from her thought by her sensei. Well, joke aside, she said before putting her cup on the table, and now come to the important business. I want to know what happened in the village since the last time I was here, she asked to her student. She thought about few minutes before she speak. Since you visit the village 6 years ago, a lot of thing happened, but I don't know where to start. She started and thought about before she speak. Oh, I know where to begin. Before you come to the village, I found out that Sandame was the one who organized all those mobs attack on Naruto-kun before he was kicked out from the orphanage. When he was on the orphanage, he ordered the matron to not feed him proper food but enough so that he can live, and he also ordered him that no one in the orphanage become his friends and encourage them to beat him by giving them prize. Sandame even passed the law that no one is allowed to adopt him because if he was adopted in the clan, then those clan power was also increased, while civilian can't adopt him because they were unable to provide him better environment which he only get in the orphanage. Sandame thought that if they beat the Naruto-kun then he was become weak from the body and fear the people of the village when they beat him, but his plan was failed due to some clan like Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Kurama, and as well some of the shinobi who helped Naruto-kun time to time. When Old Monkey found out that they helping Naruto-kun, he called council meeting before he slips information to the civilian council member that the clans and some shinobi was helping Naruto-kun, so they passed the law and tell everyone in the village that no one allowed to help Naruto-kun when he was beat by the mob, and tell the civilian council that they will not hurt Naruto-kun no matter what. When Naruto-kun supporters hear this, they don't like it, but they still help him. Naruto-kun was attacked by the mob after the meeting was over, where clans saw this and quickly stopped those mobs for attacking him. When Old Monkey hear this, he didn't like it and placed heavy fine on those clan as well small amount of fine on the mob, but in reality he awarded them. When shinobi was helping Naruto-kun, they were assigned to the border patrol. When Naruto-kun turned 4, Hokage ordered the matron to kick out Naruto-kun from the orphanage. Naruto-kun spent nearly 18 months in the street, and during that time he was eating food from the garbage while sleeping in the street. During that time many clans saw this and tell the Hokage about Naruto-kun condition, but he tell that he was still in the orphanage and the kid they saw was someone else. He even warned that if they helped Naruto-kun in any way then their clan was going to pay the price. Despite this, clan leaders agree with him, but they still want to help Naruto-kun, so without even Sandame knowledge they start helping him. They provide foods when Naruto-kun was alone, they treat his injuries, provide some clothes, they even let him sleep him in their clan compound during the night. They even teach him how to read the book and write the sentence. Also they teach him how to take care of yourself. Due to this, he able to survive those time in the village. After 18 months, Old Monkey decide to help Naruto-kun and hope that he now easily able to submit his will to him, but saw that Naruto-kun will was even stronger than before. He was angry at this and give him the apartment in Red Light District where he can easily keep an eyes on him with his ANBUs as well his crystal ball. After that, Sandame increased mob attack on Naruto-kun, and during those mobs attack Hokage-sama was there to see him get hurt and enjoying himself. When he thought they were about to kill him, he saved them so that he can gain Naruto-kun trust, and Naruto-kun act like that he trust him but he never trust him. After the mob's beating, he tell the Naruto-kun no matter what mob do, never hate the village for what they do to him and try to forgive them. If he do that, then everyone in the village may be understand him and love him. Naruto-kun act like he may forgave the village, but in his mind he never forgave them. After you paid visit Naruto-kun 6 years ago and give him some scroll to improve his skill Hokage-sama, put him thought the academy and tell him if he became Hokage of the village in future then everyone in village respect him which he really want that before he meet you. Hokage then order the academy headmaster to sabotage his training, so he become dead last of the academy which headmaster did as he told. During the Naruto-kun time in academy old monkey paid visit time to time and nearly having heart attack when he found out that Naruto-kun was prodigy in Fuinjutsu art of sealing. And there is now way he want him to learn this skill, so he passed the law that only clan member as well Chunin level shinobi was allowed to learn the Fuinjutsu. When Naruto-kun found out he was pissed off at old monkey and want to know why he don't learn it. Sandame tell him that Fuinjutsu was a very difficult and most dangerous art and if he do anything wrong then he will hurt himself or innocent people of the village. After that Naruto-kun shift his focus on the Kenjutsu art of sword. And he was learning very well but again he was stopped by the old monkey and said that in order to learn this skill he have to find the proper instructor who can teach him because he may hurt himself which he didn't want it. When Naruto asked for instructor he said that village don't have many Kenjutsu user and those are still here in the village were busy so he can't provide him but he tell him that if he want to learn Kenjutsu then he have to wait until he become shinobi of the village. Few months later Sandame informed by the headmaster regarding Naruto-kun growth. When he hear this he was not satisfied at this. So he assigned 2 instructors who hate Naruto-kun most in the village into his class. Those 2 were Yumino Irika and Mizuki. They were assigned in same mission but with different parameters. One who is act like the bad instructor to him while other is act like his big brother figure, so when he asked who take which role then Mizuki act as a bad instructor to him while Irika wanna act as a big brother figure so they can learn if Naruto-kun was doing any kind of secret training. During the time in academy they teach him next to nothing and they kick him out of the class if he do anything wrong. After the class Irika try to act like big brother. He even treat ramen in his favorite shop so that he may find out what he doing after he leave the academy. But Naruto-kun know all this about. So he act like the way they want like a baka, dobe and orange wearing jumpsuit who don't have any kind of skill while keeping his real strength hidden from them. Nearly a week ago there is graduation exam happen in which Naruto-kun was failed the test. He was alone in academy when Mizuki approached to him and tell him about the fake makeup test which help him become genin. All he need to do is sneak into the Hokage tower and stole the scroll of seals without anybody notice and meet up with him in the forest. Naruto-kun know it was fake test but decide to act like it as he was told and stole the scroll. In the forest he learned Kagebushin no Jutsu, shadow clone. Within an hour. Irika find him when he learned the Kagebushin ask him why he do that. Naruto-kun act like a confused boy and told him why he do that. When Irika learned this, he was shocked to found out that Mizuki was the one behind all this. Before Irika do anything he was injured by the Mizuki and told Naruto-kun about the Kyuubi but didn't tell him anything about Sandame plan because if he told him about the plan then Sandame kill him there. Irika saw this Naruto-kun was break down at the news so he quickly act like his brother figure and told him he was not Kyuubi. After hearing this Naruto-kun quickly beat the shit out of him. After that Irika gave him his headband and grant him to become the ninja of this village. She then paused and saw that her sensei was absorbing every word that she spoke. After that she continued. Yesterday they were assigned in a team. Naruto-kun was put with the Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura under Hatake Kakashi. After they assign in a team they have to wait for their sensei for 2 hours before he show up and take them to rooftop and ask them to introduce themselves to each other. After introduction he tell them about the meet him today morning for the genin test and not to eat any food. Again he show up 2 hours late and start the test. Where they failed the test but he give them another chance which they passed the test and become the genin of the Konoha. She said before she was interrupted by the woman. So you tell me that Naruto-kun become the genin of Konoha? She asked question to her student who nod her head. So can you tell me about Naruto-kun teammate as well his sensei and how their relation with Naruto-kun? Also tell me how they passed the exam? She asked. Well, first is about Uchiha who lost his mind since his whole clan was massacred in front of him by his elder brother Itachi. Due to this he set up his goal to become stronger so that he can kill him. When village hear that he was only survival, they then start treating him like he was prince of the village. Civilian council gave him anything he want like give him food which is very high quality, clothes, weapons for the shop in very low price. They even order the academy that no matter what Uchiha they must teach Uchiha everything even change his number in exam due to this he become rookie of the year. They even told to their girls try to win the heart of Uchiha so they can marry him but Uchiha didn't even mind them and focus his attention on getting strong or more specifically, he want to learn high level jutsu as quick as possible. He always tell Naruto-kun is a clan-less loser who is nothing compared to him and always fight him to prove his superiority over him as well in the class. When the test was start he hide himself in order to observe him. After see enough he start attacking him with his family taijutsu, also used one C-rank jutsu against him, but he still was no match to his sensei. Next is girl of Haruno bitch, which you quite know since academy. She was carbon copy of her mother except her hair color. When she was little Naruto-kun save her form some bully who was making fun of her forehead. After that they became friend, but it was end soon when her mother found out that she was friend with him, so she tell her break her friendship, keep away from him because he was monster in human form. When she hear it she break her friendship with him and start calling him monster and said many bad thing about him in front of everyone. When she joined the academy her mother told her to hit Naruto-kun head with all her power whenever she get the chance, because if she do that then Uchiha start noticing on her and maybe they marry him in future. Due to this start hitting him. Her mother and father even changed the academy pattern and tell her if she top in her class then she was placed in his team when they passed the academy. She did what her mother told and become book smart, but she was not top in her class due lack in physical strength, so her mother bribed them with her body. When her daughter turned 10 she offer her virginity to other council member so that she can gain excess money. After that Sakura start selling her body to the various civilian member as well as all her academy instructors so that she can still have top rank in her class. She even have sexual relationship with Kiba, and you don't believe this, she even sleep with Sandame various time. Today when her sensei was taking test she was the first who was knocked out within a 5 minutes by him. He was disappointed at this and tell her to drop the shinobi program. When Sakura hear this she was scared. So in order to keep herself in the team she bribed with him by strip her clothes. When Kakashi saw her naked, he accept her offer and have sex with her for 2 hours while he send his shadow clone keep other busy. After the sex he told her that in order to stay in team, he will sex with her whenever he want, which she accepted without any problem. After that he switch with his clone so that he can resume the exam. All she do in exam was had sex with her sensei. Next is Hatake Kakashi, who was lazy, pervert and asshole who keep reading his erotic novel in front of everyone. He was considered a very powerful ninja in the village due to him be the last surviving student of the Yandame Hokage and also have Sharingan, but if you ask me he was at least a low Jonin level when he not using his Sharingan, but when he using it he was reach at the high Jonin level. When Yandame die he rejoined the ANBU and stay there nearly a 10 year before Sandame Hokage pull him out, so he can train Uchiha Brat when he awake his Sharingan. During his time in ANBU he was assigned to guard Naruto-kun from the civilian, but he never keep an eyes on him. When mobs attack Naruto-kun he either sit back enjoy the beating or join with them. Whenever Naruto-kun hide from the mobs he led them to him and they beat him more brutal than the last time. He only interfere when they are going for the kill. When he was pull out from the ANBU old monkey give him 2 mission. One is to train Uchiha Brat everything he know as well train Haruno bitch, while his other mission was to keep an eyes on him as well not to teach him anything so he can't get strong. Even if Naruto-kun did any kind of training which make him strong then he make him stop so that he will remain weak and humble to the village. During the bell test he wanna hit him so badly which put him hospital for nearly for week, but he held back because if he don't then old monkey will be angry at him. Even Naruto-kun did pretty well in the test, he tie him down to training post and order them not to feed him. When he was left Uchiha Brat and Haruno bitch eat their food without even look them. They were about to finish their food when Uchiha Brat give remaining food to him and tell them in order to pass the test they will need his strength. Haruno bitch wanna argue, but when Uchiha Brat said that she totally agree with him and was about to feed him if not Hatake stopped them. He then passed them and become official Team 7. Before he dismissed them he quote, "Those who break the rule are trash, but those who abandon their comrade are trash." These were the word that he spoke in order to work as a team. She explained and saw Hood woman try to process every detail that she spoke. She may no see her face due to Hood, but she know very well that her sensei was mad about so many things that she learned from her. She then sighed before she was going to tell her next thing, which HEW sensei may not like it when she hear it, but she need to tell her in order to use as her advantage in future. "Sensei, there is more," she said once again, brought her sensei out of thought. When she saw she got her attention and gave her to signal to go on, she sigh again before speak. After they become official Genin team. Kakashi then look at Naruto-kun before he rip his headband from his head and hit him face before saying that he was not his student due to his grade was lowest in the academy which he ever seen, or his grade is lowest among the whole element nation. He even said that he didn't graduate like other to become shinobi, but Sandame allow him to become shinobi, and no matter what he never seen him as a shinobi of Konoha. He also said that during the bell test Naruto-kun have no talent, skill, tactics or plan to take the bells from him and rush towards the enemy head-on with the clones to overpower him. He even said that if he let him stay in the team, he only become hindrance to the Uchiha growth, or if he spend his whole life to teach Naruto-kun something he doubt that he may learn anything from him. After that he tell Naruto-kun that he was going to drop him from the shinobi program and his chakra was going to seal so that he can live as a civilian. He also said that he was not going to become Hokage, but Uchiha brat may become fine Hokage unlike him because Uchiha brat was from the founding clan of the village while he was worthless clanless loser. After that he leave him without even looking back at him. During the whole thing his formal teammate didn't say anything when their sensei was saying these things. After their sensei left, Uchiha decide to speak where he rant about nobody want to train him. Even if there was someone he's still a loser and no matter how much Naruto-kun try he's still no match for him. He then said that he do him bin and Uchiha make him prince of the village do this everyone in the village like him, but when it came to Naruto-kun everyone hate him. Uchiha brat also said that after he achieve his ambitions he will take his dream and become Hokage. After that he also leave the training ground. When Haruno bitch or whore saw her crush was leaving the training ground after saying few word to Naruto-kun, so she also decide to follow him and speak her peace of mind to him where she tell him that she never like him and always hate him when she was kids because Naruto-kun was nothing like her Sasuke-kun and no matter what he was nothing compared to him. Due to this she never go on date with him because he was clanless loser and if he was last person of the world she never go out date with him or any other girls in the village want to go out with him. She even threat him that if he ever come between her and Uchiha brat then she kill him. After that she hit him on stomach and head with all her strength so that it may damage her brain which may kill him. After that she leave him alone to follow Uchiha so that she can ask go out date with him. Few hours later all the Jonin instructor was assemble in Old Monkey office where he asked which team pass or failed. Again Kakashi was not there when he start the meeting. After listing all Jonin instructor he found that only 3 team passed the Genin test. Before the Kakashi joined the meeting Kurenai-chan have some issue related the assigned team which Old Monkey asked him what kind of issue where she told him that the team that she requested was not the team she was given. The team she was giving was made up of Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata, but the team she want was Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto. When Sandame hear this he wanna know why she want him in his team instead of Inuzuka Air who was more suited the type of team she was requested. Where Kurenai-chan explained it if Inuzuka was in her team then it will only tracking team and it may prove some problem in some types of mission where they need some manpower in which they only have Inuzuka brat who act assault type while others were support type which put their team at disadvantage. While Naruto-kun on her team then it will be tracking assault team when he used his clones who scout the area or used to distract the enemy when they need immediate extractions. Also by him on the team also help Hinata-chan with her lack of confidence. When Old Monkey listen her opinion he also agree with her but he don't allow it because if he put Naruto-kun on her team then he may learn lot of thing which he don't want it and tell her that he as well Shinobi Council discuss regarding these team for hours before they formed it. After that he returned to the meeting. Kakashi arrive after every Jonin tell the status about the team and how they pass his test where he tell everyone lies about how the great Uchiha and the Haruno whore pass his test flying color while Naruto-kun failed the test due to knockout from E-level Genjutsu. Also he even tell that he disrespect Uchiha brat. When Uchiha give his food to him and he was stubbornly don't even accept him and keep disrespecting him do this he kick out Naruto-kun from the shinobi program and unfit to become ninja of the village. After that Old Monkey dismissed everyone except the Kakashi where they both do to some talking regarding Naruto-kun. I don't know what they talk about but I know Old Monkey may have talked Kakashi action against Naruto-kun. She finished and after that she talked some breath. Hood woman listened everything spoken by her student and was now anger at the thing is learned due to this her hands was shaken and she was close enough to break out but before that happened she felt pair of hand was grab on her hand. She then saw her both daughters were put their hands on her to try to calm down while their faces cover like her but she can easily saw that they were concerned about her. When she saw this she quickly closed her eyes and tried to take some breaths which calm her anger. After controlling her anger she opened her eyes and looked her daughters with small smile on her face before slightly nod her head. Her daughters saw her nod and they also nod back before they removed their hands. After that both of them returned to keep an eyes on the shop. Woman then sighed before she speak. Is there anything else? She asked for making sure nothing else happened. Shadow woman thought about few seconds before she spoke. That's all sensei, she said. Thank you very much Yugi-chan for all the information that you telling. Also helping Naruto-kun when he need it. I don't know how I can even repay you and others for all the thing you do to keeping him safe. She thanked her student. It's nothing sensei. You don't have to thanks me and others. We can't just sit and saw those people of the village was beating kid for what have QB was seal in him or the higher ups in the village was doing to make him humble to village, so when they ask him anything he will do it without asking any questions to them. Beside, I'm sure if you were on our place you also help him, or should I say if you know about him to be alive then you will protect him from the old monkey with all your power. So like I said, you don't have to thanks me or others. She tell her sensei before she look at the time before look at the hood woman and continued. I have to go sensei before anyone found out that I was missing from my house even through my shift was finished nearly hour ago. Sorry about that sensei that I can't spend more time with you even I wanted. She said before prepare herself to leave the shop. Hood woman nodded her head and said, It's okay Yugi-chan. I also want to spend some time with you but it have to wait for other time. I also have other things to do at a moment. See you soon sensei, she said before taking her leave. You to Yugi-chan, Hood woman said to her student and saw her leave the shop before she continued to eating dango. They stay at the shop for few minutes before they also stand up from their seat to leave the shop. They just reach the front door of the shop before all three of them sense the some chakra. Two of them didn't identify this chakra but for some reason it felt familiar to them. While Hood woman on other hand know very well whose chakra is this and felt that it was coming other side of the shopping district so she quickly moved towards the source. Flashback 1 hour ago with Naruto. Today was not Naruto Day. First he was kick out shinobi program by his sensei because he was paid by those damn civilian council member and old monkey didn't do anything besides want his share from him. After that he quickly leave the Hokage tower. He appear in his apartment without anybody notice it was him. When he reached his apartment he quickly dismissed his clone and returned what his clone was doing. After few minutes he go to kitchen to eat some ramen but found out all his ramen was missing, even his secret stash was also missing. Even he search everywhere he didn't found out where they go. After that he check his secret security seal which he put on the apartment which tell him who enter his apartment when he was not in here. When he check it and found out that Kakashi was sneak his apartment in morning while he was wait for him at training ground with his team. He saw that he take all his ramen with him before he leave his apartment. After saw this Naruto was anger at his formal sensei for what he did and making plan to make him pay for what he did today. He then sighed before he take out some money from the other hidden stash to eat some ramen at Ichiraku Ramen Bar. When he reached the shopping district he saw mob which was assigned by the old monkey to beat him number of time in past was there. When he saw them he know very well why are they there and what are they planning, so he quickly leave the area but mob follow him. He quickly used every shortcut or every hiding place that he know where he can lose at them but they keeping following him with the help of Abure member who used his bug to search him. With his help mob able to keep tracking him. Do this Naruto keep running from them but mob starting catch up with him. He then start running down the street to lose them but found out that few shinobi was there. Before he can do anything they quickly surround him. Naruto know very well that if he's still shinobi then they can't do anything, also he can fight back without even worry about those stupid civilian council member, but now he lost his shinobi status thanks to his sensei. If he fight them then those civilian council member will try to execute him on a bogus charges for simply defending himself. So the only thing he can do was raise his chakra level in hope someone will come for his rescue. He then saw that mob bring out various weapon to beat him, so he's starting to act like scared kid. Mob saw his scare look and now become more excited. It been long time since the last beating and they were going to enjoy beating him every seconds. Nowhere to run demon. It time to finally finish what the Yondaime started and end you once and for all and avenge everyone you killed. Please don't. I didn't do any of that. I'm not the QB. Naruto pleaded frighteningly as he was cornered by the mob. Save your pleads for someone else, monster. This is for what you did all years ago but also for disrespecting Uchiha-sama during the Genin test. It time to die. Before Naruto could say anything he was hit by the club on his head. His head was hit to the wall and before he fall down to ground mob starting to attack him. Flashback end. It been few minutes since the mob started to beat him. His body was suffer from many cuts as well, many where blood was coming out of his body, but his wounds were healing and it take few minutes before his body is completely healed. He then saw all mob was backing away except one who was Jonin and have sword in his hand. Jonin then start moving towards him and raised his sword over his head and was going used to remove Naruto head while mob was silently cheering for Jonin to kill him. They were silently cheering because they didn't want to attract any attention right now, but when QB Brat was dead they were going to celebrate and tell whole village he's dead. Before Jonin could bring his sword down to remove Naruto's head, he stopped when he felt massive level of killer intent with some kind of pressure in his whole body. He was not the only one who felt it, others also felt it. Due to this level killer intent, they feel like they are going to die 1,000 times. Before they understand who releasing killer intent, they were on their knees. Civilian can't handle this pressure and starting to lose their consciousness, while ninjas were trying to release their own killer intent so they can stand against unknown enemy, but even they released their own killer intent, they all failed miserably, and before they hit the ground they all lost consciousness. When every single mob is lost consciousness, killer intent also stop and 3 hood figure was come out form the shadow. Those 3 hood figures are the same one who entered the village few hours ago. They then quickly move towards the Naruto who was lost his consciousness due to blood loss. Tall woman saw that his wounds are healing, so she quickly apply her medical ninjutsu on him, which accelerate his healing. After few seconds all his major wounds are healed, but his minor wounds is still need to be healed, and it will take some time to heal all his wounds, but it can be healed later. They have worry about other things at the moment, like hiding their presence to the village right now. So woman and her daughters quickly left the area with Naruto by using Shunshind, body flicker, before the ANBUs come in here. Even though those 4 left the area, 3 conscious while other was unconscious. No one come in that area. ANBU team find the mob after 3 hours when they were patrolling that area. Uzumaki clan compound. All 4 of them shunshin themselves to the Uzumaki clan compound main gate. Uzumaki clan compound was located between the Hyuga and Nara clan, and it was twice big enough as the Hyuga clan. The compound itself looked like new, even no one live in the compound for years who can take of compound. It was because various seals was spread thought out the compound like stasis seals, which protects the whole compound from deteriorating away. Like any others compounds, it has large wall over it to keep trespassers away, and to keep that way every wall of the compound has security seals which activates when someone tries to get over the wall. When someone tries to climb the wall by using chakra, they can't climb it because whenever someone try, they chakra quickly drain at enormous level. If someone able to successfully climb over the wall, they will meet with 1 million volts of electricity. Not even someone with a high affinity to lighting can survive that amount. Not even Reikage. Other seals is Dojitsu, visual jutsu seal who have Dojitsu where they can see through the wall like Hyuga clan, which prevent it from spying on them. This seal. Woman quickly checked the surrounding area if anyone was there but found none. Woman then bit her thumb to draw blood and pressed it against the main gate. There was a poof of smoke and gate unlocked. When the door is unlocked, they quickly enter the compound and door of the compound is close itself. After entering the compound, woman take Naruto with her and put him in a bed in one of the room so that she can heal his other wounds while tell her daughters to find something for look around the compound. After healing all his wounds, she removed some sweat on her forehead and take deep breath. After that she look at Naruto who was still unconscious. Even he is currently unconscious, he still look adorable and pretty cute with whiskers mark on his cheek. She look at his blonde hair, it may be dirty due to some of the dirt was still in his hair, but they still look smooth, so she raised her hand to touch it. When she touched, she felt his hair is smooth but still some rough, so she start running her hand on his hair. When she doing this, a small smile was come on her face. She remember when she meet him all those years ago. Flashback 6 years ago, October 10th. 6 years ago on October 10th, QB suddenly appear inside the village in middle of night when lot of people were either sleeping on their bed or was drunk. When QB start attack the village, lot of people lost his lives. Shinobi of the village was not ready for this kind of attack. Due to this they were slaughtered. All Shinobi can do was to slow down until Yandame Hokage arrive. When he arrived, he take QB with him out of the village with him where he killed the QB, but he also lost his life. That was the official story higher up of the village told the villagers. All this happened 6 years ago and village were recovering from the attack. Now today was October 10th. The village was decorated and celebrating the defeat of QB, as well as paying their respect to the people who lose their life in the attack. So event like this which happen once a year, so everyone is celebrating and partying to their heart's content. Near the west gate, one shadow figure came out of hiding after saw the ANBU's team leave the area. Shadow figure was wear the Konoha ANBU's outfit with kitsune mask. She quickly moved towards the wall but stopped when she was few meter away from it. She kneeled down the ground where strange seal appear on the ground. She quickly deactivate for minute or two so she can enter it. When the seal is down, she quickly move in and climb the wall. Before the wall guard saw her, she leaped down neath the one of the building. After that she hide in the shadow to check her surroundings. Good. I enter the village without the ANBU's patrol or the wall guards notice it, and in a few seconds seal is also going to reactivate. Now I have to move carefully and enter the Uzumaki and Namikaze compounds so that I can take those scroll which help my daughters to become very strong. She said to herself while check her surroundings. When she saw no one detect her, she quickly moved to the clan district where the Uzumaki clan compound while Namikaze compound were behind the Hokage monument. She appeared at the shopping district and was still in the shadow. She saw that whole shopping district was decorated like the rest of the village and where shopkeepers selling many things while people enjoying themselves. She also saw the shinobi of the village also enjoying themselves, but they also keeping eyes on everyone while ANBUs were either hiding in the shadow or rooftop were also looking at the villagers. She studied all those ANBUs and find out among them they were few sensors were also with them, but they still don't sense her. She studied them few more minutes before she the area with anyone noticing her. Even if someone noticed her, then they only saw was her ANBU outfit and think that someone is changing her position. Woman quietly moved shadow to shadow and was near the clan district. Few more building and I'm in the clan district, she said to herself in her mind. Before she continue her way to clan district, she sensed large number of chakra was ahead of her and moving towards her location. She quickly stopped her track and quickly hide in the one of building shadows and awaiting the group. She didn't have to wait much long before she saw a group of people which is made up of civilian as well some shinobi was coming towards her location and saw that they were searching the surrounding area. When she saw this, she thought they were searching for her and decided to leave the area immediate. She was about to leave the area when she noticed few things. First, while they were searching for someone, but whatever they were searching it not her. Second, whoever was she is not a shinobi because they were searching everything where civilian can hide himself. Third, every single one of the group carry themselves various types of weapon like knife, club, spear, empty bottles, kunai and many different types of swords, and most of them was covered in a blood. Before she thought any other thing, she brought out of her thought when she hear one of the shinobi speak. Look, demon went that way. Let's go everyone, we have to kill the demon before he hide himself. One of the shinobi exclaimed, who is pointing at direction other side of her locations. When people hear it, they quickly go to the direction shinobi is pointing. When people leaving the area, they were saying that how they were going to beat, torture and kill him. She also hear them something about QB brat which confused her. So she was about to follow them to investigate it before she saw someone come out from shadows. She looked and saw a kid who was around 5 or 6 years old. He was 3 feet 5 inches and had spiky blonde hair, the bluest eyes, and in each cheek he had 3 whiskers marks. He was wearing a white short sleeves with an orange swirl in his back and black pant, but they were torn from many places. Woman eyes widened when she saw kid, and for some reason she felt like she know her. Woman then noticed his state that his clothes were torn from many places, but what caught her attention was that his clothes were stained with blood. Before she think more, she saw that kid check his surrounding for anyone. When he find none, he sighed before he speak. Thank Kami they left. If that shinobi lead them to another location, then they would have find me and start beating me to the ground. Again. Sigh. I sick of this. Those asshole beat me because they were think I'm QB in human form. They don't even understand the difference between the scroll and the kunai, that I'm a scroll while QB is kunai. They think that when they hurting me, it will also hurt the QB, but no. They were just hurting the innocent child who was also the victim of the QB attack, but now is a victim of the village. He said to himself before he looked at his wounds. I have to leave this area before they find me. Also, I have to take care of these wounds myself because those people at the hospital will not heal me if they saw me there. Even those I know that those wounds were healed by itself by the morning. All I have to do is hide myself in the forest of the death and get some rest. He finished himself before he start running towards the forest of death. Unknown to him, woman listened when he said those things he said and now look at the blonde with shock. He only moved couple of steps before he starting to losing his consciousness. He tried to stay away but do lose so many blood and all the injuries on his body was too much for him and lose his conscious. Before he hit the ground, woman catch him. She saw that he was bleeding heavily from many places, but then saw his wounds were healing itself, and if she was right then she knew who healing his body. So she quickly shunshin to the Uzumaki compound and go inside. She then take the kid in one of the room and place him in the bed and start healing his wounds with her medical ninjutsu. It take few minutes before all his wounds were healed. After she finished healing the kid, she sit on chair which was near the bed and look over to the unconscious kid who was familiar to her. When she looked at Kid, she couldn't help but compare his face to her son who died 6 years ago, and she herself saw his body before she bury him and soon leave the village. But now she is back and found out that someone who is look like his son, and what she hear is correct. Then the QB was sealed inside of him, which is impossible because QB was sealed inside of his son and was long dead, and with him death QB was also lost for 9 years. She even feel QB chakra when she healing his wounds. So the question come in her mind that if her son was dead and QB was lost, then how come this kid who is look like his son have QB inside of him? Is he really his son who she thought was dead? If it is, then who was the kid she buried 6 years ago? So many questions was come in her mind when she thought more but got no answer. She was brought out of her thought when she saw Kid body move slightly. It didn't take long when Kid opened his eyes and saw he was in some kind of room which is not hospital. He also noticed that he was laying on softest bed he ever had, and then he looked around before his eyes land on the Anbu with Kitsune mask who was currently sitting on chair which was near to bed. When Naruto saw Anbu, he thought Anbu was going to torture him, so he tried to get up to escape from here. But his luck, his body didn't even listen to him due to pain he was feeling from the beating he got from the mob few moments ago. Despite that, he tried to move his body so that he can at least sit on the bed. Woman saw this and quickly get up from her chair towards him. She then put her hand on the shoulders to keep him down in the bed. Take it easy. Your wounds may heal, but you still need some rest. Woman said before she saw that he was looking at her suspicious. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you or anything. I'm here to help you. So lay down and try to relax your body, which help you recover quickly. She said to him and saw Naruto look at her carefully to see if she lying him, but so none, so he lay on the bed to rest his body. Woman saw that she move her hand from his shoulder before she speak again. Anyway, if you need anything you can tell me, she said to him, who looked at her few seconds before he opened his mouth. Woman didn't hear, so she went down a little to hear it before she asked him. What is it? Water. This time she hear him, then she look at him. Of course, she said before leave the room. When woman was out of the room, she quickly create one clone who was standing outside the room. She know that no one can come inside her clan compound, and she didn't need clone to guard the door. But the purpose of clone is to keep an eyes on him if he need any kind of help Kid may need, or if something wrong with him, so clone quickly alert her by dispelling herself. When Naruto saw woman leave the room and keep looking for few seconds before he look around the room and try to understand where he was, and saw the room was itself a decent, everything was in his place, and the most thing he saw was that room was clean. Not even the dust was present in the floor, except some blood was on floor and bed, which he know where it came from. Hey Q-chan, are you there? He asked question to QB in his mind.
Hi Naru-kun.
I'm here, Kasumi replied before she speak again. What about you, Naruto-kun? Are you okay? Does it hurt? If it is, tell me where it is, so I can heal you quick. She asked him and ready to send her chakra to heal his body.
I'm fine Q-chan.
My wounds were healed, but I can still feel pain, and that I can't even move my body properly despite I want to. He tell her. Q-chan, can you heal my body enough so I can move my body? He asked her. Kasumi thought about few seconds before she speak.
Sorry Naruto-kun.
Right now your body is not strong enough to handle that amount of chakra. Currently your body is strong enough so that I can heal your wounds, but if I try to give you more chakra so that you can move your body, then it will hurt your body pretty badly. Naruto hear this pout at first, but he understand it what she said. His body is still weak right now, and it take time before his body can handle her chakra without harming him. So he have no other choice but let his body heal like normal way. Even his body still heal very fast without even her chakra. All he need is good night's sleep and his body is healed completely. He then sigh before try to get himself comfortable on the bed. After he get comfortable, he close his eyes, but he quickly open it when he remember something. Q-chan, do you have any idea where we're right now? He asked to her. I can't tell where we're right now, but for what I can sense from inside you that we're currently inside the village, and from the look of it we're in the clan district, but in which clan I don't know, you have to find out yourself. She responds before she thought. Not only that, but that woman voice sound familiar when I hear it, and her Anbu mask are also same as. She thought about it before she trail off when she remember it. Her. She back in the village after 6 years. She thought with small smile come in her face. She was out of her thought when she saw that woman return to the room with glass of water. Woman come in room with glass of water before she lift Naruto up so he can drink water, but she saw Kid didn't drink at first. He looked at the water carefully for a minute or two before he drink it. After drinking the water, she lay him down carefully on bed and put empty glass away before she takes sit on the chair which she was sitting previously. They stay silent for few minutes, not know how to start conversation, but woman decide to broke the silence. "So how are you feeling?" she asked. Naruto hear the question look at her before he answered. "I'm fine, but I still feel pain in my body." Woman nod her head. "Don't worry about it, you will be all right," woman said. Woman then look around room for few seconds before she speak again. "If you don't mind, can I ask you something?" Naruto nod. "How can you got yourself injured?" she ask and got a you stupid look from him. "You are not around the village if you asking this question?" he asked and saw woman shake her head. "No, I was away from the village for long time. I got here few hours ago when I saw you were badly wounded. So I quickly take you with me to my place where I heal your wounds before your life were in dangerous." She tell him half-truth. She didn't want to tell him that she sneaked the village and saw he was hunted by the mob who were act like they were seeking his blood. When she saw this at first, she didn't to know why they hurting the kid. When Naruto hear this, he didn't respond at first but and think about if he tell her why the villagers hurt him. If he tell her the reason, she may hate him for what he hold, or she may not hate him like those villagers. It's either win or lose condition. He thought about few minutes before he sighed and decided to answer her question and hope she didn't hate him. "Well, at first I don't know why they hate me, insult me, beat me, or sometime they even try to kill me, but nearly 6 months ago when I was attacked by few shinobi who want to kill me. On that time I find out why is this happening to me," he said before he closed his eyes and take a long breath before he said, "They were doing this because Kyubi was sealed inside in me." He tell her and open his eyes to look at her. She didn't react at first, but then he hear her gasp, and even though woman still wear her ANBU mask where he can't see her face, but he can still imagine that she was looking at him in shock. Woman didn't said at first when she hear it. She didn't react it when she hear it and try to process it what kid said in her mind. When her mind register it, she was gasp escape from her mouth and she was shocked at this. Did why you said KQB?" she asked him and got nod from. How do why you know KQB was sealed inside in you? Did you talk to QB?" she asked and shuddered and still in shock that what she hear it. She already hear him when he before, but she thought that he may be just imagine thing, but now here he is where he actually saying it. Naruto hear her question give her blank look before he answered her question. "Hi. I speak with her after I escaped from the shinobi when I was sleeping. Where I spoke to QB. He tell her without even care if she hate him or not." Woman then silent for few seconds before she spoke again. What is your name?" She asked his name and paying to the kami that he was the same kid who she thought she lost 6 years ago. "Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto." He tell her without even caring. Woman was once again in shock when she hear his name. Now this confirm her suspicious who was this kid. She didn't believe that her son was alive and now in front of him. "Naruchan," she whispered to herself, but Naruto didn't hear it. "When was your birthday?" she asked in hopefully tone while small tears were coming out of her eyes, but her mask is hide it. "Today, October 10th. I was born 6 years ago." Naruto tell her with straight face while inside he was confused at woman and still don't understand why she was asking him about this. When woman hear it, she quickly leap towards the kid and hug him. Now Naruto was totally lost it. He didn't know what happened to the woman who was hugging him and keep repeating about Naruchan, or my baby boy was still alive, and many more thing while she was crying. He wasn't to get out of her grasps, but for some unknown reason he was feel safe and comfortable. It even lesser his pain in his body and want to sleep there without even worry about anything. It also feel like something which he was missing for so many years. "Love. Who are you, Anbu-san?" Naruto asked to the woman who release him from the hug, but her head is low. She then move her hand towards her mask. "My name is Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina," she said, and boy eyes widen when he hear Uzumaki. But before he can talk, woman continued. "And I'm your mother," she said, and remove her mask from her face before looking at him. When her mask remove, he saw woman has red hair which is tied up in a high ponytail and strands at sides of her face. She also have violet eyes where tears were coming out of her eyes and fair skin. She also wear the standard ANBU dress, which is black ANBU pant with white tape around the ankles. Around her chest she had ANBU chest plate above simple black suit. She had gloves in each arm that covered her entire arm almost reaching her shoulders. On her back she had a standard katana. When Naruto hear that woman in front of him claim to his mother, he want to deny it at first and thought woman want to hurt him emotionally and about to tell her stop lying to him when his thought was interpreted by someone.
Naruto-kun.
She is telling the truth, she is your mother. Kasumi tell her, in which Naruto eyes even more widen and looking at the woman who was crying at him. If she is my mother Kyuchan, then why she leave me here in the village where villagers as well shinobi beat or try to kill me? Is she hate me that because you were seal inside in me like the villagers? He asked to her. I didn't know why she leave the village, but know this, she never hate you, even I was seal inside of you. She love you so much that she can gave her life in order to save you. Kasumi told him. But if you want to know why she leave you, then you have to ask her yourself, because even I didn't have an idea why she leave you in the village. She suggest him and also want to know why Kushina left her new boy son in the village. Naruto then nod his head mentally before he look at her in eyes who was still crying before he speak. If you're my mother, then why you leave me? He asked her, and due to this she stopped crying. Did you hate me because Kyubi was sealed inside of me and wanted to do nothing to me or to dash? He was interrupted by the woman who suddenly hugged him again. And oh, I never hate you because Kyubi was sealed inside of you or any other thing. It just when you were born Kyubi attack was attacking the village. But Kyubi was in control of someone who wanted to destroy the village and your father stopped him for doing it. Your father and I do anything as we could to brought her out of his control, but it was not enough, so your father don't have another choice but to seal Kyubi inside you, but he lost his life in process. I on other hand was recently given birth to you and your other two sisters, and due to this I was weak, and when the sealing was done I lose consciousness. She said before she broke the hug and continued. Next day I wake up and saw my two daughters with me, but I didn't saw you, so I asked the nurse where are you, but they didn't tell me, instead they left to tell the Sandame. When he came I asked him what happened and where are you, but he tell me that you die because your body can't handle the Kyubi chakra and killed you. When I hear this I was broken and started to crying about not only for the loss of my husband but also for you. I cry for you too for few minutes before I asked him to see the body of you too where he brought yours body. When I saw my husband body I understand how he die and cry there for few minutes, then I saw your body and saw the sealing formula which was used by your father was still there, but I didn't understand why you die, but then I thought that maybe your body didn't handle Kyubi chakra. After that I cry on your body but few minutes before he take yours body away and tell me that funeral was happen next day so I should take a rest, and after that he left me. She tell him and let him absorb the thing which is said. After few minutes she speak again. Next day funeral happen where I bury you two by myself with few of my friends were also there. After burying you two I left there and stay at the compound for few days before I decide to leave the village and go to the Sandame, where I tell him I can't stay in here due pain of losing two of my precious people in here, and if I stay it will increase my pain. When Sandame hear this he try to reason with me, but I didn't hear him, and then he allow me to leave the village. After getting the permission I left the village with your sisters and stay at the Uzumaki clan secret hideout where no one come and harm them. She said before she take few breath before continued. Even after I left the village something is telling me you're alive, but I always dismiss the thought and tell myself that you're dead and not coming back, so I distract myself by looking over your sisters. When they reach 4 I start training them in shinobi arts so they can protect themselves. They were doing well until some problem arise few weeks ago regarding their chakra control. So I try to help them with what I know, but that didn't helping it, and I also want to teach something different things which can help them, but I don't have resources with me, and those resource which can help them was in the village. I thought about to coming back in the village with them, but I can't because for past 5 years we were targeting by someone from Konoha, so I made decision and tell your sisters that I leave them at the hideout where they can be safe. After I leave them in the hideout, I sneak into the village so that I can get into the Uzumaki compound as well the Namikaze compound to get some scroll which can help them in their training. On the way Uzumaki compound I found that the mob were looking for someone. I thought they were looking for me. I thought I should leave that area immediately but decide to against it and quickly hide myself so they can't find me. When I was hide I study them and saw they were not looking for me, rather someone else who was not shinobi but civilian. At first I thought they were looking for some thugs or thief, but then I listened when someone shinobi with them lead to other looking. On that time I listened that something about Kyubi brat, which confused me at first because if you die then Kyubi will not appear 3 or 4 years, so who is this Kyubi brat they were talking about, so I decided to follow them, but before I follow them I saw you're coming out of shadow. When I saw you, you were injured very badly, and when you lose consciousness I quickly caught you. At first I want to take you hospital, but I can't take you there because if I do that then I'll have exposed my identity to them, which I don't wanted. So I take you with me to the Uzumaki clan compound where I heal your wounds. After healing your wounds I got good look on your face and saw your face the same as my son, but that not possible because you died 6 years ago and I myself buried you, but when you tell your name as well you said Kyubi was seal inside in you, I quickly know that you are my son who I left 6 years ago in the village without even knowing it. She said and starting to cry again. When she thought about she leave his son in the village by himself where villagers as well shinobi beat him because they think him as a Kyubi. Just thinking about this make her sick. When Naruto hear her, he look at her any sign of lie but found none. He was angry at her leave him in the village while she taking care of his sisters, but he can't because she thought he die on the same night of the Kyubi attack, and also she bury his body, didn't help it either because it not normal for anyone to come back from dead. He wanted to hate her but he can't because no matter what he love his mother, even villagers said bad mouth about his mother and father. And those who said bad mouth about his parents he get them by pranking, so if they bad mouth about them they think twice before saying anything. Kasumi also listened Kushina reason and used her negative sensing skill to make sure she telling him truth. Despite the shinobi who trained to speak lie even in front of censor, they can't lie to her and get away with it. When she used her skill she found out that every word spoke by her is true. She sighed and before she telling Naruto. Naruto-kun, she is telling the truth. Every word is spoken by her true. Kasumi tell him. When Naruto hear his eyes were widened before it back to normal and now tears was coming out of his eyes. Ka-chan. He quickly launch himself and hug her with all his strength. Kushina herself tack back at first, when she hear her son call her Ka-chan, which make her happy. She quickly recover and hug him back. They both stay like this for few minutes before they separate themselves. Kushina then look at Naruto, saw few tears was still coming out of his eyes. So she used her hands and wiped them quickly and give him smile. Naruto also returned her smile with his own. Kushina attention quickly went into his clothes where she saw something, but due to dirt and blood on his shirt she can't see properly, but whatever it is made her frown inwardly. Naru-chan, can you please take off your shirt? She asked him nicely. Naruto first looked at her confused, but he shrugged his shoulder before he take his shirt off, which, when his shirt was off, Kushina suspicious was correct. When Naruto take out his shirt from his boy, he saw his mother look at him oddly before she tell him to lay down on bed without any question. He then saw his mother put right hand on his stomach before he felt something enter in his body and saw some kind of design was formed on his stomach. He quickly looked at his mother before he asked, Ka-chan, what is that? He asked incuriously. Kushina didn't take his eyes off from his stomach but still answered it. Naru-chan, this design is a seal which keeping Kyubi escape from your body. Naruto nod his heads before he saw mother look at the seal. After answering his son, Kushina starting to study his seal. She saw that his seal was working properly, but for some reason she felt like something was messing with the seal. So she applied more her chakra on his body and saw something made her frown and want to go on rampage. She saw there was number of seal apply on his body like chakra blocking seal which keeping Kyubi chakra at bay, so that if Naruto somehow even access Kyubi chakra then this seal will automatically send back Kyubi chakra into his body, but also he can't control his own chakra. Other seal was mind control seal. This seal is prevent him to develop his brain so he can't become smart. Physical seal was also apply on him which keeping his body weak. Tracking seal was also placed in his body so that if he try to hide himself in the village then they can easily track him whenever they want. But there is one seal which made her blood boil, the seal which is used by the Uzumaki clan during the first Great Shinobi War. After that they never used it. This seal is Deathman Switch. This seal is used to keep the prisoner in control so they can't do anything when they were in there. With this seal user killed the person who have this seal in his body, or if the person was leave the certain part of the area. This seal first give them intense pain and tell them to back in the area, but if the person keep moving forwards to leaving the area it will alert the user. By the time person who have this seal on his body able to leave that particular area then she will die there automatically when the seal fully activated. When Kushina see the seal she want to know who applied the seal, so she scanned the seal and try to find out when the seal was placed, and when she got her answer within few minutes and she was not happy. This seal was applied by someone who is never know that he got his hand on her clan sealing. Before she thought more Naruto brought her out. Ka-chan, what is this? Why these seals was all over my body? Naruto asked her in scar tone, which brought out Kushina from her thought. She looked over her son, then seal, then her son. She was debating herself if she tell her son about it or not. After quick thinking she decided to answer his question. Naru-chan, these seal which is all over your body is mean to keep you weak from both body and mind, while your seal on your heart was meant to killed you if you ever become threat to the village or decide to leave the village. For what I can tell you that these seals were applied by the one person who have the some good knowledge in sealing. She tell him and saw Naruto face turn lost his color. Kate killed me? He asked and getting nod. But who was the person who apply these seal on me and for what? Is he try to kill me or want to do something else? He asked. The person who apply these seal on you was the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. And for what purpose which is I know. These seals which is on your body, I can remove it myself except the one on your heart. This particular seal is Uzumaki seal which on stay on the person body until the user decide to remove the seal from the person, which I highly doubt he will release the seal himself, even I killed him, or we can find the key to release the seal. Due to this seal I can't even take you with me to your sisters. If I did, then you are going to die due to dead man's seal which killed you, which is I don't wanted no matter what. She said and saw Naruto was not happy when he learned that he can't leave the village so that he can see his sisters. Even if he did, then he will die and it make his mother sad. But there is a way we can remove this seal. She said and saw her son was looking at him with hopeful eyes. This seal can be removed if the QB is give limited amount of chakra to the seal. If she did, then seal will destroyed, but it will take some time. But how many years it take? I don't know. Naruchan, can you ask QB how much time it will take to remove the seal? She asked and saw her son nod his head before asked question to QB. Ah, Q-chan. He trying to ask but interrupted by Kasumi. I hear that Naruto-kun what your mother said. She interrupted him before continued. So that is why I having trouble to healing your body. Well, I don't have to worry about those seal now because Kushi-chan can take care of these seals. Now let back to the main problem. If my calculation right, then it will take 3 to 4 years for disabling these seal which allow him to move freely in any part of Hi-no-Kuni as you want, but to completely remove the seal it take 5 or 6 years. So that if the old monkey decide wanted to kill Naruto-kun, then his seal will not activate it. She said. Naruto then tell Kushina what Kasumi said. After that Kushina start removing other seals in his body. It take few minutes before she remove every single one of the seals on his body except for Deathman seal. After that Naruto feel himself tried, so he went to sleep and Kushina decide to sleep with him, but not before she summoned her partner and tell him that it will take few days for her to back to the hideout, so that he can take care of her daughters, which he did. Flashback end. Next day Naruto woke up and thought it was dream, but when he saw he was same room he was before, he quickly look around and saw his mother was sleeping beside him. He then quickly hug her, which make her wake up. After that Kushina make breakfast for him, which make him very happy, and tell her that her food was very good. Kushina then spend few days with him. During her time in the village she get to know her many thing about him, like what he really liked and hate. He even tell her about his real friends which he meet with them when no one looking at him. Kushina also tell her few things about her sisters and what are they like and disliked, and how much they become strong, which made him also wanted to get strong as well, so when he grow up he can protect them, which made Kushina happy. He then asked her to train him for while she was still in the village, which she did. First thing she did was unlock his chakra and found out that his chakra level is high academy level for the Uzumaki standard, but when it measure with the Konoha standard then he has high genin level chakra. She then teach him those jutsu which was required him to become the Konoha ninja. She found out these things when one night she decided to sneak in the academy and found out what kind of thing they were teaching, and when she saw it, she was disappointed and shake her head. On same night she also sneak into the Namikaze clan compound and get the thing which she need to train not only his daughters but his son as well. After that she come back the Uzumaki clan compound. When she teach him those academy jutsu, she know very well that few thing he can't do it due to his massive chakra reserve, and the same thing was said to his sisters as well, so she teach him 2 types of clone. One is Kagebushin no Jutsu, and the other is Chibushin no Jutsu, blood clone. She tell him not to use these technique until he don't have any choice, and also don't used in front of the people. During her time she also meet few friends who was taking care of him and got to know few things like what happened in the village. She even meet with her old students who was taking care of him time to time. On her last day Naruto asked her 2 things. First is to remake those seal on his body which was on his body so that no one can get suspicious on him if he ever hurt by the mob. Kushina don't want to do that, but when Naruto tell her that all she need to do is made those seal and Kasumi can take care of them. After arguing many minutes she did it. Second thing is that he asked her not to visit him for next 6 years, which Kushina was made at him, and asked him if he hate her for leaving him for first 6 years alone, but Naruto calm her down and explain her that if she come back to village time to time then someday someone will get suspicious on him and tell old monkey about this, and they have no idea what he may do to him. So Kushina heavy heart accept his reason that she will not visit him for next 6 years, but before she left she tell that she will come back when he was graduate to academy. After that she leaves some scroll regarding sealing, taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu and few scroll regarding namikaze as well Uzumaki clan technique. She wanted to give him more thing but Naruto stop her. After that she leave the village. When she back to hideout she tell her daughters what happened and boy both of them were shocked and happy that they have big brothers who was alive in the village. They then asked her if they can see him but she tell them that they can't right now because his brother was keeping their identity safe from the bad people who was hunting them for last couple of years. Both of them was saddened when they hear it but their mood was changed when Kushina tell them about that their brother send little message from them and the message was to get stronger. After they hearing it both of them totally focus on their training, so that they can become so much stronger that no one can hurt their big brother. Kushina then saw her baby son started to stir and his eyes were opening and closing rapidly. When Naruto eyes was fully open he saw he was the same room when her mother take him 6 years ago. He then saw her hood figure was seating near him. His sensor skill already tell him that 3 person were around him. 1 was with him while other 2 were in different room. Out of 3, he only able to identify the one of the chakra which was near him. He look at the hood figure before small smile come in his face. Ka-chan. He said happily to the hood figure who lower her hood and saw her mother face was same as 6 years ago. When Kushina hear his son said, Ka-chan, tears was coming out of her eyes and quickly hug him which Naruto returned as well. After minutes and 2 both of them separate. Kushina then saw her son was alright since the last time she was here but frown when she saw his state of his body. He was short for his age as well his body was not in top shape like he didn't eat good food for many days. Just look at him make her made but suddenly she saw something. She raised her eyes when she was look at him until something click on her mind. Genjutsu. She muttered and saw her son give her foxy grin when he hear her answer. He nodded his head before answering it. Hi, but it was reinforced by the seal, he said. When I use genjutsu who show my 10 years old body with less developed but I can't maintain genjutsu whole time so I made and apply this seal on my body which keeps the genjutsu. Even Hyuga or Uchiha clan member can't tell them if I used the genjutsu or not. Even sensor can't detect that I apply genjutsu over my whole body or if they did they can't release this genjutsu until I want. The only drawback of this genjutsu is that I can't use any other genjutsu when this seal is active. Same can be said by the clone which I send them when I was training myself in the Uzumaki clan ground. He finished tell her before he take out the small piece of paper from his kunai pouch. This is the seal I used to reinforce the genjutsu. He give the seal who take it and start studying it. She saw seal was look like it was basic to the person who know basic about the sealing but real sealing master can tell that it was very complex seal. One thing wrong and whole seal is explode when it activated. So when you made this seal? She asked while still studying the seal. Well I made this seal when I was 9. He answering nervously and rubbing his back of his head. Kushina eyes widen in shock when she hear this and look at him then the seal then him. She did this few time before she sighed and close her eyes while using her free hand and start running her hand over her head. I don't believe it. He made this seal. This seal may look very simple yet it was very complex. Even seal masters of my clan can't make these types of seal like that and her is the kid in front of me who made this seal when he was 9. Now I understand why other villagers were feared when it come to the sealing. They are not only fear from the adults of our clan who know various seal which but they also fear the youngster of our clan who can made anything which will be deadly to them. She said in her mind and sighed again before she look over the seal again. But still to make this seal you have to be very high level to make this. It make me wonder which level he was at right now. She asked herself and again sigh. Ka-chan, what is your opinion of the seal? He asked her with his foxy grin. Kushina saw his grin and smile at him before answering it. Well son, you did a great job. No one have thought about it to make this kind of seal to reinforce the genjutsu. Even if someone thought about it, then to make this kind of seal then it will take a lot of time to make this seal. You don't know how I'm proud of you right now Naruto-chan. She said before she give kiss on his cheeks which made Naruto blush from embarrassment. Thank you Ka-chan, he said and rubbing his back of her head. Before they can talk more their attention was drawn 2 hood figures enter the room. They both stopped when they saw that Naruto was up on the bed with Kushina. Naruto look at the two hood figures carefully but also curious as well while Kushina give them smile and motion them to come to meet him. Both of them didn't respond at first but they did after a minute or two. They quickly move toward the Naruto and throw themselves to him. Onaizen! Both of them yelled at same time before they hug him. Naruto from his part tried to understand what happened. One moment they were in front of him. Next second both of them throw themselves to him and said, Onaizen before hugging him. He then felt wetness on his jacket. He then looked down and saw both of them crying while keep muttering about Onaizen, or we finally meet you Onaizen like that. He didn't know how to respond but unconsciously his both hands move on his own before hugged them. When both of them felt their brother hug them they cry even more but in happiness. Both of them happy that their brother accept them. Kushina on other hand was smiling when she saw her all three children were hugging each other. Last time she see them was 12 years ago when she give birth to them but due to the few people they can't stay together. But after the 12 years all three of her child are now together and no one is going to take them away from her and she made sure of it. Not only that she looking forward to the tomorrow meeting where she need few answers. Whatever her plan she had, Konoha is not like the tomorrow morning. Starting tomorrow Konoha dark day is start. Chapter 2. Meeting with Council. Next day, 10 a.m. Konoha Council Room. Next morning, the council room in Konoha was busy with activity as all the clan heads of all of Konoha's major clans along with civilian members, as well as the ANBU commander and the shinobi elders Hamura, Koharu and Danzo. They had all gathered here in the early morning to scheduled meeting which was arranged by the Sandaime Hokage last week ago. This meeting is about which teams is past the Genin's test which is given by their Jonin sensei, as well others matter which is regarding the village. The meeting have 3 table on 3 side. One side all the member of civilian council were seated. Other side, all the clan heads were sitting on their respected seat on the council but they were few seat was empty such as Senju, Uchiha, Namikaze and Uzumaki clan. The last 2 seat made all the civilian council and few clan head made them anger. Third table which is reserved for the Hokage with the shinobi elders and ANBU commander. The meeting should have begun 1 hour ago if not one member of the council is not missing at the movement and without him they can't begin the meeting. The person who was not present was the Hokage, who apparently was missing at the moment. Everyone in council room was wondering why Hokage is not here in the room or something happened to him because he never late for any meeting. Civilian council was not worry about him late. All they know when he come in the room they will get what they want and there is no way that Hokage or anyone stop them. They were looking forward to the meeting and happily talking among themselves. But some of them starting to get anger at Hokage who didn't come in time. On other hand clan heads was either talking themselves or looking around the room or in case of certain one was sleeping. The clan heads while they were talking among themselves but they couldn't help but think why Hokage is late or something happened which they didn't know. They also saw that Hokage personal ANBU was not here in the room so they thought most likely with him. They even asked ANBU commander who just shrugged her shoulders because she didn't have any idea about why he and his personal ANBU were not here which made all clan heads worry. Next thing they all noticed was that the all member of civilian council are extremely happy which made them worry because whenever they happy it was not good for the clans and now they were wondering what kind of thing they were plotting. Since the Yondaime was dead civilian council take a lot of power from the Hokage which made them more powerful than the other 2 part of the council. If they want something then Hokage have to bow down to their demands and accept it. Due to this whole, clan heads lose the control of the academy to the civilian council. They even try to interfere the clan business but they are not success at the moment but sooner or later civilian council able to success. Shinobi council or other words elders are discussed about the thing related to the mission among themselves. But they also worry about their old teammate who was late for the meeting. They know very well that he not late for any meeting but when he was late then it may be a serious matter which involve in anything. They also see the civilian council behavior but they shrugged it like it is not matter to them. While it true that civilian council taken power for themselves from Hokage but so does the elders because their old teammate allowed it. He wanna make Hokage position left as a figurehead when he stepped down the position but he was also doing this so that clan heads will lose the power whatever they have except his clan. When they saw their old teammate was still not come Danzo send one of his own ANBU to look for him and investigate. Hokage entered the room few minutes after the Danzo ANBU left to investigate. He didn't acknowledge anyone when civilian council asking him to reason for been late which he ignore it and take his seat. When other two part of the council saw this, they quickly know that something bothering him, which means whatever it is not be the good. They wanted to know, but they chose to ask him later. Last 24 hours was not good for Hokage. Yesterday, Kakashi kick out Naruto form the shinobi program because the civilian council doesn't want him to become shinobi of the village. He know very well why civilian council didn't want him to become shinobi, because if he became shinobi then they can't hurt him like they were doing in past, and Naruto will have right to hurt them while he said he do in his self-defense. Also Naruto was out of the reach of civilian council and some clan will help him, which they didn't want it, so they paid Kakashi heavy amount of money in order to kick him out of the shinobi program. Second, he was doing some late-night paperwork when ANBU come in office and told him that his official mob group, which he was assigned to beat Naruto in past whenever he give order. ANBU told him that they attack Naruto without his order and want to kill him, which make Hokage anger at the group who did it without even his order or requested it to do it. He was so much anger at them and wanted to beat them, maybe killed few of them to remind them do not cross him. But he was stopped when ANBU continued his report and told him that they found all of them were knockout for unknown reason and Naruto was not with them, which made him worry. When he asked where they mob are, ANBU told him that they were at the hospital. He quickly left the office so he can check those mob and so to found out why they attacked Naruto, where he is and what happened to him. When he reached the hospital, he saw mob was put in the one big room which can hold 200 patients. He quickly reached to one of the Chunin bed and asked one of the ANBU to wake him up. He wake up as he expected, but what did he didn't expected the behavior of the Chunin. When the Chunin wake up, he quickly scream in terror and mutter about few words like monster, Kyubi brat call his servant, or Kyubi finally show his true color. When Hokage asked question what he was saying, Chunin didn't hear his question or didn't acknowledge his presence and keep scream. Hokage sighed and give signal to ANBU to knock him out. He then moved to the others and got same result, which made him frustrated. He was about to leave the hospital to find the Naruto but stop when he was told that one of the Jonin was wake up and he was more stable than others, but he was still terrorized and shocked, so asked him nicely. Hokage ignore the warning of the doctor and quickly asked the Jonin why he attack him, where he tell that when mob listen what Kyubi brat did to the Uchiha-sama, they quickly want to teach him a lesson. So they quickly formed and assemble right before the demon famous eating shop. When he show up and he saw them and quickly try to leave the area, but they followed him, thought the whole shopping district until they able to corner him and start beating him. They were about to leave him until one of them suggested to kill him, which all of them agree. So he was about to kill him with his sword by cutting head from his body, but stop when he and everyone felt some kind of killer intent which knocked the civilian within seconds. He also tell that all the shinobi also released their own killer intent, but that was not enough and knock out with others. After that he wake up in here. When Hokage hear this, he was not happy that someone is able to beat 60 to 70 mob with his killer intent only. It made him nervous because no one in the village have that kind of killer intent that can take out the mob when she released it. So it make him wonder that someone either who he didn't know about him her been this strong, or someone enter the village without his knowing, which he highly doubt someone fool enough enter it. But he can worry about that later, and his main priority was Naruto. He asked what happened to him, but before the Jonin answered he lose his consciousness. Hokage didn't like when he saw Jonin was unconscious. He then leave the room and order his own personal ANBU to find the Naruto, and they quickly left to find him. He himself left to find and check everywhere. He thought he can found Naruto, but he can't find him. So he go to his office and take out his crystal ball and use it to found, but he still couldn't found him. He tried to understand why he could found him with crystal ball, but no answer came his mind. He didn't have any choice but to search for him in the village with his ANBUs. After searching whole night, he can't find him. When the morning came, he thought he maybe visit to his favorite ramen shop or any place he liked to go in morning, so he tell them to check those places to find Naruto. Even after that, they didn't find him. He then asked his Ichiraka family about Naruto, where they told him that Naruto didn't come here for last 2 days. When he hear this, he quickly left the shop without even saying anything and keep searching the village. After searching the village, they still didn't found him. He was about to search the outside the village if his ANBU didn't reminded him about the council meeting, which he was late. He wanted to continue the search, but he also know if he didn't go to the council meeting then they started to get suspicious on him. So he left the search while order the ANBU keep look, and when they find him they take him to his office and keep him there until he himself was not come to the room. And here is he is now in the council room and ready himself for the meeting start and hope that this meeting is finished quickly, and when he leave this room. He hoped Naruto was in his office when he got there. He also hoped that civilian council didn't create any kind of problem for him because he can't handle right now, and if it is, then make it small. If he ever idea what they were planning. They just waiting for the right moment to show open their trump card. After he take his seat, he quickly clear his throat before he spoke. Sorry for the late. I was doing some paperwork which I left yesterday when I saw it and thought I can finish them before the meeting is start and tell my secretary to not disturb me. When I finished the paperwork, I saw the time and saw I was late. So I came here quickly as possible. Hiruzen said to them. Many of the council member, which is civilian council, accept his answer and didn't even raise the question, while some such as some clan heads and elders know very well he lying and didn't want to tell them the real truth behind his late. Clan heads may not be able to found out anything from him, but Hiruzen know very well that his old teammates, elders, were definite going to ask him when they were alone, and he may have to tell them the truth. He dismissed his thought and looked at the room before he once again clear his throat to get all council attention. So let meeting began, he said, and the meeting began. 2 hours later. Been 2 hours since the meeting is began. For 2 hours they were discussed about various things like supply of the village, such as goods, foods, medical supply, and many more things. Then they talk about the other supply which they got for other part of the Hai no Kuni, land of fire, and any other country which they trading with them. After that they talk about the border patrol around the village, as well as the Hai no Kuni, as well some missions which give them some edge to the other villages, or failed mission where they lost some of the few shinobis in it, as well as the missions they got from the other country. During the whole meeting, Hiruzen, elders and clan heads noticed few things. First, the civilian council didn't spoke a single word in the whole meeting until it was important or asking them their opinion. Second, they didn't shout when they hear that they didn't paid for those mission which their shinobi is unable to complete. Third, they just sitting on their seat and listening all things was said in council meeting while they keep smiling, which raise a lot of red flag from the Hiruzen, elders and some clan heads and make them wonder what they were thinking. Before any elders or any of the clan asked the council member anything, Hiruzen spoke. Okay, that was all for the mission report. Now on the next issue is about the latest graduate shinobi who able to pass their Jonin test. He said, and saw civilian council face lit up a little. Last week nearly 27 shinobi graduate from the academy, and they were divided into 9 different team into a group of 3 shinobi per team under 9 jonin. He said. Yesterday all 9 jonin gave them the genin test. After the test only 3 team was able to pass their test while rest of them failed. Some of the jonin requested that they were either sent back to academy or drop out from program due to their lack in their training or their behavior. But I send all of them to the academy so next time when they graduate the academy they can able to pass their genin test and become the village shinobi. Hiruzen said, then look around the room, saw various expression which is sent to him. From the civilian council they didn't show any kind of expression other than keep smiling, which freaking him out every seconds whenever he look at them. Clan heads and ANBU commander were shaking their head in disappointed at the Hokage, who keep letting the civilian council who was in charge of the academy who keep lowering the standards of the academy, and now they saw they result. Out of the 27 only 9 able to become genin, while others send back to academy in hope they can learn something, then graduate and able to pass their genin test next time. They request so many time to take back the control of academy from the civilian council to them so they can produce better shinobi, but he and the elders don't even listen to them. Even some of the clans was with the civilian council such as Uchiha, Inazuka and Sarutobi clan, which is supported by the elders. Due to this they lose control of the academy. 2 out 3 elders also worry about the outcome when they hear it, expect for the one who didn't show his emotion outside but inside he was smiling that his plan was working properly, and soon he get more of pawns to add into his ranks. Both of the elders didn't understand why the more shinobi able to pass their test even after they lower the standards. They thought long ago that if they lower the standards then more of the shinobi is able to graduate and become the shinobi, but instead they got opposite result and lot of graduate shinobi unable to become genin. They just hope their plan is work or it may bite their ass in future. Now I'm going to tell you which team is able to pass the genin test which were given by their sensei and how they do it. Hiruzen once again speak, which got everyone attention. The team who passed the test such as Team 10, 8 and 7. He said, and got roar in happiness from the civilian when they hear Team 7 pass the test, and said about how it was piece of cake for the Uchiha-sama, while they hear loud Banshee said how her daughter helped Uchiha-sama pass the test. I'll start with the Team 10, which is made up by Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Chuji and Nara Shikamaru under the Sarutobi Asuma, who gave him test about which was to hit him one, and they passed the test. When test was start, Shikamaru-kun act like his father who didn't want to take the test. When Ino-san hear this, she quickly go to Shikamaru-san and said something into his ear which him motivate him, and quickly work with his team. He then come up with plan and able to pass the test. He said and look at the Shikaku whose face was turned into pale before it back to normal, and he sighed then said troublesome under his breath. Hiruzen then decide to ask something. By the way, Nara-san, I just want to know if you have any idea what Ino-san said to your son which motivate him into this level? If you don't mind, then can you share with us? He asked to Nara, who saw every one of the council member look it from the Hokage to him oddly. Even his old teammates and friends want to know it. Nara clan head sighed again before he decide to speak. Troublesome. It's too troublesome to answering your question. Even I can't explain it to you because it was too troublesome to explaining it. So let's just forget about this and move on to the next team. He said got face fault from the council members. Few clan heads quickly recover and starting to shake in heads while they were muttering about typical Nara male something under their breath. Hokage himself recover after few seconds and once again clear his throat before he said anything. Very well. As Nara-san said, moving on. The next team was Team 8, which is made up of Aburame Shio, Hyuga Hinata and Inazuka Kiba under the Yuhi Kurinai. Hiruzen said and got 3 clan head attention. Yuhi-san give them test about tracking the target, grab the intel and fall back to checkpoint. They have to do this test without even altering the enemy, but the target was set in 5 different points. Out of 5 only 1 was real while others was fake. When the test was started, Kiba-kun want to rush to the target quickly without even worry about the traps which was set up by her sensei, while Shino-kun want to form a plan so that they can pass the test, but Kiba-kun didn't want to listen him and move out. Shino on other hand did what he think right and go along with it. Hinata-san on other hands didn't do anything at first. But after both of her teammates leave her alone, she quickly check her surrounding and checking the target area. When she found out real target, she move out as well, but before she reached to the position she stop and wait for her teammates to come. Take 3 hours for them meet with her. After they regroup, Kiba-kun and Shino-kun both of them argue again about how to approach the target, but Hinata-san able to stop them and remain their focus on the test, and after that they pass the test. He finished telling them about the Team 8 and saw Inazuka clan head were saying about how her son passed this test with his mate, which make Hyuga clan head anger, who stop her by releasing his killer intent. Before the situation was out of control, Hiruzen decide to continue the meeting. Now moving on, last team who passed the Genin test was Team 7, which is made up of Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto under Hatake Kakashi. He said and saw a civilian council member were happy that their Uchiha-sama passed the test with Haruno girl, which made her father and mother happy as well. But their happiness quickly left when they hear that who is with them in team, but they didn't said anything other than stay silent. When some clan head hear the name of first 2 name of Genin as well, Jonin made them anger. Their eyes were narrowed and look at the Hokage, civilian council, elders and few other clans who hate Naruto dangerously. They know very well that those 2 Genin are not good term with Naruto. Both of his teammates insult him or try to hurt him whenever they got chance. But when they hear who is the sensei of the team, they immediately know this team is doomed to failure because Kakashi didn't like Naruto before that incident. And after that incident he was looking for his chance to pay back Naruto for what he did to him, Kakashi, 3 years ago. And now Naruto was in his team. Clan head know very well that Kakashi will never train Naruto in any kind of shinobi art, which made him stronger, or worse, Kakashi will either use him to help the Uchiha brat growth while making Naruto weak in the process, or kick Naruto out of shinobi program when Sasuke become Chunin or his usefulness is finished in the team. They all just hope Kakashi didn't do later once, because if he did then lot of bad thing going to happen. Elders didn't mind it when they hear the names of team. They know very well why Naruto was placed with Uchiha and Haruno girl under Kakashi. Hiruzen and elders formed this team near a year ago when they meet in Hiruzen office. They know very well what kind of plan Hiruzen was making for the Jinchuriki, power of human sacrifice, to become the weapon of the village. When the Naruto was graduate, he will place in the Kakashi team along with those who hate him the most, which is last loyal Uchiha and Haruno girl. While Kakashi role is make sure that Uchiha will become strong while keeping Naruto weak, or stop him to become stronger until they see fit. They are doing this to Naruto to make him humble towards the village and made him sure that Naruto see that Konoha is only village in the world who can keep him safe despite villagers hate him. Kakashi give Team 7 test about the bell test. When the test started, both Sasuke-kun and Sakura-san do well in the test and pass his test flying color, while Naruto-kun didn't even do well in his test. When the tests start, Naruto-kun didn't even do anything to help his team. Even Sasuke-kun tell him to pass this test, they have to work together, but Naruto-kun didn't listen him and said he didn't need his help to pass this test. After that, he rushed to Kakashi-kun to get the bell, who used E-rank Genjutsu which knock out the Naruto-kun. After Naruto was knock out, both Sasuke-kun and Sakura-sen work together in order to get the bells from Kakashi, but they can't get it because they facing very experienced jonin. They try to get the bells, but when they were about to get the bells from Kakashi, the time is over, which means they failed the test. He then tied Naruto-kun to the training pass and give the food to his teammates and tell them they will resume the test after they eat and get some rest. He also instruct them not to feed Naruto any food. If they do, then they will fail the test. After that, he leave them alone. Sasuke-kun saw that Kakashi was not in the training ground. He give some food to Naruto-kun. But again, Naruto-kun didn't accept food for him, and this time he disrespecting him by spat on his face and tell the Sasuke-kun that he don't want any kind pity from him. Even Sasuke-kun try to reason with Naruto. He don't listen to him and keep disrespecting him. Finally, Kakashi came back to the training ground after saw what happened. He passed the team due to teamwork of Sasuke-kun and Sakura-san. He tell them lie which is said by the Kakashi and know very well that not everyone is going to happy. He saw civilian council were shouting about to throw Naruto into jail for what he or wanted to execute him for what he did to Uchiha. While all the clan as well elders didn't like it when they hear this and know very well that Hokage is lying to them about the whole test. Hokage listened to the civilian council for few minutes before he decided to silence them by releasing his killer intent. When he saw civilian council was stop shouting, he lower his killer intent before he speak again. While Kakashi may pass this team, but also saw that if Naruto-kun was still in the team, then he may problem to them in future if they take mission outside the village. So in order to make his team more effective, he decided to take Naruto-kun headband and kick him out of the shinobi program for not only disrespecting Sasuke-kun but also his behavior towards his team as well his sensei. He said and saw various reaction on the council member. Civilian council were shouting happy when they hear Demon Brat was kicked out of shinobi program by the Kakashi. They didn't wanted Naruto as shinobi, so they bribed Kakashi so he can kick him out of the program. They tell Kakashi after doing that he will inform them immediately, but due to some reason he didn't show up, and because of this they didn't know what happened except Sakura parents, who didn't tell them anything when they came in here to the meeting, and all they just said wait for the meeting to start. And now Demon Brat was out of shinobi program, then once again he was in jurisdiction. Now they have to wait for the right movement to open their trump cards. Clan heads and shinobi elders have different reactions. Some clans such as Akimichi, Yamanak, Nara, Hyuga and Kurama didn't like it when they hear the news, while others didn't care about what happened to the Naruto. Those clan were glad that Naruto no longer shinobi, and among them who were mostly happy was Inuzuka clan head, who can't wait to tell this news to her son. Elders didn't like the news one bit when they hear it, because with Naruto out of the shinobi program their plan was set back. They also know very well that Naruto can't rejoin the shinobi program for next 3 years even without the permission of the Hokage, and they fear if he rejoin the program 3 years later then he may become smart, and which make their plan it difficult for them to become success. Danzo on other hand didn't like the news when he hear it, but when he thought about it, then it was good for him because Naruto is not the shinobi of the village anymore, then maybe he can offer him to join his group which made him shinobi but under his command. By this he can mold him into his weapon like he always wanted, since Hiruzen tell everyone Kyuubi was sealed inside of Naruto during the council meeting 12 years ago. After that meeting he meet Hiruzen alone and propose his plan for Naruto, but Hiruzen deny it and say that if he give Naruto to him, then Naruto will be his weapon, not the village weapon. Danzo even tried to reason with Sarutobi and say that it was good for the Konoha, but he didn't listen. In the end, Hiruzen give Danzo warning that if he ever brought this up or try to make contact with Naruto or try to recruit him to his group, then Hiruzen will forget about Danzo was his friend. After that Danzo was back away and waiting for opportunity to come, and now opportunity present itself. They were all brought out their thought by the Hiruzen when he spoke again. Due to this we may have problem? Hiruzen said, and got confused look from everyone in the room who look at him oddly. What kind of problem, Hiruzen? Asked Tamura. Do Naruto-kun no longer shinobi of the village? Team 7 is short with 1 man. He said, and saw clan heads, elders and ANBU commander understand what he wanna said, but civilian side still don't understand what he wanna said. What do you mean by that, Hiruzen? Asked one of the civilian council. Didn't call him Hokage-sama, Hiruzen-sama, or Sarutobi-sama, he call him by name. Hiruzen didn't mind if they call him by his name, but some clan heads, Naruto supporters, and ANBU commander don't understand why Hiruzen let him call him by his name. If anyone asked them, then it disrespecting not only him but also all those precious Hokages. What I mean that with 1 man short, Team 7 only able to do is D-rank mission but not C-rank mission, because for that mission they need to be 4-man squad with 3 genin and 1 jonin. He answered them, and all the civilian side look at each other and start mumbling among themselves before they look him again. Then why don't let them do C-rank mission themselves? With Uchiha-sama and my daughter in team with Hataki-san in charge, I'm sure they do perfectly fine. If you asked me, they don't need any help, Hiruzen-san, said Kazashi Haruno. He was Sakura father. Kazashi was from the rich family. His family look over all the trade which happened between Hi-no-Kuni and other country back in the days of clan war. But when the Konoha is formed, they looked over the trade between Konoha and Hi-no-Kuni as well. Due to this, his family business is eased until Namikaze's clan joined the Konoha, who opened the small shop in the village which bring lot of profit. With this they open lot of more shops of every types of shops, not only in Konoha but Hi-no-Kuni as well. Due to this, Kazashi family losing business to them. When his family closing all shop around the Hi-no-Kuni except Konoha, Kazashi was in academy. During his time at academy, he know how much his businesses suffer because of Namikaze and Uzumaki clan. He promised himself he make his family rich again throughout the element nations like all those years ago, and in order to make his plan success, he tried to seduce clan heiress of his class such as Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Hitomi. Hitomi may not the clan heiress such as Mikoto or Kushina, but her father hold lot of political power in Fire Daimyo court. Kazashi try everything to seduce them, but no matter what they never fall for him. Do this, he have no other choice but to back out. Thought he can become good shinobi, but that line didn't even fit for him and have to retire. After that he take over his family business and do anything to get himself seat in the council, such as blackmailing, kidnapping and bride with anyone. After so many year he get position in council. They don't need any help. They will be fine and will do any kind of C-rank mission by themselves. Spoke by the pink hair banshee. This banshee name is Mabuki Haruno, who was the wife of Kazashi and mother of Sakura. She was also from the wealthy family who were the founder of the Konoha Merchant Guild. When Konoha formed, her family provide food supply as well as many other things which helped the village to formed. Due to this, Shodame Hokage made her family in charge of Konoha Merchant Guild, who looked over every supply is coming in the village. When Mabuki was young, her family want to make her ordinary family into a clan. Due to this, her father order everyone in the family try to seduce various people from the clan such as Hyuga, Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Namikaze and Uchiha, or powerful shinobi of the village by any means necessary. When Mabuki was in academy, she were placed in Konoha clan heirs class. She tried to seduce many boys, but they always didn't pay attention to her. One time she asked them to have sex with her, but they declined her offer and said they were not interested with her. Like Kazashi, she tried her luck to become very powerful kunoichi of the village, but her first mission out of the village was the last one, where she got her squads killed while she was raped by the enemy shinobis. After that she quit the job and whoring herself in one of her family shop in Red Light District, where various shinobi of the village come for pleasure, where she tried to get herself pregnant with their kid and make them join her family, so they can have clan status, but again her plan were failed. But the money she gained from there was enough to satisfy her needs for time being. When she hear Minato gaining name for himself in shinobi world as well, he was one of the candidate to become Hokage, she again throw herself to him like she did on academy, but Kushina always get between her, which make her angry. Due to this she start various rumors about Kushina like she was whore, who sleep any man in bed when Minato was not in the village. When Minato hear the rumors, he try to get bottom of this rumors, but he didn't found it because the Mabuki killed the person who start spreading rumors about Kushina. After that Mabuki put marriage proposal to Minato, who declined and said that he can't marry to her because his heart belonged to someone else. Even after gaining council seat, and she couldn't even spend time with him. She then thought about something but stopped by her father and married her with Kazashi, who take her family name and merged their both family business. Few months after the marriage, Kazashi brought plan in front of Mabuki which can help them gain lot of money and power in the village, which got interest Mabuki, where all she have to do is sleep with few civilian council members who pay lot of money for this. When Mabuki hear this plan, she quickly agree with him without asking any question, and doing this working still no after all those years, which helped them to gain power both council and the village. When Kushina leave the village after the Kyuubi attack, she used all her power to make Kushina missing Nin, but Sandame didn't allow it, so she did best thing to get back on her. She remove Uzumaki clan lesson from the academy after they gain control of the academy, which was the best revenge in her eyes. Haruno-san, even I want to give them C-rank mission while they are still member short, but I can't due to protocol. It said every newly graduate team can only take mission either they complete the specific amount of D-rank mission or their sensei see fit to take higher rank missions such as C-rank, and that team must have all the genin member present for taking the C-rank mission. If either of the requirement is not complete, then they will not give any higher rank mission. They will only give higher rank mission if they work with different team or they have 1 year Roth training. He said, and saw civilian side don't like what they were hearing. Before any civilian side said anything, he continued. Not only that they can't take higher rank mission for the year, but they can't participate the Chunin exam because for participate in the Chunin exam you have to be minimum 3 men genin squad. He tell them, well, if that's the case, then we must give Uchiha-sama new team member who can take the empty spot. One of the civilian members said. We can't because we don't have any genin who can fill the empty spot in Team 7. Hiruzen said and got scowled look from them. If that the case, then why don't we put someone from Uchiha-sama old classmate? Surely there is someone who is suitable for his team. Asked another council member who saw Hokage shake his head before he decided to answering his question. Can't do that. Last night I was checking records of the Sasuke-kun old classmates, so one of them filled the empty spot, but saw no one is suitable to fit in the team. He answered. Then we have find someone who can fill the empty spot, said the same council member and got nod from the others. But there is no one who can fill the empty spot in Team 7. First time said by the Koharu. Maybe we can let that brat rejoin the shinobi program and fill the empty spot until we can find suitable shinobi who can take his place later on. Suggest by one of the civilian member, but instantaneously saw all that his fellow civilian council member look at him with anger. No, we can't let him become shinobi of the village ever again. After what he did to Uchiha-sama in the test. Said by the anger banshee who was looking at the man for suggest something like that. Hey, I'm just suggesting it. Not that I want him to become shinobi again, but we don't have any choice if we want to make Uchiha-sama to do high-rank mission or participate in the Chunin exam, then we have to let him shinobi of this village. He stated. Regarding what you said is true, councilman, but we can't do that because if someone kick out from the shinobi program, then she can't become shinobi off the village. This is the policy of the village. Hokage said and got satisfied look from the civilian side. He then sighed before he speak again. If any of you have any other suggestion regarding this matter, then speak freely. He said and look around and saw everyone, or more especially civilian side. Some clan head and elder were trying to come up with something to solve this problem. He himself thought about this on last night but got nothing. I have suggestion, said by the Danzo who was spoke first time in this meeting and got attention from everyone. I know one who can fill the empty spot in Team 7. Hokage narrowed his eyes and look at him before he speak. Who is it? He asked. Danzo looked at Hokage right into his eyes without even fear. Someone who I personally train. He answered in an emotionless voice and got glare from the Hokage who glare him back. Both of them glaring at each other before Hokage decide to speak again. Very well then. Send him to me after this meeting is over. I check myself if he can stay in the Team 7 or not, he said, and got nod from him. Hokage then sigh before speak once again. All right then, the meeting is ov dash, he said, but was quickly interrupted by someone. Wait a minute, Hiruzen-san. There is one more thing we need to discuss, said Kazashi, who stopped Hokage for finishing the meeting. What is it, Kazashi-san? Hokage asked and try thing what he want this time. It's about Uzumaki Naruto, he said and got full attention from the council member. What about him? Hokage asked him curiously. Hiruzen, I want to know is Uzumaki Naruto, who was shinobi of this village yesterday but now he was not and become civilian. We want to know that if he was in still our jurisdiction or not. He asked and saw clan heads and elders raised one eyebrow while Hokage narrowed his eyes at the question. Why do you want to know? He asked, but in his mind he tried to understand what kind of game Kazashi was playing. Just out of curiosity, that is. Kazashi said, who was acting like nothing at about. Hokage looked at him for a few minutes and tried to understand what Kazashi is thinking but got blank, so he decided to answer his question. Hi, he was in you jurisdiction. he said, and suddenly got feeling something bad is going to happen when he saw smirk in his face as well as all the civilian council member. Then we want you do something about that who disrespect Uchiha-sama? Kakashi said. What do you suggest I should do? Should I punish Naruto-kun for what he did? Hokage asked. Hi. We want you punished him for what he did, said by one of the civilian council member. Well, what kind of punishment I should give him because he was already punished by his formal sensei for what he did. And I don't see any point for punish him any longer when he was already facing punishment. He asked/said. I know he was punished by his formal sensei for what he did, but we civilian council didn't feel like this punishment was enough for him. He didn't respect those who was better than him, and in past he prank on us. Due to this we suffer some losses in business as well when we hire some shinobi to clearing those mess which is made by him. It take a lot of money, and because of this our profit is decreased day by day and every year, and if we do nothing then we have to close our shops or move elsewhere. So we decide that we punished that brat by ourselves. Other civilian member said. Hokage didn't said anything and waiting for them to continue. We decide that Uzumaki Naruto is going to banished from the Konoha, said by the banshee who dropped the boom in the room. Everyone's eyes was widen when they hear what she said. They didn't believe it when she said that or didn't accept that was coming. What? Hokage, elders, ANBU commander and clan heads yelled at civilian council at same time. Inoichi, who is the head of the Yamanaka clan. He was the first one recover who slash his both hands on table before he speak. You can't banish Naruto just for that? He said first time in the meeting and glaring at them dangerously. Civilian side ignore his glare while their smirk on their face haven't leave. We can and we will, Kakashi said with smirk at them. No, you can't banish Naruto from the village just because you want it. Choza, who is current head of the Akimichi clan, also said first time who didn't like the demand of the civilian council. But like we said before, we can. If that brat was still shinobi of the village then he was under yours and Hokage-sama jurisdiction, but now he was no longer the shinobi but a civilian, then he was in our jurisdiction. That's mean we can decide his fate. Kakashi state. But you still can't banish Naruto just because you decide it. For banishing him you need Hokage approval and as well ours, elders and ANBU commander, which I highly doubt you can get approve. Unkai, who is currently head of the Kurama clan, said. Well, that was correct, but you see, according to Konoha law, if the civilian council decide to banish someone who happened to be civilian of the village for the safety of the villagers, then they can, but they still need Hokage and elders' approval. Kakashi said and got wide eyes from the clan head sides. There was no such law, said by the Hayashi, who is the current head of the Hyuga clan, who know every law in the village. But there is a law, said by one of the civilian council member. If there is such law, then why we hear this law about this now? Asked by Tsum, who is the clan head of Inuzuka clan. Because this law was passed by your Hokage-sama few months ago, said by Kakashi. What Hokage, elders, ANBU commander and clan heads yelled at civilian council at same time. Hiruzen, is this correct that you pass such kind of law? Asked/demand by the Koharu, who didn't like it when she hear that his old teammate/friend passed such kind of law without even telling her. Hiruzen didn't said when Koharu questioned him. He himself was confused when he hear that he passed this kind of law. So he tried to remembering it when and where he passed this kind of law. Until he remember it. Kakashi, Mabuki and their daughter Sakura one time come to his office where Kakashi asked some signature in few document which he didn't sign at first, but when Kakashi bribed him with his wife and daughter for one night in exchange of signing the document, Hiruzen quickly signed it without even looking at them. After signing those document he spent long night sex with both mother and daughter. He didn't thought that his action lead him into this kind of situation. So he tried to something so that he can lose his weapon for his own foolishness. He sighed before he nodded his head. Hi. I passed this law few days ago, he said and saw elders are looking at him anger. You passed such law without even discussed with us or even our approval. What were you thinking, Hiruzen? Asked by the Hamura, who was equal anger as Koharu. Thinking about threesome with both mother and daughter at same time. He answered his question in his mind. Anyway, we can't banish Naruto from the village just because of this law. And now we are getting it, this law is unfit because this law is not approved by the clan heads, elders and ANBU commander, such as this law is removed from the Konoha law book. said Hayashi and got node form the fellow clan heads and ANBU commander, but few civilian council member give him glare who is glare them back which made them back away. Before anyone said that they hear chuckle and giggle from Kakashi and Mabuki after that other civilian council members join them which made others confused. If it's not troublesome to ask why you are laughing? Shikaku asked who wake up after the civilian council asking Naruto banishment. We are laughing because you said something which made us laugh. One of the council decide to say after he control his chuckles. What is it? Asked by the ANBU commander who was feminine voice which identity that ANBU commander is a female. Because this law can't be removed from the Hokage or the council. Said by the other member of civilian side. And why is that? Asked Inoichi in irritated voice. Because this law only can be removed if all the citizens of the Konoha have to agree this, Mabuki said and once again got shocked look from the others. You got to be kidding me, said by the Tsum who was still in shock that civilian council can do such thing. No was only reply she got from the civilian member of the council. Now we are clear few thing, let's get back to the main topic. Kakashi said, let's votes and see if Uzumaki Naruto was going to be banished from the village or not. If you are ready we can begin the vote. He tell to the Hokage and elders while give them smug look to them. Hokage and elders are looking at each other for few seconds before they nod at each other after that they nod to the Kakashi. While clan heads doesn't like it what is going to happen. Okay, those who want Uzumaki Naruto banished from the village please raise their hand? Kakashi said who raised his hand which is followed by all the civilian council member. And those who don't want to him banished please raise your hand as well. Kakashi continued and saw Hokage and all three elders raise their hands and didn't like the result they seen which made Kakashi, Mabuki and all the council members smirk increased. Well it's decide then Kakashi said but got interrupted. Wait a second. If we banished Naruto then village was practically weakened. Hokage who interrupt Kakashi and got attention of the whole council. What do you mean by that Hiruzen? How come village is weak if we banished him? Kakashi asked. We all know that Kyuubi was sealed inside of Uzumaki Naruto, he said and got nod from them. Imagine if other villages hear that we banished our Jinchuriki from the village. They will attack us with their own Jinchurikis. He tell and got concerned look from the clan heads, elders and ANBU commander but civilian council did mind at all. If they attack us with their own demons then Uchiha-sama and our forces was enough to defeat them. Kakashi said wrongly who have full faith on Uchiha who can defeat those demon if they decide to attack the village. When other part of council listen this they shake their heads in disappointment. They didn't understand no matter what Uchiha will not stand a chance against this kind of enemy. But still if multiple Jinchuriki decide to attack the village from multiple direction then what? Who can save the village? Sasuke-kun can't be two places at same time. So we need someone who can stop them until Sasuke-kun came to our aid. Hokage tried to reason with them and used their ego against them. Civilian council thought for few seconds before they agree with him. Okay then. We were original decide to banish Uzumaki Naruto from the village but after listening to your point we slightly change in our decision. Kakashi said and saw other part of the council were sighed in relief. Uzumaki Naruto now banished from the village as well, he is no longer the citizen of the village. He is not allowed to enter the village. Also he have to stay away the village at least 20 miles. If he found within 20 miles then, without even your permission, he will be executed at there on the spot. Order Kakashi. Hiruzen sighed and decide to make it official. Alright then. Uzumaki Naruto he was about give order but stop when he hears some voice which is coming out of the council room. He is not the only one who hear it, others as well but the civilian council didn't hear it and they were looking at them in confuse. Before the council member asked anything they all felt ground was shaken, like something was crash into something. Before they wonder what it was they hear loud voice of Chunin who was outside the council room. You can't go in there. The Hokage and the council are in the middle of a meeting and you're a hergag. Shouted a Chunin before he screamed in pain which was followed by a sickening sound of bone cracking. Stop! You're under a argich. Shouted another Chunin who quickly screamed in pain as well and loud crash was heard which sounded like as if a wall was crashing down. The crash was then followed by several more noises of bones breaking, screams of pain, large banging sounds as if something or someone was being smashed against something hard, and loud crashes as if someone or something was sent crashing thought another wall. "What the hell is going on out there?" cried / demand Mabuki, and as if answering her question, 3 Chunin was suddenly sent crashing thought the larger doors of the council room. The council room doors were completely knocked off their hinges when Chunins hit it, while Chunins themselves was sent flying through the council room, where they then slammed into the wall behind the council table and made a 3 massive dent in the wall with many spider web cracks around it, after which they then fell onto the floor unconscious one by one and bleeding from their heads. When the Hokage and the council turned back to the now open doorway, they saw that the entire hallway that led to the council room was completely destroyed with holes, dents and cracks all along the ceiling, the walls and floor. They also saw the bodies of several dozen or more Chunins that had guarded the council room scattered all along the hallway unconscious. But that sight was not what had many of them shivering in fear slightly. The sight that had many of them shivering in fear slightly was the figure standing in the doorway in front of them, cloaked in white, like an angle of death, who was emitting red menacing and murderous aura surrounding the figure. They didn't identify the figure due to hood cover the figure face. But one thing was common in the mind of the Hokage, elders, clan heads, ANBU commanders, and ANBU guards. "Whoever it is extremely pissed," was all the common thought ran in their minds. Figure then look around before land on the civilian council, who quickly back away when they felt that the cloaked figure glaring at them. Then look at the clan heads and saw a lot of them were scared as well, and those were Tsum and Shibi, who is the clan head of Aburame clan. Then figure look at the elders glaring at them, which made Koharu and Hamura uneasy because they can literally sense killer intent coming from the figure, but in Danzo case, sweets was coming from every part of the body. Figure partially ignore the ANBU commander and look right to the Hokage. When figure eyes land on the Hokage, the red murderous aura is increased several flood, which make everyone on the room on the edge. ANBU guards want to interfere, but they did because they don't have idea if they can stop this figure person if decide to lash out. They just hope whoever the cloak figure didn't do anything, and if did, then they will try at least to stop the figure and hope they can survived it. Figure didn't do anything for the movement before decide to stop his murderous aura. After it was stopped, cloak figure decide to enter the room. Before the cloak figure move his body to enter the room, all the clan heads quickly get up from their seat and get into fighting stands, while civilian council cowardly sit on their seats. Elders also get up on his seat and ready to fight the figure if they don't have any choice. Through Danzo was already signal his route to stand by. They will only attack when he give them the signal. Before figure take one step into the room, someone spoke. "Who the hell are you? Why are you here? What do you want, and why did you attack those guards who was outside the council room?" asked / demand Mabuki when she saw all the clan heads as well elders and others take their respective stance and thought they will keeping her safe because they all are the strongest fighter of the village. When others hear Mabuki demand answer from the cloaked figure, everyone in the room look at her and thought she was crazy or something. Cloak figure stopped for a movement before decide to continue walking while ignoring her demand, but figure still keeping an eyes on the Hokage, who himself was only one who was sitting on his chair. When cloak figure didn't answer Mabuki, which made her mad, and one thing she always hate that, when someone ignore her demand. "Answer my question, you stupid baka, or you're going to die in here," she screamed to cloak figure, who still haven't look at her. When she was reached to middle of room, she didn't respond her, which made increased Mabuki anger every seconds. After few second figure did look to her, but didn't said anything for few more seconds before decide to answer her question. "Oh my. Even after all those years you still haven't changed." "No, that not true. You change, but it seems that you manners become worst when you talk to someone," cloak figure said in feminine voice, which identity the person who is standing in front of them is female due to her voice. This made Mabuki even more anger. She then stand up on her feet and take a few step forwards to her, but keep her distance from the cloak figure female. Why this women voice sounds so familiar, was all the collective thought of Hokage, elders and clan heads, while ANBU commander quickly recognized the voice but didn't said anything. "You have lot of nerve to say something like that to me, you bitch. If you know what better for you, then you this instant remove that cloak from your face or get ready yourself die right here," she said and tried to threat the unknown woman who was standing in middle of the council room. "Not only you way of talking got worst, but also you become quite a bossy if you asked me," unknown female said to her, which made even more mad by every seconds. "Enough. I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you going to remove the clock from your head or not? Mabuki yelled at cloaked woman who didn't even afraid of her. Before the situation was out of control, Hokage decided to interfere. Mabuki-san, please try to control yourself. I don't want you to make any kind of scene in here while we are at the council room. He warned her, which made her back down a bit, but she still keep an eyes on the cloaked figure female. And you, whoever you're, please remove the hood from your face. Identify yourself and reason for come in here. I also want to know why you beat my shinobi this bad, and remember this: if you don't answered my question correctly or I don't like your answer to your action, then you are going to die where you are currently standing. He finished by releasing his killer intent on the clock figure female, who didn't even intimidate. Oh, after all those years now you decide to act as a Kage of the village when you saw someone who is equally your power or more power than you, she said without even afraid of him. I warn you, do as I said or, said Hokage, who even released more killer intent than before, which made others look nervous when they sensed that Hokage is getting mad as well. Both of them look at each other few minutes before cloaked female raised her hand to remove the hood from the head. When hood was removed, the cloak, everyone in the room shock when they see her face. When civilian council, especially male, got good look of her face, they quickly look at the woman with lust filled in their eyes. Woman sensed that and quickly unleash her killer intent on them, which made them scare. Hokage, elders, clan head and ANBU commander were looking at the woman in surprise, but it quickly changed and give woman mixture of expression. Few of those who look woman surprise were now looking at her with happiness, while the rest doesn't, and now looking at her with hate, anger, or in few case fear. Around all of the people who were present in the room, only two people look at this woman mostly in fear were Hokage and Danzo. They are fear of this woman because of different reason, because this woman is strongest woman alive in whole Element Nation, who can take on 5 Kage of the different villages and still come out whining without any problem and have enough energy left in her body to destroy any village she wanted. They are not fear this woman for this. But this woman is also happened to be the mother of someone who they want to used him as a weapon for their own twisted scheme, and because of this they lie to her about her son been dead 12 years ago, and hope that when this woman found out, then they able to turn her son some kind of weapon to the village and used him against this woman when she decided to show up. They all thought that they have more time for their plan, but now it proved them wrong, because now this woman returned to the village and standing right in front of them. This woman name is Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina. She was the wife of Namikaze Minato, who was the Yondaime Hokage of the village, and is the mother of Uzumaki Naruto. Before they could said anything, she looked at the Hokage and glaring at him while leaking very small amount of killer intent, which make him uneasy. Uzumaki Kushina, Hiruzen and Danzo spoke at same time. Sarutobi, we need to talk, she said with emotionless voice, which make him flinch. Before Hokage can recover or said anything, someone beat him. Watch your who you speak to, you whore. Show some respect to him. He is Hokage of this village, yelled Mabuki, which made everyone in the room cover their ears so they won't be deaf. When Mabuki saw the woman face, she quickly recognized who is she, and her anger came back to full force, which quickly suppers her fear. Kushina-san, you are back after all those years, said Hokage, who putting fake smile on his face which hide his scare face. When council hear the name, they look at the woman with mixture of look. Elders, clan heads, and 2 of the civilian council look at the woman with their eyes widen, while rest of the civilian council who didn't recognize the name of the woman were looking at the confused. But when few of hear Uzumaki part in her name, they quickly glare at her, because her name is same as demon of this village. They thought maybe she was from demon family and was about to call her ANBU to arrest her, but stop when they feel that woman is glaring at them, which put them in their place. When woman revealed her face, they hear shouting was coming from hallway. There she is. When the council members looked back at door hallway, they saw 4 dozen chunins. Tokubetsu Jonins, and ANBUs were running towards them. Not even bother to look back. Suddenly 4 kunais appear in Kushina hand, where she threw those 4 kunais at the 4 corner of the room and hit the dead center in each corner. After which she bite her thumb and then knelt down on the floor, where within the space of only 2 seconds drew complex seal on the floor of the council room with her own blood, and then did a few hand seals with her one hand. Before she then slammed her hand onto the seal and said, Fuin Jutsu, Fuin Bugyo Heki, sealing technique, 4-corner defense seal wall. After which the seal on the floor and kunais in the corners of the room started to glow, where a glowing white barrier appeared out of the corners of the room where the kunais were placed and covered the walls and the doorways. When few Chunins tried to get through the barrier at the doorway, they were just sent flying back by the barrier into a few other shinobis that were behind them. A few others tried to use the Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique, but that too just sent them flying backwards. Before those shinobi understands, they saw that same kind of barrier was also appear back of the hallway. When they look at the floor, they saw kunai was on the floor and they glowing. Those shinobi quickly understand that they were stuck in there. Seeing that they could not get through the barrier, all the Konoha shinobis could do was watch, listening and wait until the barrier came down. When the Hokage and the council members saw the barrier go up, they quickly realized that they were trapped inside the barrier, as well those shinobi who coming from hallway and knew that they would not be able to get out until Kushina brought it down. "Uzumaki Kushina, what is the meaning of this?" shouted Koharu angrily at Kushina, to which just looked at her with a sharp and deadly look, which made the old elder shiver slightly. "You are well aware of what this is about, as I would highly doubt that Sarutobi could pull it off without you, your fellow advisors and few clan heads' knowledge of it," spoke Kushina in a calm but cold voice. This of course worried look appear in the elders, few clan heads and confused ones on the civilian members and the clan heads. "Uzumaki Kushina, you will lower this barrier imminently," ordered Hamura, trying to use his superior rank as the advisor to the Hokage to try and get Kushina lower the barrier. At this, Kushina just turned and looked at Hamura with an emotionless look and then spoke. "It seems that the arrogance of this council's members has grown during my absence here, as only an arrogant fool would believe that he can control a situation which he cannot. Not only that, you fools can't even remember my full name." At this, civilian council looked confused while elders and few clan heads were sweating. What do you mean?" asked one of the civilian council member in scare tone, who was afraid of this woman when he and other was tell about this woman. "That Hokage and the council didn't spoke my full name when I show them my face. They still used my formal name, which I used when I was still single at that time of Third Great Shinobi War," Kushina replied while glaring Hokage, elders and few clan heads. They know what she was talking about, but they act like they didn't know it. "You mean to say that you married to someone?" asked other council member who got nod from her. "If that the case, then tell us who you married with and when." "Hi. I married the men who saved me from the Kumo shinobis when I was just a genin and wanted to take me to the Kumo, so they can use me as a breeding stock, but he saved me. I married the man who was one of the strongest shinobi of the village at that time, who made himself a name by single-handedly take out the full battalion of Iwagakure, Hidden Stone Village, by himself and become the hero of the Third Great Shinobi War," she said, and saw civilian side looked at her confused while all the shinobi inside the room and as well as those in the hallway eyes widen in shock when they realized it. "If you still don't get it, then I, Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina, married with the Namikaze Minato, Yondaime Hokage of the Konoha," declared Kushina. Silence echoes in the council room as everyone stares at Kushina in disbelief. They all staring to deny the claim. Kushina said, "It not possible. You can't be the wife of the Yondaime. Minato Keiun didn't married anyone. Not even you." Banshee said that with top of her lungs. "What I say about me married to the Minato-kun was indeed is true," Kushina said with calm manner. "If that's the case, we want proof, which I highly doubt that you have it because there is none," Mabuki said, and give smug look to the Kushina with Hokage, elders and few clan heads in secretly join her as well. Mabuki was selected few who know that Kushina indeed married to the Minato, but she didn't accept it. When Minato die in Kyubi attack while Kushina survived and leave the village with her daughters, she and others know very well that Kushina will not come back to the village for a very long time. So when Kushina away, she along with elders destroyed all the records which they can find which is regarding their marriage. After that she goes straight to the bank where she show fake will of Minato that after his death she will have all his money, but found out that all the money of Minato and his clan account was put into the chamber which was protected by the seal, which can only be opened by those who have the key for those seal to open the chamber, and Mabuki quickly know who have the key of that chamber. Kushina didn't said at first, but she quickly reach into pocket and take out the scroll which was red in color with Uzumaki spiral was present in the middle of the scroll. When Mabuki and others, Hokage and his group, saw the scroll which turned their smug look into the fear. Everyone wonder what the scroll about and about to ask it when they saw she throw the scroll quickly to the Nara clan heads who caught it without even effort. He then looked at the scroll before open it and start reading it while others clan heads come close to him and also reading from his shoulders. When they finished reading the scroll, they were gasping like fish and turned to look at Kushina, then they look at the Hokage and elders. What is said is true. Namikaze Minato and Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina, formerly known as Uzumaki Kushina, are indeed married each other during the time of Third Great Shinobi War, and the witness of these marriage were the Senju Mito, who formerly known as Uzumaki Mito, who was the wife of the Senju Hashirama, and she was at the time daimyo of the Yuzu no Kuni, land of whirlpools, and our formal fire daimyo. To make this marriage legal, both Uzumaki and fire daimyo sign and stamp are present are in here. Shikaku said will in his mind he was laugh because he know what Sarutobi and group did when Kushina leave the village. He know that Sarutobi group destroyed these document years ago. But they forget that the one they destroyed was the copy of while originals one was with Kushina. Not only that, he was one of those who were present in this marriage with his wife and few friends. When Hokage and elders saw the document, they know very well that they were indeed in trouble, because when Kushina left the village they indeed destroyed all the document which can confirm they married with each other, but after destroying those document they thought when Kushina back in village after many years she can't claim that she was indeed the wife of the Minato and her children were automatically count as the illegal child without marriage. With that, Kushina can't even keep the ownership of Namikaze's account and will hand over all the thing that Namikaze clan have, will automatic in their control. But now due to this legal scroll they can't even said that their marriage is fake. Not even current daimyo said this scroll is fake because many daimyo for different lands was also attend this marriage. Civilian council on other hand didn't even believe that their yondaime married someone which they didn't know about until no. They thought it was fake at first, but when they saw previous fire daimyo seal and they quickly understand that these document was indeed a real deal. Before they asked for any kind of forgiveness from Kushina, someone beat them. It can't be possible. That document has to be fake. If what document is true, then why haven't we informed about Minato-kun marriage? Why did both of you hide it from us? And more importantly, when you both get married? Ask/demand Banshee. Kushina and other shinobi in the room look at the Mabuki and give here, "Are you stupid?" look before she decide to answer her. You want to know why we both hide about our marriage? Well, that's simple. We hide because during the Third Great War we made lot of enemy, both within and outside the village. That's why we both decide that we hide our marriage until situation was under control. After the end of war we both thought maybe we announce our marriage, but when Minato-kun chose to become next Yondaime Hokage we thought maybe we hide for few more years. When I found out I was pregnant, Minato-kun decided to tell everyone in the village after our children was born. But when our children was born, Kyubi decided to attack the village, where Minato-kun die fighting. Kushina explaining it with sorrow look it turned back into emotionless expression look. And for answering the last question, we married when we both turned 18. Our marriage was held in secret but lot of important figure present in the marriage. That's all I have to say, and you still don't believe me? Then ask Sarutobi. He was the one who present there as well, he sign our marriage certified. She finished telling her, and now all eyes were turned from Kushina to Hokage, who sighed before nodded his head in agreement. When Mabuki saw that Hokage agree with Kushina, she know very well that she can't win this argument, but that didn't stop her. She then make her plan or wait for some kind of opportunity which she can use against Kushina. Sarutobi, I want to know why I was hunted by the hunter Nin? She asked the question by changing the topic, and everyone's eyes was widened in surprise. What do you mean, Kushina-san? What hunter Nin? Asked Hamura in surprised tone. She must be talking about the other village's hunter Nin. Remarked Koharu, with others members in the room also thought what she said.
No.
Those hunter Nin are not for the other villages, but they were belongs to this village. Kushina correct Koharu and got shocked look from everyone from the council room. What? All of them yelled at same time. I was saying that I was hunted by the hunter Nin, and those hunter Nin were belong to the Konoha. Kushina repeat. Kushina-san, did you said the hunter Nin who were hunting you were belong to Konoha, because I didn't send any of my shinobi to hunt you? Hiruzen said with his surprised tone. Not technically. I did send few of squads, but they always come back without any success to find her and her daughters. Hiruzen thought in his mind. Hi. Those hunter Nin were indeed belong to the Konoha, but those are not any ordinary hunter Nin. Those hunter Nin were belong to that Anbu branch which should be disbanded right now. Kushina tell them in a cold tone. What branch, Kushina-san? I only have one branch, Kushina, which is under my direct command, and I didn't have slight idea which Anbu branch that was disbanded you were talking about. Hiruzen asked again with confused look. You may come with the contact with the one of the hunter squads who were hunting other missing ninja from other villages, but you assume that they must be hunting you," said Hiruzen, and try to run scenario with others quickly nod their head and agree with him, but few of them don't believe it. "Don't play dumb with me, Sarutobi. You know which ANBU branch I'm talking about. That ANBU branch was approved by you when you became Sandaime Hokage because that branch can do those missions which can't be done by the normal ANBU, and was disbanded after the third great shinobi by the Yondaime Hokage. Before any of you, looking over the civilian council, asked why that ANBU branch was disbanded when they were highly effective than the normal ANBU. It is because this group may have gave high result, but the way of they were trained was one of the reasons for that group is disband," she said, and saw all the civilian and the shinobi who were outside the room looking at the Kushina in confused. You see, that ANBU branch trained them to their emotional to that level which convert them into some mindless drone who can't even think about them if the thing is done by them is right or wrong. They don't even feel any kind of remorse if they killed one of their own or anyone. They are good at following order without even question, but they were bad when it come to the logical reason. Even when the situation can resolve by the some kind of discussion or anything, but they only think that problem can be resolved by killing the opposite party. And more importantly, that ANBU branch never loyal to the any Hokage, instead they were only loyal to their commander. Kushina stated, and saw civilian and shinobi present in the room looking at her shock. While civilian side didn't mind the thing they learned, but shinobi present in the room couldn't believe it what she just said. They couldn't believe that village have such a group who train the shinobi in that kind of method, which turned them into some kind of those shinobi into some kind of mindless shinobi who can't even think themselves. Not only that, but those ANBU branch are not loyal to the Hokage. Hokage and elders know very well which ANBU branch she was talking about, but they act like they didn't know what she was talking about and now give them the confuse. Kushina then sighed before she take out one scroll from her clock and show to them. "If you still confuse which branch I'm talking about, then maybe this scroll may help," she said, and tossed it to the Hiruzen, who caught it without any effort. He looked at the scroll before looked at the Kushina, then scroll before he looked to his old teammates, who signaled him by nodding their heads before Hiruzen opened the scroll and saw some kind of seal present inside the scroll. He quickly inspected the seal and found out that those seal were storage seal which can store various items. He then quickly channeled his chakra into the seal and saw the seal were glow in blue before item came out of the scroll with poof of smoke which cover his table which he share with elders and ANBU commander. When the smoke is clear, they saw something which shocked them as well as all the council members and those shinobi who was still trapped in the barrier. In front them they saw several ANBU's mask, while many of them still in one piece, but some of them were either broken or piece of mask is missing, but two things were common in mask. First, each ANBU's mask cover in blood. Second, which caught everyone's attention, was a symbol in black on the mask. When Hokage, elders, ANBU commander and clan heads saw the symbol on mask, they quickly understand who ANBU they were belonged to. Each one of them turned to look at the Danzo, who himself was shocked. What? Was all asked Hokage in his mind when he saw those masks. Root. Thought in the mind of the clan heads and ANBU commander. So that's what happened to all my root who I send after her. If I had any idea she was still that powerful, then I would never send them. Thought of the Danzo, who was shocked to see the amount of the mask in front of him, because all those years he didn't thought he sent many of his root to their grave before he realized. What is the meaning of this Uzumaki Kushina? Why do you have these masks, and whose mask they belong? Kakashi asked. Why do I have the feeling that I have seen these masks before? But where? He asked question himself in his mind. First of all, you and everyone except selected few will address me as Namikaze Uzumaki-sama or Namikaze-sama or Uzumaki-sama. Sarutobi may don't mind and let you go when you call by his name, but I never will. If you ever address me by my name, then you will face the consequences by disrespecting me and my clans. She warned the council while releasing killer intent on them. Everyone didn't said anything, they just nod their heads. Second, those ANBU masks belong Hunter Nin, who was hunting me. 2 years after leaving the village, they were coming after me. At first I thought they were assume me someone else, so I beat them and leave the place. But after 1 month, same Hunter Nin squads track me down with some backup. I again beat them, but something telling me they were still coming after them. So I tie them up and then check their belonging and find something which made my blood boil. I find scroll in which they were ordered to track, hunt me down, and then take my children away from me so they can mold them into their weapon. I was so angry when I read the scroll and want to kill those Hunter Nin right there, but I didn't and let them wake up. When they wake up, I interrogate them where they tell me who they were, which ANBU branch they were belonged to and who gave them this kind of order. I found out that they were disband ANBU branch which you, elders ANBU commander, and experiences shinobi know very well while others don't. So let me tell you the name of this disband ANBU branch. The name of the branch is Root, who was under the command of Shinobi Elder Council member Shimura Danzo. And those order which was given to them from Danzo, Koharu, Hamura, and Bayu, Sarutobi. She said before take out one more scroll and throw it toward the Hayashi who caught it and start reading the scroll before he passed to the Yamanaka clan head. Hayashi then look at the council before he nodded his head. What Kushina-san saying is true. That scroll have the signature of elders but also Hokage-sama's signature and seal as well. Hayashi said with nod his head. When others hear this they couldn't believe what Hayashi said, so they look over to the Yamanaka clan head, who also agree with Hayashi, which is followed by the Nara, Akimichi, Kurama clan head as well ANBU commander. They couldn't believe it that their Hokage and elders give such kind of order to eliminate the wife of Yondaime while wanted to kidnap their children and turn them into some kind of mindless weapons. This something which don't fit well with the civilian council and all those shinobi but others clan head, Sarutobi group, didn't mind it when they hear it. They believe to keeping the village safe, strong and powerful in front of other villages then they must sacrifice some people. Even it means to kill their previous Hokage wife and turn their children into mindless weapon for their own goods then it must be done. They were even doing it right now. When Scroll arrived to the Hokage and saw the order which is signed by him all those years ago, he then starting to run his mind which can bring himself and others out of this mess. He first thought to deny the signature side in the scroll was not his and someone may have forged his signature, but then if he do that then all his old teammates were assumed to responsible of this mess which he didn't want it. Not only that, if he tell them someone forged his signature then they will aiming at the Uchiha because they can copy any writing. It will ruin the image in the Uchiha clan in front of the civilian council as well the shinobi in the room which he didn't want it. He then brainstorming to get himself out of this mess but no idea came in his mind. Now Sarutobi? What do you want to say about these masks as well the signature on that scroll? Kushina asked with cold tone. Kushina, I didn't how my signature and my seal get into that scroll, but know this I'll investigate about it, and when I found out who did this, he will be punished for issuing such order? Hiruzen reassure Kushina who just scowl at him inwardly. Good luck with the investigation Sarutobi, Kushina said in her usual cold voice which confused everyone in the room except those who know her very well because if she said something like that then the investigation is just a formality which Sarutobi used to cover their tracks. Hiruzen and the elders either they didn't hear it or just ignore it. They were just running their mind so they can get themselves out of this situation. Hiruzen decided to change the topic but he was again beat by Kushina, who herself want to get into the main topic. Now that's taken care of. Let's back to the main topic, Kushina said in an emotionless voice which sent chill on the various council member on the room. What do you mean by that Kushina-san? Hokage asked and trying to control the situation. Kushina then looked at Hokage with narrowed eyes while Hokage himself tried his best not to flinch from her gaze, but he was failing miserably. Don't act like you don't know why I'm here Sarutobi? You have pretty much idea why I'm here and what I want to talk to you about as well your old teammates, she said in cold voice which made Hokage and elders' hair back on their headstand. Before they could speak, Kushina speak again. Did you really think that you could keep this away from me forever, Sarutobi? Did you think you can get away from me by lying about my son dead while he was indeed alive and live in this village? Did you honestly believe that I wouldn't find out what you have done to him? Did you really think I would not make you pay for everything that you and this village have done to him? Asked Kushina openly in a cold yet barely detectable angry voice. Kushina, I know what I did was wrong, but please you have to understand what I did was probably the hardest decision I had to ever make. I was faced with an impossible of choice, where I chose the lesser of several evils. I honestly believed that give time the people would let go of their hate and treat him as he deserved, where when you returned with you other children you would see that it was for the best. Pleaded Sarutobi as he tried to get Kushina to see his reason behind his action. Is that so? From what I have seen, it seems that it was more to what was easier for you instead of the lesser of evils. If it's your son or grandson in place of my son, would you let the villagers do what they were doing to my son since he was born? She asked coldly. What I did was for the best for the village and everyone in it Kushina you need to unday dash. said Sarutobi, but was interrupted by the Kushina, who was starting to lose patience. WTH Sarutobi's excuses. What you did was for your own best interest, Sarutobi, as you could not afford the chance that I would take my son away from the abuse he suffered here, as well as keeping me from bringing down my wrath on those responsible for his abuse, replied Kushina coldly, yet still showing no emotion on her face. Son? What son? And what abuse, Kushina-san? You are not making sense, spoke one of the civilian council member. So let me get straight. They don't know about my marriage with Minato-kun, and not even aware that I give birth to Minato-kun children? After Kyuubi attack, you came to me and lie about my son die in the attack, but in truth he was alive. You even allowed me and my other children leave the village, because if we stay then we may found out that my son is indeed alive, which mean we may stay in the village for him or take him with us. Which you don't wanted, is that right, Sarutobi? Because you want to make him your village weapon or your personal weapon. After we left the village, you tell villagers about my son burden, which lead them hate him. While this village respect my husband, while they were resent my son so much that you let them beat him. But you never told the villagers about his parents, spoke Kushina. Kushina-san, you cannot speak of it to anyone. It is forbidden for anyone other than the Hokage and we his advisors to know it, spoke Hamura, trying to stop from telling the truth. I care little what any of you or Sarutobi say is forbidden, especially when it concerns the well-being of my son, replied Kushina, where she gave the old man a cold look. Hiruzen-san, what are all talking about? Who is Kushina-sama? Asked Shibi, who is the current clan head of the Aburame clan, as none of this was making any sense to him or the others, while few of clan head quickly understand who is referred to, but they didn't said anything, they just let Kushina to explain. Before either the Hokage or the elders could respond to the Aburame clan head question, Kushina answered for them. My son is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, which you know as Uzumaki Naruto, even better known to all of you as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, nine-tailed demon fox, or as some of you may call him, the demon brat, spoke Kushina as she narrowed her eyes ever so slightly. Upon hearing this, dozens of gasps erupted in the council room as well hallway, from the council members and from the Konoha shinobis outside the barrier, as they quickly realized that Naruto was son of the Yondaime. The demon brat, the son of the Yondaime? Preposterous. I refuse to believe that hell SPRJ, shouted one of the civilian council member in refusal. Before he could finish, he was hit in the throat by the back end of kunai that was suddenly sent flying at him from Kushina. Everyone else was of course surprised by this, as no one had seen Kushina take out kunai, nor did they see the kunai until it hit council member, which caused the man to start coughing and spluttering as he tried to regain his breath. Fools should know when to hold their tongues, for if they do not they are liable to choke on the words they speak, replied Kushina coldly as she gave council member a cold yet intense look that told the man that next one would not be a warning. Kushina-san, I know that young Naruto looks like your husband and has the same family name as you, but he is not your real son. The boy was orphaned with no name and the Hokage gave him your son's name as well, your family name, after Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi into him. The only reason he looks like your husband is because of the sealing, as the Yondaime mixed his chakra to make the seal on the boy and it altered his appearance to look like him. I thought the same thing when I first saw the boy, until the Sandaime explained it to the others and myself, spoke Tsum. As when she first saw Naruto when he was young, many of shinobi as well clan head immediately saw the resemblance between him and their late Hokage and had believed what Kushina believed, until the Sandaime told them the Yondaime seal. After that, lot of shinobi believe what Sandaime said, but few clan heads and their clan member not believing the word Sandaime said, and they still continued helping him. So that is the story you feed them, a rather flimsy explanation, but consider how few know the working of the Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal, and the Shursho Fuin for symbol seal, and considering as well how everyone in the village trust you. I can see why they believed you, spoke Kushina in a monotone-like voice as she looked coldly at the Sandaime, who was starting to get worried. I was there when Minato-kun used those seal, which seal Kyuubi inside Naruto, and I know very well that those seal don't work like that. Kushina, please. This could do more harm than good if you tell them the truth, pleaded Sarutobi. You speak as if I care what happened to this village, after everything they done to my family, replied Kushina coldly. Hokage-sama, what is Kushina-san speaking about? Is the boy really the Yondaime-sama and Kushina-san's son? Accused Unkai angrily, as he and his brother had been longtime friend to both Minato and Kushina, when he and his brother, who was clan head at that time, along with the other clan heads, asked Sandaime Hokage about Naruto relation with his friends, but when Sandaime told about the work of Seal and how Naruto was not related to his friends, Unkai quickly believed what Sandaime said but his brother not. Even after that, his brother still tried to adopt Naruto more than once. When Unkai asked why, he told that he didn't believe Sandaime words regarding Naruto Seal and didn't like the way people treat him, which is why he tried to place Naruto under his clan protection and have him live in his clan's compound. But each time the Hokage refused his proposal, stating that if Naruto stayed in Kurama clan compound, then it would seem to other clans as favoritism. As well as that, his brother trying to get Naruto to be loyal to Kurama clan and use Kyuubi power inside Naruto to increase his clan's power in the village, which starting to decrease past few years. Not to mention Jinchuriki served to show off the Kage's might, hence he could not be loyal to any one clans that was not related to current Kage, as he must loyal to the Hokage and the village first. Even if he still allow him to adopt Naruto, then civilian will give him a problem, because civilian council passed the rule regarding Naruto to make him automatically adult when he was kicked out of the orphanage, which means he can't be adopted by anyone in the village. It is indeed, spoke Kushina in monotone voice, before the Sandaime could. As the story that the Sarutobi told was false, as the Shirsho Fuin that the Minato-kun used would not affect the appearance of the host, which is my son. She spoke and saw Sarutobi was want to say something, but she beat him again. The ruse was not to fool you or the other members of the council, it was to fool me, answered Kushina. Upon seeing the confused looks on most people's faces, Kushina turned to the Hokage. Perhaps you should explain to them, Sarutobi. She spoke, saying the last part coldly. At this, old Hokage sighed heavily and lowered his shoulders, as he knew he had no choice, as the rest of the council would not let this go and Kushina would not lower the barrier until she got her answer. The reason I hid Naruto true heritage from everyone was because if people knew that he was the son of the Yondaime Hokage and your Kushina, then eventually the other villages as well as Kushina's and Minato's enemies would learn of it, along with the fact that he hold the Kyuubi, then they will attack the village, either killed or kidnapped him. Spoke Sarutobi, hoping that his story would convince the Kushina and the rest of the council. Unfortunately for Sarutobi, Kushina knew that Sarutobi was still holding things back, as she used her sensor ability which tell her about negative emotion of people as well when people try to hold some sort of information, but right now she using it on him, and which tell her that Sandaime not telling everything. That may be partly the reason why you lied to me, but you and I know very well that it is not the whole story, so I suggest that you tell us, spoke Kushina. Kushina, I assure you that is the reason why I, spoke the Sarutobi before Kushina interrupted him again. I have had enough of your lies, Sarutobi. You will tell us the whole truth now, spoke Kushina coldly with some force, and showing some angry on her, as her emotionless mask was starting to crack, as she was losing patience with the old frat's lies. I agree, Hiruzen-san, as I can tell you're not being entirely truthful with us, spoke Inoichi. Seeing that the most of the council did not fully believe his story, the Sandaime knew he could not hide the whole truth and sighed again before speaking. Sigh. The other reason why I hide the truth from Kushina because of the promise, spoke Sarutobi, got confused look from the council members. You see, before Minato-kun seal Kyuubi into his son Naruto, he come to me and said that he wants see his son as hero of the village, who saved the village from the Kyuubi wrath. I promised that his son will see as hero, and I myself thought that villagers will respect his wish, but I was wrong, because when I told everyone about Naruto-kun burden, they quickly call his death, which is why I passed the law that no one said about Kyuubi. But that not the whole problem, because Kushina was still in the village, and I fear if she hear about villagers said something like that to her son, then it will cause problem. You see, if Kushina-san stay in the village with her children, then she will protect Naruto. It could divide the village, as Kushina would retaliate against the ones that attacked Naruto who saw him as Kyuubi, where many of you here along with others in the village would side with Kushina. Dividing the village further, where the other villages would eventually see this and attack us, starting another shinobi war. There was also the chance that Kushina would leave the village with Naruto, which was something that we could not have. This left me with no other choice but to trick Kushina, said the old Hokage with tried and sorrowful look, where he then looked over at Kushin, who emotionless mask was starting to break and was showing a look of utter hate and fury on his face. Hiruzen was right in his decision, Kushina. Do not let your emotions and feelings cloud your judgment, spoke Koharu, hoping to get Kushina to see what Sarutobi did was right for everyone. But she received very hate glare which make her very uncomfortable while she feeling some killer intent from Kushina. Didn't I make myself clear that you will not address me with my name? You will address me as Uzumaki-sama, Namike-sama, or Uzumaki Namike-sama. You got it, old hag, spoke Kushin with her little anger in her voice while releasing little bit killer intent. Koharu quickly nodded her head, but inside she was very angry at Kushina to call her old hag and want to teach her lesson, but she know very well that she can't do anything. When Kushina saw old hag nod her head, she stopped her killer intent and disappointed at the elder woman because she was hoping that old woman will defiantly get anger, but Koharu control herself. Well, I think her old age help her calm down, thought Kushina in her mind. Regarding my judgment, you have no right to talk about my judgment. My judgment is not in the last bit clouded. For your reasoning still doesn't give you right to lie to me and trick me into abandoning my son, my only son, to suffer 12 years of abuse and suffering at the hands of this village's people, spoke Kushina in a calm voice which held barely contained rage in it. Kushina, you have to understand I did was best for the village and its people, for the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, spoke Sarutobi. It's rather amusing that you say that, Sarutobi, for usually those few whose needs are swept away by the many are usually the ones who can decide the fate of the many, and what would one expect to happen when a people go out their way to make the life of a person, with the power of the strongest bijou in them, miserable, stated Kushina. I shall tell you, the person would act out like any other person and grow to hate said people and what to make the pay for their transgressions against him. But it seems that thanks to sheer willpower that my son has, he has not turned into a hate-filled person that kills anyone he meets, which is something that most people, including myself, would likely turn into if they had gone through what he went through. Kushina, I know that my reason do not excuse for what I did, but still you of all must know that some evils must be done for the greater good of all, pleaded the old Hokage. Unfortunately, though, the Hokage words just further infuriate Kushina. The feeble excuse of all the leaders to justify themselves when they have done immoral acts, commented Kushina. Is that the excuse you told yourself when you went to sleep in your warm bed? Knowing that my son was most likely sleeping alone, crying himself to sleep, cold and hungry most nights in a small, vermin-infested, freezing apartment. Is that also what you told yourself when you allowed the villagers and the shinobis to attack and beat an innocent boy without persecution or punishing them? Spoke Kushina, which shocked everyone in the room, especially Sarutobi and the elders, because of how Kushina knew this, and the others being that the Sandaime would actually do such a thing. Surprised I know this? Asked Kushina openly, as she saw the shocked look on everyone's face. How do you know? Shuddered the shock Hokage, confirming to everyone what he did. At this cold smirk appeared on Kushina. I know thanks to a special jutsu which I created to allow me to see the memories of people, meaning in know everything that has happened to my son for the past 12 years. Kushina told them. She indeed create a jutsu which allow her to saw the people memories, which was same as the Yamanaka clan mind techniques. She used this jutsu on Naruto when he was sleeping with his sisters and saw what happened for last 12 years. After the jutsu is ended, she know every single thing about Naruto, as well the thing done why the village which made her angry. How village beat, abuse, mock and many more thing. In some case they were trying to kill him. She was practically very angry and could have destroyed the village right away if Kasumi haven't stopped her. This of course shocked many, as they did not expect Kushina to have created a technique so similar to what Yamanaka clan could do with mind techniques. But as surprised as the others were, none were more surprised than Inoichi. Upon realizing this, Sarutobi knew that there was nothing about Naruto's life that he keep hidden from Kushina, since if she saw what he and other did to Naruto when he was younger despite the memory blocking with other seal he placed on Naruto, and hoping that Kushina didn't know about it, because if she did know about that seal then it will not good for him and his supporters. Then she no doubt knew everything else that happened to Naruto, which did not spell well for Sarutobi or Konoha. Kushina, please, there is much more to this that you do not understand. I had to do it for the good of Konoha, said Sarutobi. Good for the Konoha. You don't have right keeping my son away from me, Sarutobi. Tell me something, Sarutobi. Would you have been so willing to allow these things to happen to your sons or grandson was turn if it been one of them to be turned into Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi? Asked Kushina coldly. At this, Sarutobi glared at Kushina but not answering her question. I thought as much. You would do anything to protect them if they were turned into Jinchuriki and make sure that no one in the village thought about hurting them, but if someone else was the Jinchuriki then you would do anything in your power to make that person like living hell like you did my son. Remarked Kushina coldly. That's not true, Kushina. I do care for Naruto greatly, as I considered him like a grandson to me, spoke Sandaime weakly as he was starting to lose the well to argue on. Really? Then you have a rather humorous way of showing it. But if this is the way that you treat you grandchildren, then I pity you grandson, spoke Kushina coldly. But still tell me, Sarutobi, where was this determination for the greater good of Konoha when you had the chance to kill Orochimaru? How was it in the greater good of Konoha when you let him go? Even after you caught him in the act of experimenting on Konoha's shinobi and civilians, and using them as human guinea pigs, in his twisted attempt to be immortal and to learn all the world's jutsus. Tell me, Aslo, how is it you allowed the man responsible for the murder of 60 innocent infants be the good for Konoha? Asked Kushina, shocking everyone and stunning Sarutobi. That's absurd. The Hokage would never do such a thing? Spoke one of the civilian council member. Then I shall prove it to you, spoke Kushina as she took out scroll from her clock and opened it up, and spread her blood over the seal, where it started to glow. An afterimage of younger Sarutobi and Orochimaru appeared. The image you're about to see is of what happened in his laboratory at the night of Orochimaru crimes being discovered. This technique I learned from the Mito-sama herself when she teaching me. As the seal gathers the chakra residue of people who have been in an area recently, where it creates an afterimage made out of the other people's chakra residual and play back the last events of what happened in the area activated in. I sent a clone earlier to break into Seal laboratory, as I always found it strange at how Orochimaru escaped when Sarutobi had cornered him. Normally the chakra residue would dissipate over time, but to laboratory being Seal so soon after the event, the chakra residue was preserved, allowing me to gather it and play back the events of that night to you all. Once Kushina finished her explanation, she had the seal fully activate and play the events, where everyone on the council saw the younger Sandaime have Orochimaru, but lower his weapon and allowed him to escape. No one on the council or the shinobis outside the barrier could believe what they had just seen after the afterimage faded and Kushina rolled up the scroll and put it away. Many of course refused to believe it, but when they saw the glare-filled look on the old Hokage's face, they knew it was true. So that's how Orochimaru get away from the village. We always thought how Orochimaru get away when he was surrounded by the Hiruzen and 3 NBU team with him. NBU commander, clan heads thought at same time. So tell me, Sarutobi, how can you explain yourself that you allowed a man whose guilt was unquestionable to get away? Asked Kushina openly. The blood of every person he killed from that moment right now is on your hands because you lacked the willingness to kill him. But yet later on you allowed an innocent child to be beat, abused and tortured by ignorant cowards of the village. Kushina, I know I wronged both of you and Naruto in ways I can never make up for, and I'm truly sorry for it. But please, you have to understand I had no other choice, pleaded Sarutobi. There are always other choice, Sarutobi, you just picked the easier one. You could have picked up the choice by making Naruto childhood easier by hiding about Naruto status from the villagers, but you ignore it and tell them about the Kyuubi which is sealed inside of him, or you could announce Naruto heritage to the village, replied Kushina coldly. If I had not hid Naruto identity, the IWA would have spoke Sarutobi, only to be stopped by Kushina. IWA would have done nothing. Inoki is no fool. Most of his village's shinobis were killed in the war by Minato-kun, and Inoki would need all of them if he wanted IWA survive and not be destroyed by the other villages. As he would know full well that if he would send to kill Naruto, would have sent back in pieces by me, stated Kushina angrily. I can't force people to forget their angry and sorrow nor make them accept someone. I truly believe that the people would eventually forget their hate and angry at Naruto over time, and I could not protect Naruto all the time, said Sarutobi, but again stopped by Kushina. You can't force people forget their anger and sorrow. That true, Sarutobi. But you can force to make them to release their anger and sorrow on Naruto because he have something which give villagers to hate him, and released all their hate on the poor baby who don't even know why they hate him just because you passed the law so they don't tell the youngster anything about the Kyuubi or importantly Naruto. Even people want to let go their hate at Naruto over time but can't due to few selfish wanna villagers to keep hating Naruto, said Kushina. Regarding protection of Naruto, you should have let me take care of my son instead of tricking me into abandoning him. You once told me in my class when we were youngs that the people of Konoha were like a family, and that the Hokage duty was to care and protect them all like they were his or her own. Yet why did you not protect Naruto? Was he not a member of Konoha? Wasn't he deserving of protection, or Kyuubi bin seal inside of him doesn't make him member of Konoha? Spoke Kushina angrily as her emotionless mask was on the verge of breaking now. At this, Sarutobi mouth was close and look over to his old teammates for some help, but they didn't know what to do. You're not more than a hypocrite, Sarutobi. You speak of caring for each person in the village like family. Yet when it is in your best interest, you're just as like as stab them in the back like the lowest missing nin. The only right decision you ever made about my son was that you didn't give him to Danzo. Continued Kushina, where she looked at Danzo with a cold and hate-filled look in her eyes. Not to be intimidated by Kushina, Danzo looked at the Kushina eyes. If Hiruzen had heeded by wisdom and give me your son to train, he would have become the greatest protector of Konoha, greater than you or the Shodame Hokage's wife Mito-sama, stated Danzo. More likely emotionless puppet for you, remarked Kushina coldly. Be grateful that he did not, Danzo, because if he had, Konoha would be burning right now to the ground and its streets would filled with the blood of its people and shinobis, and you would dead, said Kushina in a cold, deadly tone. At this, Danzo narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers, where 4 root shinobis that had hidden in the rafters of the council room appeared in the room, where one came behind Kushina with Tanto at Kushina's neck, while the other 3 surrounded Kushina. At the same time, 2 official ANBU agents appeared beside the Hokage to protect him, as they had not sensed the root shinobis and feared that Danzo was planning to assassinate the Hokage. It seems that I was right that Root has not been entirely disbanded after all, stated rather calmly, who was not the least bit surprised or worried. Danzo, what is the meaning of this? Root is supposed to be disbanded, spoke ANBU commander as she looked at Danzo. And these are former members who are my personal guards, and since Kushina has not only threatened my life but threatened Konoha. She committed treason and I'm well in me right to order my men to have her killed, stated Danzo. Not even looked at the ANBU commander or anyone in the room but Kushina eyes, where he gave his men a nod to kill Kushina before the Hokage or any of the other council members stop him. Right when the root nin behind Kushina was about to silt Kushina's throat, he found something was missing. He looked and saw his hand which carried Tanto was missing. Before root nin can even cry in pain, Kushina stabbed him on his head with his Tanto. She then let go his Tanto which make root nin fall on the ground. Before the root nin even hit the ground, the root agent right in front of Kushina charged at Kushina with his Tanto. Seeing this, Kushina let second root agent come to her. Just as the root agent was about to stab her, Kushina quickly sidestepped the root agent and grabbed his wrist before she twisted which break his hand, and due to this root nin grip on his Tanto loose and it was falling on the ground. When Tanto was out of the root grip, Kushina quickly caught it with her free hand before she stabbed him on his shoulder before punch him on the stomach which send him towards the barrier before he fall down to ground. When she punched him on the second root agent, third root agent come behind her with his Tanto and thrust him on her back, but when it made contact with her, Tanto broke in half which make root eyes widen before he understand what happened next. Think he know was his turn in black. When Kushina punched the second root agent, she sent someone on her back. She knows she can quickly dodge it but decide to against it and used her special ability which make Tanto broke in half. When it broken, she quickly caught the broken piece of the Tanto in her hand before she throw it towards the third root agent head, who didn't even see that coming and die there. She then sends fourth and last root agent coming towards her with Tanto in his hand, who apply lighting chakra in order to cut her in half. When root agent Tanto about to make contact with Kushina body, Kushina caught the Tanto between index finger and middle finger before she used other free hand and thrust him on the root agent chest before she rip out of his heart before she crush with her hand. When she done it, root agent looked at her and then his heart which was crushed by her then looked at her last time before everything went drac. He died before he hit the ground. Kushina now have some blood on her face as well her clock while she still have heart of root agent before she drop it on the ground and move towards the second root agent which she left alive, who was still didn't know what happened. When she was front of second root agent, he cry in pain which make everyone in the room scare and flinch, which even make Danzo flinch as well. Before the root agent continued cry in pain, he quickly received punch on his face which broke his mask as well his nose with blood coming out from his nose, but still people in the room can still see his face. When Kushina moved her hand from his face, they saw a man who was about early 20 with black hair and back eyes. Most noticeable feature was 2 red making on his face and sharp tooth. When people saw the root agent face, they quickly know who he was and which clan he belonged to. They quickly looked at the person who was in charge of the clan, who was pretending to look shocked as well. Well, look at that. Root agents happen to be the member of the Inuzuka clan, Kushina said in emotionless told, which sent chill down everyone in the room. What is your name, Inuzuka? She asked but got no answer. She hit him on the face and blood was coming out of his mouth. I asked you? "What is your name, Inuzuka?" she asked again while grab his head before tight her grip on his head which make him cry on pain. "I Inuzuka H Hero." He tell his name while in pain. "Now tell me, Hero, who are you working for?" she asked while applied some force on his head. "I work for Danzo-sama," he replied. "Are you one of his bodyguards?" Kushina asked, only receive nod from him. "So you know lot of thing about him?" Kushina asked. Again she received nod from him. "Then tell me, is Danzo route is still active or not?" she asked but got no answer. She then used her free hand and grabbed the hilt of Tanto and move it upwards which make him hiss in pain before he looked at Kushina with angrily. "I won't tell you," he asked before he hissed in pain when he felt Tanto moving downward. "You won't or you can't?" she asked which make Root Agent eyes widen in surprise. What?" was all he asked. "You think I didn't know about how Root is work?" Kushina asked in cold tone before continued. "I know very well why you won't tell me about it because the curse seal was placed on your mouth which stopping telling about your master. But don't worry, I can remove that seal for you. After that you can tell me about everything," spoke Kushina which made Danzo and Root Agent eyes widen in surprise. Hiro then looked at his master for help but saw his master looked for him few seconds into his eyes before he turned his head from him. Hiro instantly know the meaning of his master behavior. It means that his service is no longer required. Before Kushina is going to ask another question, she saw he take out kunai from his pouch and ram on his thigh. After few seconds, he's starting to cough up blood from his mouth. Kushina saw this and quickly take out the kunai from his thigh and before examine it and saw it was drip in poison. Not any kind of poison but very powerful which can kill anyone within few seconds. She then looked at the Root Agent who's starting to cough violently before it getting slow and then completely stop and he die. When Kushina saw he die quickly move away from the body of Root Agent before moving back again with kunai still in her hands before it disappeared from her hand. When she got there she saw everyone looked at her with eyes widen because she take out those root with in less than 10 seconds. During the fight not even single one of the Root Agent is able to hurt her, while one of them able to touch her with his Tanto but still they didn't even able to hurt her in any way. They even surprised when she stopped the fourth Root Agent Tanto who was apply lighting chakra on the Tanto which should be enough to cut her but she stopped it with her two figure which is impossible. But what made many on the council and the shinobis in and out of the council room scared was when they looked into her cold, merciless, murderous violet eyes and last think her hair was flying wildly and splitting into 9 parts and moving lazy like cubey tails, which were made all the more intense and frightening with her face still remaining black, emotionless and some part cover in blood. When they looked at her face and eyes the shinobi member on the council along with the shinobis watching from outside the council room could not help but be reminded of Kushina's bloody reputation during the war, while the civilian members on the council finally saw why exactly Kushina was called Aka Red Death. The shinobi outside the council room were actually kind of glad that they had not got in, as many feared that they would have ended like the Root Agents had they confronted Kushina. Danzo himself could not believe what he had saw and was even slightly nervous, as Kushina basically slaughtered 3 out of 4 of his best agents in less than 10 seconds and did it as if they were not more than mere genin. "Kushina, that enough, this has gone too far," spoke Sarutobi angrily after he recovered the shock. "As Hokage I must think betterment of everyone in the village and I he spoke before suddenly an incredible killer intent was felt thought out the room and outside the building. Hell, everyone in Konoha felt it and wondering if Kyubi got free somehow. "I had enough of your lies and excuses, you old piece of shitting monkey," snarled out Kushina as her emotionless mask had finally broken and her eyes were ablaze with untold fury and rage, and her hair who were splitting into 9 parts are moving dangerously. Everyone was frozen from sheer terror of killer intent for their place. Kushina then disappear from her place and reappear in front of Sarutobi, holding the Hokage against the wall behind the council table and lifting him up slightly by the neck with just her left hand. In his right hand Kushina held one of the Anbu sword which she borrowed from the one of the Anbu beside Sarutobi, where its tips was dangerously close to stabbing the old Kage right between the eyes. At the same time everyone saw this, they also saw the 2 Anbu that had been beside the Sandame fall to the ground unconscious. As somehow in the moment or two that everyone had been too paralyzed to move due to the killer intent, Kushina had speed across the room, knocked out the 2 Anbu before taking sword from one of them and garbed the Hokage and pinned him against the wall. Once Sarutobi had overcome the killer intent and realized the situation he was in, He tried to get out of it by replacing himself with something, but when he tried he found that his body could not move for two reasons. First, Kushina killer intent was directly on him, which make him impossible to use his chakra. Second, even if he somehow use his chakra, he still can't use it because seal markings spreading all over his body, which is coming from the Kushina hand that held him by the neck. I wouldn't bother trying to move Sarutobi, as you have no doubt guessed the seals that are now spreading across your body are preventing your body from move. It is special sealing technique that I have developed that prevents the person I'm holding in my hand from moving any part of their body. So as long as I have you in my hand, you can't move or summon your chakra to overpower it. Spoke Kushina. Kushina, stop this, cried Unkai as he and other shinobi members of the council could not move for fear of Kushina killing the Hokage if they tried anything to stop her. Unkai is right, Kushina. This won't help matter, nor will it change what has happened to your son, spoke Kushina as he tried to stop his friend from killing the Hokage. It may not, but I care less about it as he deserves to pay for what he has done to Naruto, spoke Kushina angrily, as she glared angrily at the old Hokage who was struggling to breathe as Kushina tightened her grip on his throat. Her grip on Sarutobi's throat was so much that can break his neck any seconds. Shinobi in the room saw this and saw Hokage face and saw his eyes were rolling back on his head and in any moment he was going to die. But before Kushina do that, they saw three blur moving towards her and quickly surround her. All the people in the room thought that someone is able to stand with her killer intent, or somehow Shinobi who were outside the room is able to break her barrier and enter the room. But shock when they saw three person who surround the Kushina wearing the white cloak, which is same as Kushina cloak. The only difference is that they have Uzumaki clan symbol on the back, which is red in color. 3 out of 2 clock figure quickly came Kushina both side and huge her, while last one put his hand on the Kushina sword hand to stop her for killing old monkey. Even he want to let her do it, but he can't, because if Kushina killed the Sandame then they will have lot of problem in future, which they don't want right now. And he knows Sarutobi is alive is far more useful to them than the dead. Before anyone said anything, one of the cloak figure beat them. Please stop this, Kachan, spoke one of the clock figure in a female voice who was on Kushina right side. You don't have to kill him, said second cloak figure also in a female voice who was in Kushina left side. If you killed him, then it will only create problem for us, Kachan, spoke last cloak figure who was boy due to his voice. But everyone in the room confused because his voice is same as someone in the village who was tortured by the village for last 12 years. Everyone in the council room eyes were widened when they hear the three cloak figure call Kushina as mother, and they quickly knew they were Kushina children and sibling of Naruto. They then saw when Kushina children pleaded her, Kushina stop applying more force on Hiruzen's throat, but it was still strong enough to kill him if she keep him long at that position. Kushina looked at Hiruzen's face for few seconds, before she released his throat, which make him fall to the ground, where he started gasp for air and quickly put away the sword. When Kushina children saw Hiruzen was released from their mother grasp, they quickly released her and back away a little to give them a little space. You should be grateful, Hiruzen. My children just saved your miserable life. But that does not mean that you will go unpunished for what you did, spoke Kushina, where she quickly punched Sarutobi in the gut and quickly put her finger. She then quickly drew another complex seal on Sarutobi's forehead using his own blood in just under 3 seconds, before she placed 2 of her figure on the seal, after which she then did a few one-handed seals before crying out. Kanenisu no Jutsu, memory transfer technique. When Kushina did this, Sarutobi suddenly start to cry out in pain, as memories of being tortured beaten by the people to flood his mind, and he could actually feel the pain of each beating. He also could feel the sorrow and the despair that made him almost wish he was dead. After what felt like an entirely, the memories finally ended and Sarutobi was on his knees sweating and panting heavily. What did you do to him? Cried Koharu in angry. I placed a special seal that I created. It's called the Kugyo Fuin, the penance seal. The seal contained the memories I gained from watching my son's life, and it will make Sarutobi see and feel a different one of those memories. Every morning, noon and night, 3 times every day for the rest of his life. It is the closest thing I can do to him to make known what he put Naruto through. Not only that these seal can't be removed by anyone other than me. If someone try to remove the seal, then I put something on the seal which only increased his pain. Even if someone somehow remove the seal, then it will destroy his brain and leave him nothing more than a human vegetable, said Kushina with a small cold and cruel smirk on her face as she walked away from Sarutobi with her children and was in front of the council again. Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina, You will remove that seal immediately or you will be charged with attack the Hokage and with treason," cried Koharu again. "I will not, and you cannot make me, as well other shinobi in the room or the village that can even hope to force me, as I have grown much stronger than I was before I leave this village," replied Kushina. Koharu and Hamura were of course furious at Kushina's refusal, but before they could even respond to Kushina's refusal, she spoke again. "But you will give in to the demands that I'm about to make, because if you don't, then I promise you, Konoha will burn to the ground. You may be strong, Uzumaki, but not even you are strong enough to take on the full might of Konoha by yourself and defeat all our shinobis. So do not think you can intimidate us with your ideal threats," spoke Danzo. Even he knew that Kushina is so powerful that can burn any major village to the ground without any problem. He just hoped that she don't become more powerful in all those years away from the village, because if she does, then she is danger to his plan and he have to eliminate her. He then looked at her children who were standing behind her. "Maybe I should capture her children and make her pledge her loyalty to me. If she don't, then I used her children to kill her," thought Danzo in his mind before he used Sharingan, which he hid it behind the bandage cover in his eyes on Kushina children. "I do not make idle threats, Danzo, because you as well all other shinobis inside this room know that I'm right. They know how much powerful I was before leave the village and don't think that I became weak just because I was away from the village and taking care of my children. I'm not, and it's all thanks to you, Danzo," spoke Kushina. Got confused looked from everyone, even Danzo was confused as well. "You see, those ANBU guys who were hunting me all those years ago are the reason keep myself strong, or they able to kill me and take away my children and use them their twisted purpose. Due to this I restart my training as well. Those ANBU help me to regain my strength and help me become more power. The more those ANBU guys come after me and my children, the more I become stronger. Even somehow this village shinobi's able to defeat me before I destroyed this village. How much village is suffer? You see, how many shinobis do you think this village lose before you kill me? Also, how much village do you think will be destroyed in battle? Because I can promise you I will not be killed easily and I will not die alone, and when you do kill me," said Kushina. That threat of course worried many, as they had no doubt that in such a fight many if not most of their best shinobis would be killed. "I can also assure you my clan allies will come and will finish what I started." "And who would these allies of yours be that would be powerful enough to destroy an entire village?" asked Sarutobi after he recovered, as he came back to the council table and to his seat. "I didn't expect that you asking me this question, Sarutobi. Beside, you and elders know very well what allies I'm talking about. They may not able to destroy this village, but they still able to destroy this village by other mean. Try to think, Sarutobi, you might find your answered," spoke Kushina with cruel smirk. This of course confused everyone, one in the room as well as those outside the barrier. Even Hokage and elders were confused Kushina words and try to think what she was talking about before they remember it, and their face turn into pale. Kushina saw their face before cold smirk appear on his face. "By the look off your face, it seems that you remember who I'm talking about," spoke Kushina with smirk on her face. "Hiruzen, what allies is she talking about?" asked Kazashi. First time spoke after Kushina entered the room. Konoha was formed due to the alliance between Senju and Uchiha clan. But both of the clan know that they don't have resources, money and manpower to build this village. Even Fire Daimyo doesn't have money for helping to build our village. Due to this, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara go to Yuzu and ask Uzumaki clan for help, which they agree to help them by providing them money, resources and any other thing which can help them, but in exchange they will get some land in the village, so they're clan people who want to live in the Konoha, which both Senju and Uchiha clan leaders agree. During that time, many other clans join the village as well as hundreds of the Uzumaki clan members who helped to build the village. When the work was complete, all the clan heads as well people of the village make Hashirama-sama, the Shodame Hokage of the Konoha. Even the village was built. The village still have some problems, so in order to solve those problems they asked Uzumaki clan join the village completely, but Uzumaki clan politely refused it and said that they have their own village and they can't leave their homeland. So the Konoha suggests to make alliance between the two villages by marrying between the Konoha Shodame Hokage and the Yuzu Daimyo eldest daughter Uzumaki Mito, which Uzumaki clan agree. After the marriage, Uzumaki clan provide the massive amount of money, mission and resources which make village strong. They even provide clients and investors who still doing business or invest their money to us. Spoke Hiruzen, and all the civilian council members except 2 and younger shinobi's eyes widen when they hear Uzumaki clan help to build the village in many ways. Clan heads, ANBU commander and senior shinobis already know about this and know that if Uzumaki clan didn't help the village that time, then the Konoha was not even strongest of the village in the Element Nation. During the First Great Shinobi War, Yuzu helped the Konoha to win the war. But in the Second Great Shinobi War, Uzumaki clan decide to natural, but they still help our village when we ask for help. During the Second War, Uzumaki clan was attacked by the combined force of 4 out of 5 great shinobi villages. All minor villages except 1 or 2 and samurais sent by all the other country who either have shinobi village or not. Spoke Hiruzen, who got widened eyes from the civilian council members and the younger shinobi, but he ignore it before he speak again. Those forces surround the Yuzu no Kuni from all sides and cut off their escape route. Due to this, Uzumaki clan asked us for help, but we were busy fighting the fragments of the both Iwa Stone and Kumo Cloud village who keep us to helping them, but the Uzumaki clan members except few who were in Konoha leave the village so they can help to defend the Yuzu. Before we could gather our force and send to help the Uzumaki clan to defend the village, we hear that Yuzu was sealed off by the barriers which was created by the Uzumaki clan with the help of Fuinjutsu. Due to this, more than 90% of the allied force was trapped in the country. Even after the Uzumaki clan was destroyed by the allied forces, which was still trapped inside the barrier and die without with food, water or other medical supply. Tell Hiruzen before he was interrupted by the Kakashi. But Hiruzen, it didn't explain how Uzumaki-sama destroyed our village when her clan was destroyed long ago and only allies of her clan was our village. Spoke Kakashi, who still didn't see how Kushina can destroy the Konoha. Others also want to ask the same question as Kakashi, but before they can ask the question, Kakashi beat them. Hiruzen annoyed by this and glare at Kakashi, who flinch a little. I was going to tell you before you interrupt me, Kiyoshi-san. Hiruzen said in an annoying voice before he continued speaking. You see, after the destruction of Yuzu, surviving member of Uzumaki clan was angry at us and demand us why Konoha didn't help their village, which I tell them our situation in order to calm down. Instead they became even more angrier. Had not Mito-sama, who was clan head of Senju and Uzumaki clan, then our village lost all those clients, investors and all the resources which Uzumaki clan providing us since the village is formed. She may listen to us, but she also warn us if anything happened like that, then Uzumaki clan pull back their supports and leave the village. Explained Hiruzen before he sighed heavily and looked at the Kushina, who still had cold smirk on her face. Hiruzen, I just want to know how much our village suffer if Uzumaki clan pull back their support from the village on that time? Asked one of the council member curiously. When Hiruzen hear the question, he sighed before decide to tell them. Our village lost 75% economy, large number of missions, as well as the 60% of resources and many more things. Answered Hiruzen, and whole council members' eyes were widened in shock. You can't be serious, Sarutobi, cried same civilian member, who now eyes widened in shock along with others and looking at Hokage, who only nod his head.
I'm councilman,
said Sarutobi. If Uzumaki clan pull back their support on that time, then Konoha lose the Second and Third Great Shinobi War because we don't have money and foods to feed our shinobis and village. Due to this, Fire Daimyo order us to end the war. Even if our village is able to win those wars, then our village economy drops so much that it will take 3 or 4 decades to recover from that. Even if we recover, then Konoha lost one of the strongest villages position to one of the weakest minor village in the Element Nations. Stated Sarutobi, who know very well how much their village suffer if Uzumaki call off the support to the village. He didn't even tell them about the territory will they lose if Uzumaki clan separate themselves from the Hai no Kuni. Now everyone in the room shock when they hear this. All the clan heads remember why their parents said Uzumaki clan was very important clan in Konoha. Had they not in the village, then Konoha lose all its strength. Civilian council members couldn't believe what they hear. They always thought that Uchiha and Senju clan were the only one who bring all those supports and turn Konoha into a strongest village in the Element Nation. But after they learning the truth regarding the Uzumaki clan, they know how important this clan to the village who help to build this village to make Konoha strongest village. Their thought were interrupted by the Kushina, who cough in her hand. Now you know that I have made no idle threat, for even if you do kill me, you all know what will happen to this village if you kill me. All those clients, investors and the resources your village getting through my clan will cut off their support, which turn this village from strongest village to one of the weakest village among the minor villages in Element Nation. Stated Kushina. But even despite everything that you have done to me and my son, I will not have this village destroyed which my clan helped to build, despite how much pleasure it would give me and my family. For there are still some good people here that do not deserve to pay for your mistakes, and who tried to help my son," said Kushina. "Hence why I will not take my brother from here, as I know he still has few friends here, but I will if this village ever tries to harm him again, my other children or they wishes to leave this village," stated Kushina. "Well, he can't stay in the village because we banished him from the village," stated Mabuki. Kushina hear this, her smirk is lost and looked at the Sarutobi into his eyes dangerously who flinch. "Is that so?" she asked him dangerously and only got nod from him. "Well, if that is the case then he will leave this village with me and my clan. As well I take everything which my clan provide to this village as well as I call of every support this village got from my clan. Not only I hereby fired every single shinobis of this village and they are allowed to leave this village and join any village they want and they will not put in bingo because Konoha bingo book was null and void because all the shinobi wear my clan symbol on their headband and their chunin and jonin flak jacket back," stated Kushina. This of course caused angry cries come from the several council members, saying that she can't do that, but Kushina ignored them and continued on with what she was saying. "I can do it and I will because Konoha used Uzumaki clan symbol on both headband and the flak jacket by our clan permission because your village don't have any symbol for their own village so they asked our permission which our clan agree under few condition that if Uzumaki clan in future want to take back their clan symbol then Konoha will return it without any problems as well all the shinobi was fired from their respective positions and allowed to leave the village and will not put bounty on those people. Fire daimyo as well Shodame Hokage agree to this terms. You can even confirm it from Sarutobi as well elders sitting over there, and if you still don't believe it then read the Konoha charter," said Kushina and this silent everyone in the room. They quickly looked at the Hokage and elders whose faces lost their colors when they hear this. They still unable to recover from this but 4 of them nod their heads same time which confirming that Kushina is telling truth. Kushina smile when she everyone shock on the council members' faces before she spoke again. "But I will do this if you banished Naruto-kun from the village. So I asked you again what you are going to do now. Are you still going to banish him from the village and the threat I give you make it real or let him stay in the village with me and let him stay with me?" asked Kushina and saw everyone from the civilian side of the council looking at her angrily and want to say few things but chose not to. "Alright, Naruto-kun will not banished from the village. Although I cannot allow you have Naruto in your clan Kushina, due to the volatile nature you have from the village, as well as because several years ago, I declared that no clan could adopt Naruto as it would shift the balance of power unfavorably within the village," spoke Sarutobi. The elders of course smirked at this, believing that they had one-up Kushina. But Kushina remained expressionless. "Tell me Sarutobi, are you and elders become sensible due to your old age or something?" she asked and all the smirked elders had on their faces were disappeared and glaring at her. "That law you made can be superseded by the right of blood relation, as stated in Konoha Charter for Shinobi clans, set down by the Shodame Hokage. That states that any person who is directly blood relation to member of clan but not part of said clan or any other clan can be adopted into the clan, if the clan head allows it and the person in my question wishes to be of it. Also you cannot deny me the right to have my son as part of my clan because it is me who give birth to him, but you take him away from me by lying about him be dead all those years ago. You can only deny me if I have committed any treason to this village which I don't," stated Kushina. "You attacked the Hiruzen and placed a seal on him. That's grounds for treason," countered Hamura. "Perhaps, but since I'm a clan head of the Uzumaki and the Senju clan, I have the right to a public trial in the village, where everything that I have learned about my son life. The seal Sarutobi placed illegally on my son which is only used in prisoner and everything else that I have mentioned such as letting Orochimaru go. Imagine the scandal that would erupt in the village if they learned all this. The shinobis and the villagers would never trust or follow any of you again. They would then most likely demand your removal or better yet, it could divide the village and very likely started a civil war," replied Kushina with small cunning smirk. At this the elders and Sarutobi grew concerned as what Kushina said was true, where they could not afford to have everything that was just revealed here to be known to the whole village, as it would divide it. The elders are also knew that they could not simply have Kushina killed as they did not know how strong Kushina really was now, and any force they could send would be likely killed by her, like she did all those years ago when she was away from the village. They would have only earned her wrath which they would no doubt good for the village because the threat she give to them was enough to back down. For now anyway. At this Sarutobi sighed in deaf ear knowing he could not prevent it and agreed to let Kushin have Naruto. This of course caused the elders, few clan heads and civilian council member frown in anger, while Hayashi just smirked in mind at seeing Kushina winding up one on Sarutobi and his group in a battle of wits. Next I want Naruto-kun part if my genin team, which is consisting of my daughters Namikaze Uzumaki Mito and Namikaze Uzumaki Natsumi, she said while motioned towards her daughters who were standing behind her during the whole council room. Both of them move forwards and remove their hoods from their faces so people can saw their faces. One on Kushina right, a girl who was around 12 years old, same age as Naruto, who have red hair that went to the mid-back tied into a ponytail. Her face is same as Kushina, but only difference was her eyes. She have cerulean blue eyes like Naruto and her father. Her name is Namikaze Uzumaki Mito, second-born child of both Minato and Kushina. On Kushina left, a girl who was same age as her sister. Her hair is also red as her sister, which is reached to her shoulders. Her face is same as Minato but more feminine and have mother violet eyes. Her name is Namikaze Uzumaki Natsumi, and she is youngest among the triplets. I'm sorry Kushina, but Naruto can't be genin of this village because he is no longer part of the Konoha shinobi forces, said Sandame. This time elders and their groups smirked at this, thinking that this time they had won on Kushina. Is that so? She asked this question again with her one eyebrow raised. Well, if he can't become genin of Konoha, then he will become genin of Yuzu, Kushina declared, which surprised everyone in the room. Before anyone object, Kushina raised her one hand and stopped them. Before you guys start shouting, you need to know few things. When Konoha is formed, Shodame passed the law that if member of clan who allied with Konoha can't become shinobi of the village, then that member can become shinobi if their clan head formed a team of their own clan members. By doing this, they can be shinobi and can do the mission which Hokage gave them, but they won't fall under Hokage or Konoha Council command other than their own clan, as well they have right to refuse any mission they wanted. You can take Uzumaki clan members who were stay Konoha as an example. They were the shinobi of Yuzu rather than Konoha. I'm also going to join my clan ranks if Yuzu was not destroyed, and because of this I join the Konoha ranks even after I have a choice not to join. She spoke. But now I can use this law and retired myself from the Konoha Kunoichi and become the Yuzu Kunoichi like should have become all those years ago, Kushina declared. You can't do that, Kushina, said Hamura. If you do that, you declare as a missing nin, spoke Koharu. I can and I did. You can't stop me. And regarding declare me as a missing nin, then you can't do that. Konoha's law protect me, and if you did, then I can separate Yuzu no Kuni from Hai no Kuni, and your fire daimyo can't stop me for doing that, Kushina stated. Now everyone in the room silent when they hear Kushina words. They know very well what Kushina talking about, and it will not be good for Konoha as well Hai no Kuni. She already threat to them to call off her clan support if they don't listen to her demands, and now she again threat them if they try to manipulate her and her family in any matter. Then she separate her homeland from the Hai no Kuni, which put lot of disadvantage, like they will lose south as well the eastern part of the Hai no Kuni because those part was under the Uzumaki control before the Second Great Shinobi War. After the destruction of Yuzu, Mito-sama allowed those part to join the Hai no Kuni as well Yuzu under condition that they will treat their clan and its members with respect and help them if they need. If they don't do anything, then she or whoever the next clan head of the Uzumaki clan can separate their land from the Hai no Kuni. If that happen, then the Hai no Kuni lose great amount of money and resources due loss of sea trades. Now Sarutobi and elders, now that they were fighting lose war. There is no way they can win against Kushina in any way, without the help of daimyo. So with no other choice, Sarutobi allow Kushina to have Naruto to become shinobi of the Uzumaki clan. I already have control of both Uzumaki and Namikaze clan bank account, but still don't have control of Namikaze clan shop both inside and outside the village. So as the wife of the Namikaze Minato, I also take control of that for now until my Naruto-kun is old enough to take over, she declared. Now civilian council lost their temper with this woman who not only flushed their plans to gutters but all taking over the Namikaze clan business, which is spread throughout the element nations. They starting to deny that she can't have those Namikaze clan business because she is not Namikaze, but Kushina remained that she is wife of Minato and her children is Namikaze by blood, which means they can't deny that, and if they do, then they will go to the daimyo court where all country daimyo will present as well all the leader of the shinobi's villages as well all the clan heads of the element nations who can decide what happened to account. By this all the civilian council went silent because they know very well that no matter what they did, they will lose against Kushina in daimyo court. With no other choice, Sarutobi let Kushina have her ways. Is that all your demands? growled Hamura as he and other elders as well as civilian council glared at Kushina. There is one other demand I will make, spoke Kushina with barely seen cold smirk. Which is, growled Koharu. You will reintroduce Uzumaki clan into academy as well announce Naruto's heritage to the village, spoke Kushina. No, we won't. It was removed because it was useless, said Mabuki but quickly shut her mouth when she felt Kushina glaring at her. But what about IWA? They could come AF-, spoke Sandame, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Kushina. I will deal with IWA if they try anything, counter Kushina. I know you will. Okay, we can introduce Uzumaki clan into academy, but I still don't announce the village about Naruto's heritage right now. It will announced when I see that he is strong enough to defend himself. Right now village only know that you are the wife of Minato and they only have 2 children, but when it come to Naruto they will only know that he is only member of your clan and nothing else. Not even you are his mother or brother of both Mito-san and Natsumi-san, spoke Sandame. At this Kushina narrowed her eyes on him as well her daughter, but before she and her daughter spoke someone spoke it. Even now you decide to deny my birthright, Gigi, spoke last cloak figure who haven't removed his hood from his face. When Sarutobi hear familiar voice and shock when someone refer him to Gigi, and only 2 people call him by that. And Naruto? He asked and saw cloak figure stand with Kushina and his sisters before he remove his hood from the face. They saw the 3rd figure who standing in front of the council is none other than Uzumaki Naruto or Namikaze's Uzumaki Naruto, oldest son of Minato and Kushina. One and only Gigi, spoke Naruto very sweet voice which is too sweet for Hokage liking.
And Naruto-kun.
You see, I didn't want to deny any of your birthright or something. It just spoke Sarutobi before he was interrupted by Naruto.
No, hihi.
Not only you deny me my birthright, but you lie to me about that you don't know my parents or even my mother was alive and lie to her about me dead all 12 years ago. And allow her to leave this village with my sisters so that she can't found that I was alive. Not only that everyone in the village know about my burden thanks to you and your group, but they don't allow to tell me. They just beat me senseless and leave me to death. I only alive thanks to my clan healing ability and QB who heal. When I asked you why they hate and beat me like that, what did you tell me? You tell me that you didn't know why they hate me, and you always say that don't hate the village or leash out on them because if did then you will lose your precious weapon. Spoke Naruto whose happy smile left his face and now glaring Sarutobi angrily. That's not right, Naruto-kun, spoke Naruto who tried to defend himself, but before he could said any other thing he meet very powerful killer intent which is released from Naruto. Do speak my name, Sarutobi. You lost the right after what you did, said Naruto angrily. Now Sarutobi now that he lost the trust of Naruto which is not good for him and his plan. He know gaining Naruto trust is difficult but for sake of his plan he going to gain his trust again. Regarding what you think Naruto-kun, I did what is good for you. I did those things to protect you from your parents' enemy. Sarutobi tried to reason with Naruto. Well, I don't need that kind of protection. I rather die while live that life, said Naruto with same tone. Regardless what you did, Sarutobi, I asked you once again, will you announce Naruto's heritage to the village or not? Kushina who spoke before Sarutobi say anything while put one hand on Naruto's shoulder and try to calm him down. Kushina, I can't. Not until he prove himself that he was strong enough to defend himself for your and Minato's enemy, said Sarutobi. Kushina looked into Sarutobi's eyes for few seconds before she speak. Very well, then his heritage will not be announced to the village until he was strong enough to defend himself from my and Minato's enemy, but when he did show he was strong, you are going to announce to the village about Naruto's heritage or I will, stated Kushina, which Sarutobi agree with her. After that Kushina was about to turn and walk away from the council, but she quickly turned around again. Oh, and if something ever happened to either myself or my children, like say an accident happened or we were somehow killed or disappear, then these files along with many others will be released to the entire Element Nations, spoke Kushina as she took several files from her cloak and threw them to Sarutobi. When Sarutobi grabbed the files and opened it, his eyes wide slightly in surprise. These are the file from the ANBU achieves, how did you get them? He asked. You forget, Sarutobi, I was once a ANBU captain, and I know my way around the place, and like old saying once an ANBU always an ANBU, and Kagebushin, shadow clone, and copy jutsus are very useful when gathering intel from places like the ANBU achieves, stated Kushina. So you're blackmailing us? Cried Koharu angrily. You call it blackmail, I call it insurance, since if you try anything against my children or anyone I or they care about, I will have my people release that information along with everything I know about Konoha to every nations which ruin Konoha reputation, where you will be lucky to hired to do E-rank mission by the time it is released. Not to mention the other shinobi nations will attack you, once they learn all the weakness in your defensives and the locations of all your hidden bases in High no Kuni and covert operatives, said Kushina. This is treason, Kushina, cried Hamura. Treason is a matter of perspective, as I see this as protecting my children and those that I care about, so I suggest that you remember that if anything should happen to them, I will burn Konoha to the ground. Spoke Kushina, giving the Hokage and the council angry glare while her hair regarding her hair. Where as she spoke last part she then flooded the room with a massive burst of killer intent that was felt everyone in the Konoha, which terrified everyone in Konoha. After which Kushina then brought down the barrier with a single hand sign, where as they did the kunais she had used to make the barrier seem to rust and then fall to the ground in pieces, meaning that there was some kind of fail-safe on the kunai to prevent them from being examined by people. When Kushina and her children headed toward to shinobis that were outside the barrier, they quickly moved out of their way and made a path from them to walk, though as none of them wanted to mess with them. But just as she was about to walking out, Kushina turned her head slightly to look back at Tsum and Shibi. Oh Tsum, Shibi, I let you know that your clans are mortal enemy of Uzumaki clan. If your clan members ever do anything to my children, then they will cut down into many pieces and send back to your compound. Remember that. After which Kushina and her children continued to walk out of the room, leaving angry Tsum and emotionless shinobi, while other clan heads thinking about what they do which makes them mortal enemy to Uzumaki clan. As Kushina and her children walked to what Hamura turned to Sarutobi. Hiruzen, you can't actually be letting her get away with all she just done, especially what she did to you, he exclaimed. What would you like me to do, Hamura? Kushina knows more about our security faculties than anyone else thanks to her time in ANBU. So she know their strength and weakness, and that's if we can capture her. As Kushina said, all the support which her clan give to the village will stop, which destroy our economy as well High no Kuni. She must have become more strong when she left here with her daughters. Also, if we did capture Kushina, then Kushina allies, which we don't know who they were, will release many of the village sesserts from her time in ANBU and from what she no doubt knows from raiding the ANBU archives, but even then there's no way to know exactly how much she really does know. So if we try and stop her, she will release the information along with everything she mentioned here, which will divide the village and could even start a civil war here or separated Yuzu no Kuni to High no Kuni, which weaken our village as well our country, and the other villages will attack us when they learn all the information that Kushina allies would release to them. Spoke Sarutobi. After this council all knew Kushina had then, and there wasn't a thing they could do about it other than hide the heritage of Naruto, or at least for now. Listen up everyone in this room as well those outside the room, either shinobis or civilian. Whatever happened in this very room regarding Uzumaki Naruto will remain as SS rank secret, so you can't tell anyone what happened her. Not even your fellow or senior shinobi as well civilians. If I found anyone leaks this information, then he will be executed with her family or loved ones. Order Sarutobi when he saw few shinobis who were at the hall were about to leave and tell every in the village what happened. Naturally, when everyone in the listen his order, they fear not about themselves but their loved ones and know if they tell anything about Naruto to the village then they will be executed. Due to this they decide it was best not to tell anyone about this, but they couldn't help but wonder how long it will hidden to the village and when it come out how village react. Whatever it is, they know that village bad time is start.